And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhat dark. I'm not quite sure why. The lighting is in the hands of the gods sometimes. There's a light booming on top of me, and still it looks so dark. But it is what it is. I am just one guy. Anyway, it is what it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. The session commences. That thing that happens round about this time happening exactly right now. If you are available, avail yourself of the session. It's going to be an explosive, no holds barred conversation around the Nigerian paradigm. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is MOBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is MOBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Amadika, Yabika Kokwana no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is right there. The pardon me, the holy songs by the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari may meet ruling APC presidential aspirants by 7 p.m. after return from Ghana trip, announce anointed candidate. So all the permutations should come to an end certainly by tomorrow, almost certainly by Monday. So enough already. So let's just know where you are parking so we can see that that is where your vehicle is. Buhari may meet ruling APC presidential aspirants by 7 p.m. after return from Ghana trip, announce anointed candidate. So whoever this person is, let's just know who it is. Then we know that that is what we're conjuring with. So quite why EMEFIELE is still the CBN governor. It is only in the hands of corruption and looting. Will no longer keep sensitive election materials with CBN, says INEC chairman. So the safest place for all matters sensitive, monetary and documentary should be the central bank of any country. It should be the most fortified space because that is where the finances of the country is kept and handled. So what better place then to keep electoral material than at the central bank? But no trust is what the INEC chairman is telling us. And why? We all know why. We'll no longer keep sensitive election materials with CBN, says INEC chairman. So quite what that means in terms of faith and trust, we'll find out shortly. So now we are all curious to find out, and he speaks finally. PDP ticket, finally, Tambuwal speaks on why he stepped down for Atiku. Or you could reread that headline to say Tambuwal speaks on why he stabbed WIKE in the back. But however you are choosing to digest it, he certainly now comes up with his excuses. Curious to find out what they are. PDP ticket, finally Tambuwal speaks on why he stepped down for Atiku. So treachery, of course, is what people have concluded. But let's find out how he tries to explain it away. All ruling APC presidential aspirants, except Tinubu, agreed to support consensus candidates screening committee. So the screening committee are releasing elements of what's transpired in drips and drabs. So another insertion from that space, but I think the headline tells most of it anyway, but we just read that to fulfill all righteousness. So we'll fulfill all righteousness by reading that, and we may well play you a video clip as well that one of the subscribers submitted to the platform. But certainly we'll read this. Herdsmen strike in Abia, abduct pastor wife, stab cleric in the chest. So this is a never-ending saga now, and this is the new normal now in the Nigerian paradigm. So we now have to live in perpetual fear of these people. You cannot travel and go about your business. You cannot go to the homesteads to visit your family, or for dread of these people whose identity or nationality are unknown. They come under the umbrella of herdsmen and they strike fear in your heart. Herdsmen strike in Abia, abduct pastor wife, stab cleric in the chest. So that's the menu. So we find out exactly then what all of those entail. So lean back, sit back, take it easy and relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button because we are trying to push the platform up on the YouTube space so that we generate even more interactions. So click on the like button, that is compulsory. Click on the subscribe button as well if you have not done that already, which you should have. Then having done both at your discretion, click on the pardon me. So if I haven't done those at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the screen. So as you said about the clickings, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready. We join the guys.
Water, only Sima.
Water. Oh yes, you go come here.
Water, 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 water.
Water. Only water we Sima.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido. Look again.
Hapa you don't come o.
Do that.
Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. And there it is right there. Iku koniru agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So that's what that means. May death have nothing to do with us. No prayer more potent on this planet than that. So I didn't read this in the trail to announce the headlines, but I will start with this. Tinubu Amechi, 11 others cleared as APC presidential aspirants. So a lot of speculation as to if Tinubu would have been cleared by that session or not, but it looks as though they've stayed his execution just for a moment longer. So let's now find out now who is in play, which then tells us who is not. The 7-man All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Screening Committee, headed by the former national chairman of the party, Chief John Oyegun, on Friday, announced that it had cleared 13 of the 23 aspirants screened, whilst the remaining 10, whilst recommending 10 for disqualification ahead of the party's presidential primary election scheduled for next week. The names of the 13 aspirants cleared by the committee are Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi, Ekiti State Governor Dr. Kayode Fayemi, former Minister of State for Education Honorable Emeka Nwajuiba, former Governor of Lagos State Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Niger Delta Development Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation Dr. Ogbenaya Onu, former Ogun State Governor Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Senate President Dr. Ahmed Lawan, Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, Jigawa State Governor Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, and Tyne Jack Rich. Those disqualified by the committee include former Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha, Tunde Bakare, Cross River State Governor Professor Ben Ayade, former Senate President Ken Nnamani, former Zamfara State Governor Senator Ahmed Yerima. Others are Senator Ajayi Borofis, the only female aspirant Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, Pastor Nicholas Felix Nwagbo, former Speaker of the House of Representatives Jimmy Bankole, and former Minister of Information Mo Kelu. So there it is right there. So that's the list. The stay of execution then on Tinubu, it lives to fight another day. But then is it dead man walking? That's still the space as it continues to limber and filter to that space. So, so that's it right there. So that gives you then the list that they're conjuring with. Some names surprises, some names don't. I was especially surprised. Which name actually surprised me from the dropped list? Let's have a look at the dropped list again. Those disqualified by the committee include Rota Sokorota, no surprises. Tunde Bakari, why did he even turn up? You know, the church should ask him just to account for that 100 million that he threw away. Cross River State Ben Iyade. So why would they would pass Yahaya Bello but disqualify Ben Ayade is a question. But the one that surprises me the most is Ken Namani, because of course there's not that much of an Eastern complement in the list that went through. So so that surprised me somewhat because he's somewhat a senior. Pardon me. So he's somewhat a senior voice within that space. Former Zamfara State Governor Senator Ahmed Yerima. So we already know that he's just too tainted, too dirty, especially that he introduced Sharia in Borno State, which already damns him as a presidential material. And then, of course, the little girl that he married in Kenya, not Kenya, in Egypt. So, of course, damned twice. Senator Ajayi Borofis, I don't even know who that person as a human being is. I've never even bothered to look up his picture. And then, of course, the rest of the Major Bankole, the other name that comes through. But then you can see that the Major Bankole, he has somewhat faded off the political space for the past God knows how long. So that's the list. So now you know who you are conjuring with. Buhari may meet ruling APC presidential aspirants by 7 p.m. after return from Ghana trip, announce anointed candidate. President Mohamed Buhari may announce his preferred candidates during a meeting with the All Progressive Congress presidential aspirants by 7 p.m. at Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. Buhari had left for Ghana earlier today to attend an extraordinary summit of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government in Accra, Ghana. The special advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, had revealed this in a statement titled, President Buhari to attend ECOWAS Extraordinary Summit in Ghana, which was made available on his Facebook page on Saturday. Correspondents learned that at the highly anticipated meeting, Buhari may announce his anointed candidate and push for a consensus amongst aspirants. Buhari is calling for a dinner by 7 p.m. tonight to meet with the, so that should be that should be tomorrow, not tonight. Well, yeah, because it's in Ghana, I suspect. Buhari is calling for a dinner by 7 p.m. tonight to meet with the APC aspirants, and there he might tell them his preferred aspirant, a top source revealed to correspondents. Buhari had met with the APC governors on Tuesday ahead of the party's convention. During the meeting held at State House Abuja, Buhari had told the governors that decisions that would enable the party to retain power at the center should be taken. The meeting had come amidst speculations that the president may anoint an aspirant before the convention. Apart from former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, other aspirants are the Senate President Ahmed Lawan and former ministers Rotimi Amechi Ogbonnaya-Onu, Godswill Akpabio, and Chukwu Emeka Nwajuiba. Serving governors who are also aspiring to be president are Kayode Fayemi, Yahaya Bello, Dave Umahi, Ben Ayade, who has now been dropped, and Badaru Abubakar. Others include former Senate President. So a lot of, I think this article actually came out pre the release of the dropped list. He had also charged the governors to ensure that the forthcoming convention to pick a presidential candidate reflects all the values and virtues of the party. Correspondents had earlier today reported that ahead of Monday's presidential primary, a section of the APC cabal are trying to convince Buhari to make Senate President Lawan his successor. After all plots to bring former President Goodluck Jonathan as the APC candidate appeared to have hit doldrums, the cabal had reportedly now convinced Buhari to present Lawan to the critical stakeholders of the party as his preferred candidate for the plum job. After 2 postponements, the ruling party had fixed its presidential primary for June the 6th, 7th, and 8th. 33 aspirants were screened by the party screening committee ahead. 33 aspirants were screened by the party screening committee, headed rather by a former governor of Edo State, Chief John Oyegun. The pendulum has been swinging towards the national leader of the party, Bola Tinubu, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, and former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. I, for one, will be glad when this thing is over because it's getting somewhat tedious now. If you are giving it to somebody, give it to somebody, then we know who Atiku is up against. Will no longer keep sensitive electoral materials with CBN, says INEC chairman. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, MAHMOOD YAKUBU, has said that sensitive electoral materials will no longer be routed through the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. He also specifically notes that beginning from the Ekiti State governorship election, INEC will not keep its sensitive materials with the CBN. Some election stakeholders, especially the civil society groups, have raised serious concern about the sanctity of election materials kept with the CBN after CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele reportedly joined the APC and indicated interest to call contest for the president. The INEC chairman, however, noted that the electoral body has never had issue with the CBN since the partnership started, but due to current circumstances, and that is in quotation marks, an alternative will be found. The INEC chairman stated this whilst responding to a question on Saturday at an election dialogue, the electorate, organized by Enough is Enough. I want to say that since INEC started this collaboration with CBN, we have never experienced a single issue with the movement of materials, never. But we appreciate the current circumstances, and for that, pending a time, we will find alternative that for Ekiti, the materials will not be routed through. Let me take that paragraph again. I want to say that since INEC started this collaboration with CBN, we have never experienced a single issue with the movement of materials. Never. But we appreciate the current circumstances. And for that, pending a time, we will find alternative that for Ekiti, the material will not be routed through CBN, he said. So I'm not quite sure. The material's already with CBN, so I'm not quite sure quite what that paragraph means. Let's see, does it add anything more or does it peter off there? Okay, well, that's the gist of it. That's where, so that's where he ends it. But really, a damning verdict then, due to current circumstances. What has changed? It says since time immemorial, they have stored the materials with the CBN, and they have never had a single issue with the movement of materials. And then he ended that particular sentence with never. So they have never had. So let me reread it. It says, I want to say that since INEC started this collaboration with CBN, we have never, that's one, experienced a single issue with the movement of materials. Never. So there it is right there. So it says, but we appreciate the current circumstances. So what has changed from that never to current circumstances? What has changed from that never to current circumstances that he's now describing is EMEFIELE coming into partisan politics. So then, of course, this speaks to the fact that statutorily EMEFIELE should be apolitical for reasons of the sensitivity of his position. He has declared for a political lilt, but then he continues to subsist in his his position. Only in Nigeria, of course, or outright, even the material. I think not only should they move the materials, they should jettison the materials that are with them already and reorder fresh materials at his expense. PDP ticket. Finally, Tambuwal speaks on why he stepped down for Atiku. So now the narrative of treachery, some people will insist. One of the frontline presidential aspirants on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has revealed why he stepped down for former Vice President Atiku Abubakar at the presidential primary of the party held in Abuja. Correspondents had last Saturday reported that Governor Tambuwal withdrew from the presidential race and asked his supporter to vote for Atiku, the standard bearer of the party. Speaking on why he stepped down his presidential ambition to support a fellow aspirant, Atiku, Tambuwal said it was a sacrifice for Nigerians and Nigeria as a country. Whilst addressing a crowd of supporters shortly after his arrival from Abuja on Friday, the governor said that will be to his home state, of course. Whilst addressing a crowd of supporters shortly after his arrival from Abuja on Friday, the governor said the sacrifice he made is aimed at strengthening the party, Nigerian democracy, and giving a soft landing to the polity. He said, "Thank you very much." He said, "Thank you very much, our leaders and distinguished supporters from all over the country for your support and cooperation. I must thank the leaders of our party here at the Sokoto state level and every level. What we have done is for the good of our party and the country. I appreciate every one of you that prayed for me and our party. The sacrifice that I have made on your behalf is aimed at strengthening our party, our democracy, and by the grace of God, soft landing our polity. This is in consonance with the teachings of our leaders and the emulation of the examples they have given us in the past." So this is the Caliphate speaks. The Caliphate speaks. This is the Caliphate speaks, is what it says. So this is the Caliphate sticks together. This is in consonance with the teaching of our leaders and the emulation of the examples they have given us in the past, that we must continue to make sacrifices for the good of all of us and our country. I thank the people of Sokoto State and all my supporters. I thank the people of Sokoto State and all my supporters across the country for their support. Rest assured, we shall work assiduously for the victory of our party come 2023 general election. And that is the tonality of treachery, some people would say. Not me. I'm just some bald-headed guy reading to you on the internet. Let me take a sip of water, actually. I may be perched. All ruling APC presidential aspirants except Tinubu agreed to support consensus candidates screening committee. So they are releasing drip by drip, sort of what transpired at that screening process. The John Oyegun-led All Progressive Congress screening, let's take that again. The John Oyegun-led All Progressive Congress Screening Committee has said that all presidential aspirants, except one, agreed to support a consensus candidate if the party decides to go by consensus rather than by a presidential primary. Although the APC Screening Committee did not name the aspirant who kicked against consensus, sources said it was former Lagos State Governor and National Leader Bola Tinubu, who insisted that he would only support if he was chosen as the consensus candidate. The committee chairman, Oyegun, whilst handing over the APC Presidential Aspirants Screening Committee report to National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu, explained that the aspirants showed willingness to abide by the party's decision on consensus. He said all the aspirants were engaged. All the aspirants were engaged on the issue of consensus, and it was a pleasant surprise that 98 to 99% of them agreed that the party is supreme, that whatever it finally decides with proper consultation would likely be accepted. Though one aspirant said, yes, I will accept consensus so long as it is settled on me, he added. Oyegun and his committee quizzed 23 presidential aspirants of the APC on May the 30th and 31st at the Transcorp Hilton in Abuja. Oyegun, a former chairman of the party, noted that the committee pruned the number of aspirants down to 13, but refrained from mentioning those who scaled through. He also noted that the committee, in arriving at its report, strongly considered aspirants' youthfulness, their background, and the ability to lead the country forward. It is on that basis that who you are, what you are, and what you have achieved, and the understanding of your mission and what you think you can do to move the country forward made our final list, Oyegun said. So you can have a consensus so long as you concede to me. Is that not the tone that we know of Tinubu? This is now who we know him for. Herdsmen strike in Abia, abduct pastor, wife, stabs cleric. So play it again, Sam, deja vu, the Nigeria we live in now, Buhari style. A cleric identified as Apostle Delight Uzo has been stabbed in the chest by assailants suspected to be Fulani herdsmen. Uzo, according to reports, was attacked alongside some of his friends in Umuahia, Abia State. He was said to have been stabbed in the chest and stomach and is currently let me take that entirely all over again. That's just somewhat stilted in the reading. A cleric identified as Apostle Delight Uzo has been stabbed in the chest by assailants suspected to be Fulani herdsmen. Uzo, according to reports, was attacked alongside some of his friends in Umuahia, Abia State. He was said to have been stabbed in the chest and stomach and is currently receiving treatment at an undisclosed hospital. A Facebook user, Bethel, on Friday said another pastor, Uche Okoro, and his wife were abducted by the attackers. He wrote, can the Southeast governors with the military and police force claim to be ignorant of the invasion of the Fulani bandits in IGBOLAND? This is my brother and friend, Apostle Delight Uzo, who was butchered and stabbed in the heart and stomach by Fulani bandits just close to Umuahia on Saturday night. He and one other escaped near death, whilst others were kidnapped. Pastor Uche Okoro and his wife, Deli, let's take that again. This is somewhat proving a bit more difficult than it should be. He said he and one okay, I'm going to start this story all over again just because it's too scattered somewhat. A cleric identified as Apostle Delight Uzo has been stabbed in the chest by assailants suspected to be Fulani herdsmen. Uzo, according to report, was attacked alongside some of his friends in Umuahia, Abia State. He was said to have been stabbed in the chest and stomach and is currently receiving treatment at an undisclosed hospital. A Facebook user, Bethel, on Friday said another pastor, Uche Okoro, and his wife were abducted by the attackers. He wrote, can the Southeast governors with the military and police force claim to be ignorant of the invasion of the Fulani bandits in IGBOLAND? This is my brother and friend, Apostle Delight Uzo, who was butchered and stabbed at the heart and stomach by Fulani bandits close to Umuahia on Saturday night. He and one other escaped near death, whilst others were kidnapped. Pastor Uche and his wife, Deli, Abia State University students are being kidnapped and some others killed. I can now vividly say that the so-called unknown gunmen are Fulani bandits. The prelate of the Methodist Church also confirmed that his kidnapping was by Fulanis. I beckon on the political leaders, the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police force to rise and flush them out because there is so much anger in the land already. Meanwhile, Isaac Victor Akachukwu on his Facebook page noted that the kidnapped persons had been released after paying a ransom of ₦1 million. He wrote, "Let's pray for Apostle Delight Uzochukwu and let's pray for Apostle Delight Uzochukwu. He and other 3 pastors were kidnapped by Fulani herdsmen on their way back from Umuahia. He was stabbed mercilessly. He escaped as Pastor Uche Okoro was kidnapped. He and his wife were later released after 1.1 million ransom with deep wounds. Nigeria is finished. I don't know what else to say. I visited him today in hospital with other pastors that came in their numbers. He is in deep pain. Your prayers are needed." So that's just another Tuesday within the Nigerian space. This is the recurring decimal now of the country that Malam Buhari has left us. So that is the recurring decimal of the country that Malam Buhari has left us. So that's, as I was just noticing in the comment section. So that's the recurring decimal of the country that Malam Buhari has left us. So before I come into the comment section, before I come to join the panelists, I will play you a video clip, but I will let the panelists onto the screen, and then I'll play you a video clip, and then engage them in a conversation around it. So Baba Kure, I see you, and Ajanle Koko, I see you. But let me play you this video clip first that was submitted by one of the subscribers. So this video clip speaks to the Tinubu narrative, his outburst in Abeokuta. The party responds, and this is their response. But whilst you are watching the video clip, we're trying to get the likes to 100. So click on the like button as you are coming in. If you haven't done that already, please do that. We're setting a bar of 100, which we want to reach quickly, so that we don't label saying click on like for too long. So as you are clicking on the like, watch the response of the APC party to Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta.
Invited you for on behalf of our party leaders. Over the last 2-3 days, the country and the world of social media have been inundated with reports of the visit of one of our leaders, as you all know, that Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State, the former distinguished senator of the Federal of Nigeria, and one of the leaders of the great party, when he went for his campaign in Ogun, or to Ogun State, Abeokuta specific. In the course of his address, he went as far as to go off his own issue of address to mention what happened between him and Buhari, our president, not Buhari GCFR. He went as far as to tell his audience how President Buhari went to him on several occasions, on the occasions, in such instances, even prostrating in tears, begging him to endorse him, to support him for the presidency of Nigeria. He claimed I went to him both in Lagos and in Kaduna, scholars and occasions. And they wanted to be doing Yoruba. We have a lot of people who speak Yoruba, who are Yorubas, not just speaking, but who are Yorubas. And the interpretation of what is more than negative, to say the one that is negative, but more than negative, is very, very, very insulting. It's very, very unbecoming for a person of that standing to do what he did for a sitting president of the Federal of Nigeria. A president that was produced by the votes of APC, our own. He was a president then it belongs to everybody, every Nigerian. And the fact of the matter, the platform APC going up to that office. And it's a bit amazing how a fellow APC person will make those kind of comments in those kind of circumstances about the president. We take exception to this. We take exception to this. And it does not show any appreciable level of respect for the office of Mr. President and for the person of Mr. President. Therefore, without any equivocation whatsoever, we want to make it public that we are saddened what we saw in the video with that reportage, and we condemn it the strongest of terms. We do hope that we never see the kind of thing again on the screens, either the social media or on our television, or hear that kind of thing on our radio, or in the public. Yeah, like anybody, but particularly those who are of the APC extraction, to make those kind of unbecoming comments. Yes, between yesterday, particularly this morning, we saw some effort to retract, but that effort is not adequate. If it was sincere, it's not in-depth enough. It doesn't wipe out the impression, the negative impression that event has left in our minds. I thought I should share this with you. This is our position. I, as chairman of this ruling party, have a duty to come out and stand by our government, to stand by our president, and safeguard his integrity and the integrity of his government. I don't want to take the elections or the primaries screening, the aspirants screening along with this question. Because if we do so, is to kind of find a way to justify, find a way to give some reason that may have caused his doing what he did. For one thing I know is, at the time this event took place, the screening committee had not made a report to us at all. And I was trying to suggest that anybody was under any threat. So there was no justification for the time that this happened whatsoever. The question of punitive measure, yes and no. This morning we saw some traces of withdrawal of those statements. You see, these are statements that are matched not just with intention, but with actual action. So, yes, we can't say we refuse not seeing on the papers, what was reported as he didn't say regret. It happened. He said he wouldn't, that he had the greatest respect for the president. He has it, but that's just, you see, how does that say proverb? He said once you take hold of any amount of grass from a thatched roof and you pull it up from the roof, you can't put the same number of grass back into the roof. It will go. What is out, right? And what he did say was not an apology. What I didn't do today is not an apology. It's just like trying to retract and say, no, I didn't mean this. It was like a problem of interpretation. That's what I said. It's not a regret. It didn't show any apology for it. Yes. And the issue of this we watch out. We watch out. We'll be on the watch. You see, if there's remorse, if there's no remorse, if there's need for us to penalize any member of the party, not just anybody, we will bring you to the party's books. Anybody. And we watch events as they happen. I want to say very clearly that no aspirant has been disqualified. We have the report. No delegate has been disqualified. It's like sitting an exam. And then, even if you pass, that's grading. That's a 2-1. Sorry, that's a first class. There is second class upper, second class lower, you know, and the rest of them up to ordinary pass. So no aspirant has been disqualified. I don't know how to wind up this chief. People want to report that nobody is, all the 23. Incidentally, the president of the Federal GCFR has invited all of them 23 to dinner today. He'll be interacting with all of them today.
So there it is right there. That's the APC's response to Bola Tinubu's somewhat unguarded moment at APC. But they're saying that disciplinary actions are not off the table, and they are asking him to show contrition, but they didn't really query what he had to say or question the details of it. But what all they are saying is that he embarrassed the president. So, Ajane Koko, disciplinary actions against Tinubu, do you think is warranted? And do you think the aggressive stance that the APC party has taken on this matter is really the best tack to follow? Ajane Koko, good to see you.
How are you, one man?
I'm good.
Okay, let me thank everybody on the platform this time. So those of you that are listening to us, wherever you are around the world, please click on the like button and subscribe if you have not subscribed. You see, one man, Yoruba says that meaning that what brought them together is tearing them apart now. You see, the conspiracy that these people, that conspiracy against the interests of Nigerian people for the past 7 years is fighting back at them. So we don't know what the party constitution says on disciplinary action on a member that acted the way Tinubu acted.
It's almost certainly going to be something like a monetary fine. It cannot be anything other than that. It will just be a monetary fine, if anything at all.
Well, to barely hear everything that man says, I think what the journalist should have asked him that did he contravene any section of the party constitution with that action? And what did the constitution say?
There's always there's always an ambiguous clause with most parties, which they loosely term anti-party activity. So they might well deem that to be anti-party for being somewhat disparaging in its tonality about their president.
Well, I don't think that will be regarded as anti-party activity. Anti-party activity is when you work against the interests of the party. So, but criticizing the interests, criticizing the president, or making a statement against the action of the president is not anti-party. So, I don't know what they want to accuse Tinubu for doing. I don't know what offense they want to accuse him of with that action he took in Abeokuta. Maybe they want to regard it as leaking, what do you call it? Leaking, what do you call this? Leaking confidential or no, what is the right term they use for
The secret or what?
yeah, it's the word is stronger than secret, but leaking.
Just carry on, Ajale Koko.
I can't remember the right word they
Yeah,
use. So,
just carry on.
yes, I don't know if they want to accuse him for leaking confidential secret or something like that. Maybe that's what we want to charge him for, or which otherwise known at governmental level as espionage against the state. So I don't know the action they want to take against Tinubu. I believe there is no other action they can take now except to stop him from getting the ticket. That is the only thing they can do against him. In other words, I don't know why it is the responsibility of the chairman of the party to come out and
is that not his role? Is that not his role to keep the party in check?
Well, the president have.
Are you there, Ajale Koko? You're somewhat you're not coming
Can you
through.
hear me?
Yes, but you are
Can you hear me
somewhat.
now?
Yeah, there's heavy pauses in between words.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So the president have an office, and I believe he have media people that work for him that would have been in the best position to respond. The way that the chairman responded, I don't think it's good for the party. Tinubu as well have not acted well as a leader in the party. The chairman have not acted well as a leader of the party. They should have called themselves or call him, invite him to the secretariat, talk to him behind closed door, and they settle it there. So for the interest of the party. But this time that they're trying to take it to the public space.
Are we now seeing open warfare, which we already know that there's warfare, but as that warfare now spilled into the public space, is this now public fighting?
Yes, it's going towards that direction. Public fighting, tit for tat, and if it is not well handled, if at the end of the day, on Monday, they scheme out Tinubu or is not adopted as the flag bearer of the party, the president and his team, the chairman, they fraudulently impose one candidate on the party, it could degenerate into a very serious.
It's almost a certainty. It will be ugly and messy.
It's going to be ugly and messy. Yeah, that is what it's going to result to. So we should just leave these people alone. Let them scatter whatever they have among themselves. We should not stick our neck for them. Just as the way I was telling our people yesterday, do not stick your neck out for Obi. Obi is a politician, just like every one of them. Tinubu acted embarrassing. He acted immaturely. He acted in such a way that was not expected of him. The way he addressed the delegate in Abeokuta, and it's just too childish. If as an elderly person, you should be able to control yourself, control your anger. But on that very day, what we watched on the video, he was so angry and he was so frustrated, and he couldn't just control himself. He just busted, and
Is it a fatal blow, or is it something that you can it's just a momentary outburst? Does it damn him completely? Does it finish him, or is it just a moment of just emotion spilling out? So how do you think the space is digesting it?
I think that's finishing, because if we really analyze what he said, the way he spoke against the president, against, it's like challenging the authority of the president, and the tabah in the party, that we want to fight, we're going to fight it to finish. I made you what you are politically today. I contributed, or I was a leading force to your political success. And now, if you don't want to recognize me as somebody that helped you to that position, if you think that you can destroy my political ambition, or trying to impose somebody on me, or be a stumbling block in my way towards attaining the ticket of the party, then I'm not going to take it easy with you. So he has opened that, he has drawn a battle line.
Ajande Koko, do you think that was the now infamous or famous speech in Abeokuta? Do you think that was an error or in judgment, or do you think that was something he needed to do to rattle the space? Did he need to do that to rattle the space, just to jar them up, which it has jarred them up? So was it an error in judgment or a calculated risk, even if it's not deliberate? Does it work for or against him, that now infamous event in Abeokuta?
In the public face, I think it's going to be judged as, a reckless action. But him, as a tactical politician, might, could have, maybe he took that action in preparation for something to come, in preparation to drive Yoruba sentiment and Yoruba support for him. Do
you think he made that statement? Do you think he made that statement, that speech deliberately, or was it an unguarded moment? Do you think it was a calculated or an unguarded moment?
I think he did it deliberately. He did it deliberately, by my own assessment, that in order to drive Yorubas.
Have we lost you? Have we lost you? Your system is not really coming through. You dip out very heavily, but carry on now.
Yeah, so I think he did it deliberately in order to, drive Yoruba's support for him, and this sentiment from Yoruba people, if at the end of the day that he couldn't get it, and he have to take an action against the interest of the party. So that statement will justify him from taking that action when the time comes to take the action against the party. You understand what I'm saying? So he has informed the public of the secret behind them, all that's been rumored before that he never talked about. But now that it came from the horse's mouth, he said it out the way it was. Everything that went between them, he said it out. He has informed Yoruba. Some Yorubas that are his, diehard supporter will be waiting for him to give a go-ahead on whatever action that he want to take against the party, either in the interest.
Ajale Koko, you've dipped out again, but let me take that question around because your system seems to be dipping out heavily, Ajale Koko. So let me take that talking point round only to come back to you. Maybe you'll be in a better reception space. But let me take that talking point to Mike Ali by way of welcoming him onto the platform. So Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So yeah, good.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening. I hope you are using hands-free. I see you are driving.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, brilliant. So, so we're talking about the Tinubu space and that now infamous speech in Abeokuta, which seems to have rattled somewhat that space, the APC space. So, is that statement? Do you view it as somewhat of a threat? Do you think he intended to be threatening with that statement? And as I was asking Ajale Koko before his system dipped out, do you think that he was threatening? And do you think that statement was made deliberately, or was it an unguarded moment, Mike?
Well, you're looking at a man who has lost his patience because he has been waiting for the last 7.5 years, patiently not saying anything, putting his people under the bus. If you remember the protest, he didn't say anything because he knew what he was going for. And it appears that Buhari now is not acting or giving him singing a song that he would like to hear. So Buhari is foot dragging or proclaiming him, saying something, putting what's his name? Putin, Buhari is not saying anything. He's not saying things that will make Tinubu to be happy. We can see that nothing is happening. Buhari is foot dragging, delaying everything. He just delaying, dragging it, postponing things because Tinubu knows that the time is running out for him, and he had to take action to get his people and his political associates into action, like preparing the ground for what is about to happen to him. If he doesn't get the ticket, I think he will leave the party. He will leave the party. That's what's going to happen. This is the man that pays.
What will be the consequence of that? What will be the consequence of Tinubu leaving the party if he does? What will be both to him and the party?
Well, it will be the beginning of the end of the APC as a party. Because if you choose Osipajo, where is he going to get the vote and the backing and the financial power? The government can put him there, but I see Tinubu working against APC in the general election. They don't choose Tinubu. He will work against them. He will take the majority of the vote from the West from them. So they will be in the limbo. APC will be in the limbo. PDP will be in the limbo. They will not have enough. I see like an party parliament, whereby no one will get the majority of the vote needed. Tinubu leaves the party. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's not too late for them to come together. It's not too late. Yeah.
Go on, land that point. It's just like Ajale Koko, we're struggling to hear you as well, but land that point, and then I'll go to Babakure.
It's not too late for everybody to come together and work together in house and discuss and make it clear who you're voting for. If you're going to have a consensus candidate, by now we should know. Things are taking too long. Have the consensus. Let us know who they're going for in the party. Or round the thing of if the president is going to pick somebody, pick it. We need action. We need things to be happening, and that's why the man is desperate.
All right. I don't think desperation is not a good look, but thank you and good to meet you, Mike. Let me go to Babakure still with that talking point. So the party response to Tinubu's now infamous broadcast. Do you want me to give you a moment?
Go ahead.
Oh yes. The party now responds to Tinubu's now infamous speech in Abeokuta, and they are saying that disciplinary action is not off the table. But do you think that speech in Abeokuta, do you think it was a deliberate speech, or do you think it was an unguarded moment? And do you think it was right to make that speech to threaten the space somewhat to remind them of its potency? And crucially, APC has never won an election that Tinubu did not orchestrate. So if he leaves the party, what will be the consequence? All of that, Baba Kure.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are. Anyway, to me, I will say that, like other people say, other people have said, I will say it is deliberate action to say that we are all human beings. When you try your best for people, and on the long run, they are working against you, as if
You've muted yourself. What's going on today, man? Nobody's coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So like I was saying, I said the statement he made, it was intentional and deliberate. And like I said, we are all human beings. If you have been trying your best, helping people in every avenue, in every way, and eventually they turning against you and working against you, then you have every cause to act. We are all human beings. So what Tinubu said, it is true. If you have been checking on social media, it's all this why you will see a lot of comment about what the statement he made. People are saying yes, it is true, but people don't really like to hear the truth. What he said is truth. So, and like somebody just spoke right now, this person waited for good 7 years, even more than 7 years now. Waited patiently that okay, well, I'm going to support these people. Answers came. He didn't even say anything. The issue of kidnapping, herdsmen, killing people in Yoruba land, he didn't even say anything. Some marketplaces burned down, even in the same Lagos that is the kingpin. The man didn't say anything. But what did he do when he heard about something happening in Kano? He jetted to Kano and donated 50 million. Another incident happened, I think, in Kaduna. Boom! He jetted there and donated money, but he left his own southwest because he did that intentionally because of what he's expecting from northern part of Nigeria, that they will support him at this time. But when you see the same of things and you see that this thing is getting away from your hand, then he reacted the way he reacted. So we are, like I said, we are all human beings. When you do things for people, and it is time for them to help you when you are in need, and everybody abscond, then you will have to react the way he reacted. Now, coming to the if for instance he didn't get the ticket and maybe he would leave the party, well, there is no doubt about that. I strongly believe, because if you look at the statement that he has made,
because Tinubu is very much an emotion-led sort of a person. He acts on emotion. This is what we know about him. He's an emotion-led sort of a person.
Yeah, and he also has a lot of crowd as well. Though we might say it is old cargo, but he still controls some space in Nigeria also, either south, east, and north. So he has his own supporters. So for him, if he didn't get the ticket, I strongly believe that he's going to work against the party, and then the APC is going to lose the election. There is no doubt, because like Mike said, there is no way Oshibanjo will be able to match Atiku. there is no way he will be able to command the number of votes that is required. So that is going to be the end of APC. And like I said too yesterday, it might turn two ways. Tinubu may work against APC if he didn't get the ticket, and if he didn't get the ticket, that is the end of his political empire. That is what I see in that.
It is pertinent to note, Baba Akure, that APC had not ever won an election without Tinubu orchestrating it. Even in 2019, Buhari had to go to him again and says, look, Bola, you have to do it for me again.
Exactly.
And he knew he didn't like Tinubu, but he knew that Tinubu could win him an election. Even when Tinubu went to meet him in Kaduna to say, stop crying, I'll make you president. He didn't really like him, but he knew that Tinubu had it in him to do it. You know, so whether you like him or not, you know, if you have this standing situation, then Tinubu insists that you must honor it. Is that fair enough?
You see what I'm talking about here now. We are all human beings. In as much that he tries his best to help him. This issue of dragging, like Mike said, oh, well, I'm going to how long has he been saying this? More than 1 month now. I will nominate. I will show you the even almost 2 months. I will show you the person that I am my successor. I will show you. Well, let's just wait and see. It might still be. Maybe it's still going to choose Tinubu. Who knows? We can never tell because.
Would it surprise you if it does? Because this almost somewhat like a prelude to doing that, just to go the other way, boju sort of thing. I'm not
going to be surprised because you see all these politicians, they cannot be trusted. Remember, I mentioned yesterday that they just use a different language to confuse us. When they say, "Oh, well, they have some young people that they already shortlisted." Now the name you read here now show the name of Tinubu. Is Tinubu a youth? Is it a young man? Why they rejected Ayade and those people that even agile than Tinubu, like this guy from Ogun State, former speaker of House Bankole. When you screen those people out and you are telling us that you are selecting young people. Is Tinubu a young people when his name is still there? So these people they are using a different type of grammar to confuse people. So that's why I don't believe that. That's why I said yesterday I'm going to wait until probably Wednesday or Thursday. Then we now know who is who.
The only thing that would be peaceful, that would help them maintain peace in that party is a Tinubu ticket. Anything else, because I think all of them, apart from him, they will settle it to faith. They will assign it to faith. But he, just that sense of entitlement, because he was quite naked in his expressions at that time. There was no gainsaying, but it was quite clear, how he stands.
And
he's not going to go away quietly.
And one man, don't be surprised, right? We'll be talking about the issue of North and South. Tinubu still have some of his colleagues that they really believe in him in the northern part of Nigeria. In fact, we have been seeing a lot of people, a lot of them comment that, okay, well, this their chairman is just talking rubbish. That is whatever he says, say it to his own pocket. I've been reading about that since all this while. Today, I read about it, and some of them say, "Well, what you are saying is just for your own interest, not for we." And these people are from northern part of Nigeria, and even with what is going on here, Shetima, this man Gandola, they still stand behind him. So it is showing you. So you will see that even the northern part of Nigeria that we're talking about. If Tinubu did not get this guy, some of them will still work against APC. But eventually they might turn to PDP, like we have been saying. But they will work against PDP because they so much attached to Tinubu system. So well, let's just wait and watch it from here anyway, and watching them from the plasma TV.
For Plasma's TV. So Baba Akure watching events from his mansion in Canada. So thank you, Baba Akure. I want to take that talking point round, and I want to sample Charles next. So Charles, are you there? Charles are next.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Charles. So we're in the Tinubu space, and we're still straddling that speech he gave in Abeokuta that seems to have just rattled the whole political space to the point that the chairman of the party has felt the need to call a press conference to respond. So the first question is it something that is addressed via a press conference or behind closed doors to then instruct him to issue a rebuttal? So is this the spiraling of what we already know as internal fight within the APC spiraling to the public space? So that's one. Was Tinubu's statement in Abeokuta unguarded, or was it a deliberate poke at the space just to remind them who they are? And if it's a deliberate poke at the space to remind them of what his potency is it a wise move or a move in error? All of that, Charles.
I think, on the first question, I think the issue that ground should have been resolved internally. I don't think there's any need to call a press conference. Probably the press conference was probably just to reassure maybe the general public that APC is still a strong party. Probably that's just the idea of passing that signal to members of the public that there's no rancor within the APC. Because if they had it internally, people would still be like have the opinion that there's problem brewing. But I'm sure the external press conference was just to reiterate the fact that APC there's no issue or whatever. Regarding Tinubu display, I guess like I said before, I think he was just under so much pressure internally. I'm sure he still has some loyalists who have already conferred the idea that it seems as if Osibanjo is going to snatch this from you, and the press conference he had was just more or less like an act of desperation. It seems as if he just wanted to bring it out to the world to prove his relevancy. That's why he could not do that again within the party. So the best way he saw to make himself relevant was to bring it out in the open, show people that people are by his side, that he should be the one in charge, he should be the one to go as the presidential candidate and not Osibanjo. That's just what he tried to do.
Was that an error? Was that an error on his part, Charles?
I think, to be honest, for him to make that move, I'm sure there was really nothing he could do. Even if he had decided to work within the party, to talk to members within the party, I think it was already a lost cause. And that is why he resulted in doing that, because I'm very sure that would have been the first approach he would have tried to do, even if it's to settle people, bribe people, and try and change people's minds. But it seems as if a lot of people were not, no matter what he did, he was not going to succeed in that. And that's why he had to go towards that public tactic. So I won't say it's a wrong, it was a wrong move. But I think what was the wrong move was him directly attacking Buhari. I think that was just the wrong move. He shouldn't have made it too personal. He could still try to hold a press conference, try to make him relevant, try to show the support for him as a presidential candidate without attacking Buhari and APC directly. That's where I saw him going wrong.
How do you think this is going to play out for him? Will it be a plus or a minus? Is this a negative? Will it in the wash come out as a negative? And would they hold this against him in the final decisions?
I think it will come out negative for him. I think it will only give, the way going by the media and everything, it even seems as if the general public are now even siding, even people that are even pacified with Tinubu are now like saying, I think Osibanjo is more of a presidential candidate. He's more stable. He's more presidential material. He doesn't speak out just anyhow. I think his conference last time around was going to affect him negatively, and I don't see any going back. Like I said before, there's a list that came out that put his name there as part of the people that got screened.
Yeah,
like I said,
we read it out just now. Yeah.
How it will play out, I feel like I said they would not throw Tinubu under the bus before Monday. I'm sure that they're having a meeting, right?
Yes.
Sometime,
when Buhari comes back from Ghana.
So what I feel is that Tinubu, Osibanjo, and everybody is going to be there, and they will just try and resolve that issue and try to make Tinubu. You know what this guy did for Atiku? Tambuwal, who was that?
Tambuwal, the one that gave his votes over. Yeah.
Yes, they're only going to try as much as possible to, Tinubu, you can solve this. This is what you should have done before. It's still on the table. So they will try and solve matters there. On Monday, Tinubu will be the one to raise Osibanjo's hand. That's what I just feel. That's how it's going to play out. But they're not going to throw Tinubu under the bus. And that's the reason why his name, even though they said they wanted a youthful person, his name is still got qualified. So it's just a way of, you are qualified, though, you go through the whole thing, but let us make it look as if you for peace to reign in APC, as the father figure, you supported your son. And that would change the narrative. If anybody had looked at Tinubu in bad light, they were just like, you know what, hey, now you're a father. Okay, Tinubu is the man and everything is settled. It's a win-win for everybody. So I think that's how it's going to play out.
Okay. Well, that's peace in our times sort of a narrative. I'm not sure what the persuasion would be. Maybe it will be a mixture of carrot and stick, just like a threat, and then arm around the shoulders. But there are two scenarios that can play out in the APC. If they have a consensus candidate, then it's almost certain not to be Tinubu. If they agree a consensus before the primary, it's almost certain not to be Tinubu. And if they do follow that route, then they are intending to ease Tinubu down, give him a soft landing if they can, as you've just described. But if it goes to the primaries and they cannot agree a consensus, then Tinubu has a fighting chance, and it will take some defeating at that primary. Charles,
I think to be honest, on the political angle, even among governors, among members of the APC, I think it's not a matter of does this man deserve it. He might deserve it, but they might also look at the option that if we give this guy, do you really think people would? Do you really think we can win this election? Honestly speaking, if Tinubu is the front runner, I don't think so. I do not even think, even if the Southwest, a lot of people are divided between Osibanjo and what's this guy's name? Obi. Right now, I just don't think Tinubu will be able to. And again, what I fear is Tinubu fighting, because for Tinubu to get that ticket is more or less like Buhari. Yes, you wanted Osibanjo, but to hell with you. I'm going to do this my way. I'm going to be the front runner, and I'm going to win the presidential election. And
you think the party will work against him?
Buhari and the North will work against him. It will just be like, okay, we are telling you to pick this guy. You don't want to pick him. You want to prove stubborn and show that you are in charge. No problem. Go ahead. And they will just most likely underground, Atiku will win that election. That's what I just feel. So he has to play careful. I think he should just give that to Osibanjo, let the Southwest take their candidacy, and get assurance from Buhari that they will win.
Just to add to the mix, Charles, there's also a meeting being convened by the Yoruba elders in Abuja, calling all the APC presidential candidates to the meeting. But they were delaying the meeting to find out the list of the people that scaled through the screening process. So now we have just a categorical almost list that came through the screening process. The Yoruba elders are going to then call that meeting to have the Southwest agree on somebody to champion. So do you think the Yoruba can even consensus before Buhari consensus is, and then of course they present him one Yoruba man to then force his hand? How do you think that plays into the mix, Charles?
It's really going to be difficult because Tinubu, he's the one that even made matters worse for himself. He should have just kept quiet and it agreed once and for all. Nobody, but like I said, it's out, but they really have a lot to do to try and it's more or less like, how do we save this man's face from disgrace? Because Tinubu is the deciding factor on this. The truth about it that all Yoruba's elders will accept Osibanjo. I think, but what they will want to do is, how do we accept Osibanjo at the same time make Tinubu relevant, rub his ego? Do you understand? It might even be that Osibanjo might just have to perform an act of dobalaying to Tinubu. That kind of, they will solve it. But I can assure you that Osibanjo will be the preferred candidacy. The only problem is, how do we pacify Tinubu and Osibanjo, make Tinubu still relevant in the political? They'll bring up something, even if it means Osibanjo in public. They do a public event, and Tinubu supports Osibanjo. Osibanjo dobale for Tinubu as my father. That solves that.
Yeah, not publicly. If he's going to be president, he can't be doing that. But I do. You know that idea. What you're saying. You know, I think that might well be a pathway. You know, for them to just to have the two of them, maybe just three people. Osibanjo, Tinubu, and Bisi Akonde, they just lock themselves in the room and say, okay, we are not coming out of this room until we agree something.
Exactly. Osibanjo for the Southwest is the best candidacy to win the election for APC. But the other thing is just, how do we rob Tinubu's ego and make him still feel relevant in the political landscape? That's just it. But Osibanjo will be the preferred candidate.
Do you think he's more receptive to persuasion now, having been on this journey for so long and haven't seen so many obstacles in his way? And like you are saying, if he forces his way onto that ticket by force of just will, the party almost starting to work against him. So is this the moment now to save face? He has given it everything he has, and the space is not yielding to him. Is it the time now to make a dignified step down?
Like I said before, you see, the APC, forget about Buhari, forget all these northerners in the APC. The northern, we should all know that the northern party, or the northerners itself, they work as a group. Forget APC and PDP. In their own ways, they work together as a union. They can be in two parties at once, but behind closed doors, they are one. Okay. If Tinubu tries to actually go against the party APC, I think the North, to be honest, it will be a win-win for them. And the person that will lose is the South, because what will happen is, this guy is being stubborn. He has already insulted Buhari. He's taking it a bit further to try and undermine his superiority as president, to bring up a consensus candidate and trying to force his hand. Buhari might even just, you know what, okay, go ahead. They might take it that Tinubu will be president. But like I said, they would, at the back door, he will get his pound of flesh by making sure Tinubu does not win the election. And by doing that, he will not only destroy Tinubu politically forever, one, he will also even make sure that the North, the power still stays in the North. So it's a win-win for him. He will first destroy this Tinubu, because he will just blacklist Tinubu as the person responsible for letting the Southwest not taking that ticket, crushing Tinubu completely. And the second part is that he will win the favor of the North by, he will just give it to Atiku. It's a win-win for, and everybody, all northern people in APC can easily just, what will happen is that the party can be dissolved. All northern candidates in APC will just move to PDP, and they will start from there. The loser will be the Southwest.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So let me go to Machiavelli, only because he's joining us from Nigeria, and we know that the system somewhat a bit hit and miss in Nigeria. So Machiavelli, good to have you. So you've been hearing the conversation. We're talking about the press conference held by the chairman of the APC party, threatening fire and brimstone regarding Tinubu's infamous speech in Abeokuta. Disciplinary actions not off the table, but what are you making of the party's response? Do you think Tinubu's speech was a calculated move or a moment, a brain seizure? So how do you think this will play out for him ultimately? And do you think this dooms him permanently? All of that, Machiavelli.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good to have you.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you. All right. So, firstly, one of the reasons why they were not really ready to hand power to Tinubu was exactly what he did yesterday. Think about it. Who else in the political space or in APC would have the guts to say all those things that Tinubu said? So clearly, they know that if you hand over power to someone like Tinubu, you can't put him under control. So, Tinubu has probably seen the handwriting on the wall. He knows he's not the preferred candidate. All of this drama wouldn't necessarily have come up if Buhari had endorsed him, which was why he had no choice than, to give it to Dapo and Buhari in Abeokuta. Now, I saw the statement I heard the statement from Adamu, and clearly he's embittered. Clearly, he's probably had a conversation with Buhari, and now at least they know that, look, you can't give this guy the ticket. That's clear now. But I think that we all need to realize that power is really sweet. The scenario that some people feel that, APC wouldn't mind handing over power to APC or to PDP, it doesn't really exist, because ceding power to an opposition is a black hole. A whole lot of things can happen. You can ask Jonathan. Think about all the things that happened to Jonathan's lieutenants in the last 7 years. So they are not really willing to, hand over power to PDP in the first place. So they want a candidate that can win, right? And I don't think Tinubu right now, because Tinubu has a lot of issues in the southwest. There's Aregbe Shola, there's Dapo Abiodun, there's Ambode somewhere. People these days have no issues.
Too many enemies, and
too many enemies right now. So
they're saying he's been demythified. Do you think he's been demythified?
He has been demystified. Clearly, yeah, he has been demystified. There's so many rants online against him that finally, you never supported Yoruba nation, blah blah blah. You never did anything for the Yorubas. You only helped individuals, and you did it, because the Commonwealth of Lagos State is in your back pocket and all of that. So everything is out in the open. So his overwhelming influence that used to exist before, is gradually eroding these days. So he doesn't really have that, stronghold on the southwest like he used to. So so even giving him the ticket doesn't even guarantee that he will win. So for me, I don't see him getting the ticket, and I don't see how he's going to, force himself to get the ticket. That is off the table. Now for the Yoruba elders. So yeah, there's supposed to be a meeting later today, to probably get a consensus. But I really don't see how to do. I don't see any reason or any bargaining chip that they will have to make Tinubu step down. I mean, Tinubu is obsessed with the presidency. That's the only reason why he would have that kind of outlook.
But do you not think that the process has been too ugly, and he has taken too many body blows and made too many enemies and been betrayed too many times, that ticket almost toxic now if he gets it? Do you think he should start to rethink that? Because not every ambition in life is fulfilled, and maybe this will be just that step too far. He has a lot that he can beat his chest about, but maybe not this one. He can't smash up the whole Yoruba opportunity just for his own personal ego.
Yeah, but that's exactly what he did yesterday. He said it was his turn. He knew, and that's actually Osibanjo's state, and he was deliberate. He did that specifically in Ogun State to send a message to Osibanjo and his cronies there. You understand? So he's desperate. He's obsessed. You understand? He's not. I don't think he's ready to dial back right now. He's obsessed. He doesn't see any scenario where he doesn't get that ticket. That ticket is, like he said, is his ambition. and he's even ready. He said he was ready to fight dirty. So the all of the jabs thrown at him, I don't think he's really perturbed by them. He's ready. He knows that he will have to go through flaming hoops to get the ticket. He's ready. He knows.
What's the subsisting narrative in Nigeria about Tinubu? How are people digesting his politics, and what level of support, if any, does he have? Are you a Yoruba person, by the way? I'm only asking really because then you would know that space even more.
Yeah. I'm a Yoruba guy.
Okay. So what's the subsisting narrative around the Tinubu's journey? Yeah, as of now, what are people feeling and saying?
No, but to be candid, Tinubu has never really been like the frontliner for the Southwest, even from time. So it's not as if people used to support him back in the day, and then now probably that support is eroding and all. No. He's never really been a frontliner. All the opportunities that he had, to put his foot down, he's thrown in the way. The agitation, would have been, a very, very good platform for him to like show his support and all that. But he turned his back on it, and every turn he was always shaking hands with the Fulanis. That's the narrative here. That he's doing everything possible, just because he wants to win a ticket. So he has never really had that, overwhelming support in the Southwest. It's just like Obasanjo. Obasanjo has never really been that figure in the Southwest. Yes, he's a don in Nigeria, but he's just been there. So the same thing with Tinubu. The only reason why Tinubu still kind of have some kind of stronghold is because he has deep pockets. That's all. So it's only his cronies, the Akbiros, that would always line up behind him because of his money. So Tinubu really, and with all of the wetting his agbada and shaking his hands, that didn't really help. Not when you have someone like Osibanjo on the sidelines. So
yeah.
So basically, that's it. So and then lastly, also the narrative that there's a tendency that APC could choose the northerner. For me, it doesn't really exist, because if they choose a northerner, that means that they will alienate all of the southern candidates there, the Amechi, Tinubu, and Osibanjo, and Tinubu will be a loose cannon, and you don't want a loose cannon, trying to support the agitation in the Southwest. And for the South, they're not really happy that they're funding the North with the wealth generated from the South, from the South. So really, I think that eventually they're going to choose a Southerner, and they're going to back him to win. That'll be all.
All right, brilliant. Good to hear from you, Machiavelli. So stay with us just for as long as you can. So that's Machiavelli giving us the tempo of what's going on in Nigeria as we speak now. So let's go on from Machiavelli to Grand. Yeah, so Grand, the talking points. So the party claps back, the empire strikes back, and I'm not talking tough, but really, should he have called a press conference? Should Tinubu have made that speech? And how will all of this come out in the wash? They put out the washings within the next 2 days, but are we saying now the death nail on the Tinubu narrative, Grand?
Yeah, it's been some battle right there. It's been crazy. Anyway, that's what politics is all about. Yeah. So for Isaiah Adamo, what he did, everything is out in the space anyway. So I don't think there's anything wrong with calling a press conference to say what to send a message, basically to everyone, both the people in the party and people out there, that you don't have to say anything, negative to the president and stuff like that, So I don't think there is anything because Tinubu did the same thing. He came out and he said that which anyways he wasn't supposed to say. He's been quiet. I'm actually surprised. I don't know if he took anything that very day or anything. I don't know though, but that's unlike him. So it's a little bit suspicious with what he said, because knowing Tinubu for a long time coming, he's way too old and too wise to say such things, so it's a little bit suspicious to me anyways. Maybe there's something he took or whatever, I'm not sure, but he wasn't supposed to say that. I'm not sure on a normal day, maybe if you ask him right now if he's going to say
he has tried to retract that statement
yes,
somewhat.
Adamu,
Yes,
Adamu said the same thing.
Yeah, but it was a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah. So Adamu was saying he wasn't apologizing. He was just basically beating around. So I don't know, but I think it's a serious matter. Very serious. Which automatically takes him out. From being getting the ticket. I'm sure Buhari would not. Buhari that we know would not give it to him for sure, 100%. So most likely he's gonna go to Osibajo. Yeah, I don't see him getting the ticket on it. No way.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, thank you, Grant. So let's go from Grant to DOJ as we sweep up all the panelists around that talking point. So DOJ now, is it a full power on Tinubu's part or a calculated move? And are the party right to have a press conference, or is this something that should have been handled internally? All of that, DOJ.
Thank you, woman.
Why is everybody so low energy today? I've not yet heard energy in anybody's
No,
voice.
yeah, well, I think it's a calculated move, and if you look where all those utterances, where he made all those statements and all those things, it was in Ogun State, which is where Oshibanjo is from, and Dakpo that he mentioned is the governor of Ogun State. So it's more like reminding all those people that would be delegates to say, you Dakpo, remember when they tell your poster, I was there for you. You people are letting me down. And knowing that Buhari is not in his support, he has to let them know. And things like that, for me in politics, it helps him with, at least it gives people still in support of him some courage, because politicians like action people. They like people who can confront situations. He has said what he has to say, even if he retracts a bit, it doesn't change anything. And that press conference is totally unnecessary. They should call him on board and tell him to come if they need to say things to him. And for me, I think Tinubu should have seen the sign, especially when Buhari made a statement saying Tinubu can't sit in Lagos and believe. I forgot what happened. Something happened a few months back now that Buhari said, oh, Tinubu can't just sit down in Lagos and think everything is okay. So he should have sensed a lot of things from that statement alone from Buhari. And I think if they leave it as it is and it's all about delegate voting, it's still 50-50 for Tinubu, kind of, even if Buhari doesn't want him.
Were you surprised to see his name amongst the 13? Because when they were
I'm not
saying,
surprised.
yes,
they are not mad.
Sorry,
they are not mad. Yeah, they are not mad. They can't take his name off because they need Tinubu in that party, honestly. And even the chairman of the party, you can see he's choosing his word, even if he has to say what he has to say, because probably Buhari, he definitely has spoken with Buhari, even if he's not in the country, about what Tinubu said. So you can see him choosing his words with what he has to say. He's not even trying to really offend Tinubu as well. Likewise, he wants to make people know that, okay, yeah, what he said we are not happy with it. So sometimes in politics, things like that work in positive. It gives his Tinubu supporters courage. And Tinubu purposely said that thing. You know, sometimes when you know your enemy, it's easy for you to say some things around them just to prove some things. He's just trying to prove because he knows definitely Osinbajo is from Ogun State. So why didn't he say all that when he went to other states? He purposely chose Dapo because you know Dapo probably want to cast his vote for Osinbajo. Then he put his leader, which is Buhari, on top to let them know that I did this for you. But remember, if he was timid, I think he would have called Dapo behind and said, after the program, and say, oh, Dapo, remember how we did, though, you know, I help you, you know. But he just know that even whatever he says, Dapo will still vote for Osinbajo. So he has to just make that point to them in that space there in Ogun State. That is how I say it.
Do you think he prepared that speech to make in on that rostrum, or do you think he was speaking off the cuff and from the heart, and that was how it came out? So do you think it was planned and calibrated, or do you think it was just maybe a rush of
I
blood
think
to the head?
I think it was planned. He was actually ready to say all that, knowing that he's going to Ogun State, where Dapo is the governor, and the state where Osinbajo is from, and knowing what is going on in the party at the moment, and obviously Dapo's support is not that guaranteed. So you just need to say that to all of them for there to know that you people all remember I did this. Even if you won't cast your vote, it might not matter. If you won't support me, he has other people supporting him. And I think even people from Southwest are the one really feeling Tinubu, because if you look at it, it's more like a betrayal, more from his own people than even from the North, because he has a lot of Northerners going about with him, you know. So, yeah, I think it was calculated. He actually planned to say all that there, just to give them a knock at the back of the head that you people, you forgot who got you to where you are today, Abi.
Are you wishing these things to be over? Because I'm somewhat fed up with saying, will he get it? Won't he get it? Who are they giving? Just give it to somebody and let us go to bed. Enough is enough now.
Enough is enough, but
you know,
it is what it is. And only time. It's almost time. Fingers crossed, very soon. They have a date. It's a fixed date. Ojomako, and definitely we will see the outcome. And obviously, it's just funny when people say Tinubu will go and join PDP. So what's the fate of APC in Lagos? He won't go and join PDP and sacrifice Lagos State, which he knows. I think that will even make him concentrate more on Lagos State if he doesn't get the ticket, and he will look for a way to counter or do things in a way to affect whoever gets the ticket if he's not happy with the person. So fingers crossed, like we've been saying. We see how they go about it.
All right. Interesting times in Nigerian politics. So before I go on to the next panelist, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which is to this conversation. It says APC will lose Lagos State. Don't know what this Jandor dude has to offer the 7th largest economy in Africa. Tinubu godfather figure is dead, even in Eko. So I think Jandor is actually for the PDP. So Jandor, I think he formally, because that's Lagos for Lagos, isn't it, Jandor? So I think he's now with the PDP, if I'm not mistaken. APC will lose Lagos State. Don't know what this Jandor dude has to offer the 7th largest economy in Africa. Tinubu godfather figure is dead in even in Eko. So we'll see how that plays out, because I'm not sure that I can. There's a real possibility. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. There's a real possibility of Tinubu actually losing everything, and this is what we're seeing. But let's go to Tony then and hear his opinion. So Tony, the talking points.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody, sir. So thank you very much, sir, woman, for bringing us here again tonight. So I think you know. You already know my direction, regarding this issue. That I'm very proud of this guy. That it should have even pushed more harder, not like what our brothers I've been saying here since, because it is time for us now to rally around anybody, because so long we know that the political system in Nigeria is not okay, it's not like in a normal situation. So we should play the game according to how they set it. We have to play the game with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's what Tinubu is doing, and very correct, because Tinubu single-handedly brought his government to power, and then that is also bringing me to a point now that it is high time that Tinubu should pick up more courage and tell us exactly who is occupying the state house. You know what I'm saying? So I want this party, both PDP, both APC, to fight themselves to the ground and let them destroy themselves. Because the system, is not okay for us. That it cannot produce, a good candidate at the end of the day. So, like the beginning of any journey starts, 1,000-mile journey start with one step, just one step. But so long the system has been so corrupted, and then openly displaying, of 40,000 per delegate, where while our roads are looking so crazy, it's not to write home about. So Tinubu should push more harder, and then let us, we are there. It seems like he's listening to us, some of us, like, especially me, that he should fight that power that they think that they are God. I don't mention no tribal, so that they think that they are born with double heads. So we have to
Tony.
so now we want to tell that we too we got 7 heads. You know what I'm saying? So let us rally around, all of you here. Retract all your earlier contributions by suggesting that this Bumi or the Adamu, those are foreign names. You know what I'm saying? All those are Bukadia. We don't need them. Let us hear Dolakbo, all those kind of names. Like with Simbajo, we can hear his name, but it's not capable. It's going to be, like what Nnamdi Kanu calls stooges. See, one of the stooges that he's going to be under the control of those people that think that they are born with 2 heads. Now we are born with 7 heads. We should support Tinubu, because there's no fair play in this game. So the way they set the game, let us play with them, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, all right, thank you, Tony. So those are Tony's words, unique and peculiar to him. So Rational Mind at the conversation, your contribution. Rational Mind.
Yeah, one man. Thank you, one man. I've just been in background here listening because I have something I'm doing actually.
Sorry, Rational Mind. It's been a while though,
Yeah, it's been a while.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good. Doing good.
Nice,
Just
nice.
been busy work and all of that. All right. So, one man. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I've been wanting to talk about this Tinubu ever since the clip came up about him talking the way he did. Ogun State. I've never had the opportunity for that. I think as we see things evolve, it's becoming clear that I think Tinubu is not going to. I don't think it's in a good book of this man, the president, Buhari. I don't think it's in his good book. As somebody rightly said here, when he went to commission, the railway in Lagos, and he made that statement that you can't be sitting here and expect things to be done for you, So that was where I knew that something is coming up. But then where I knew that something was really, really in the making was when his campaign manager, one of his campaign managers, that guy from Kano State. You see, one thing about the Northerners is this: they call them Megaskia. They speak true to themselves. We may not be when we are not in their clique, the elites.
That guy, that campaign manager, that's a unique and peculiar narrative, though. I'm not sure that is anything Tinubu related.
Hold on. Like what I'm trying to say is they do hear things among themselves. They say things to themselves.
No. I think that's somewhat of a red herring.
What he said was that he had to resign because of what he see going on in APC. That's what I remember he said.
Yes.
If he said something different from that, but he didn't really.
What did he do? What did he do after he resigned?
I think he joined some other party. He joined I think he joined Tambu. What's his name? This guy from Kano, Kwakwanso.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say
is a Kwakwanso man And Kwakwanso left. No, because you are trying to paint a false narrative. No, because you are trying to build on a falsehood. So you
what
can't
is the
build
falsehood?
on
Do you know to the contrary?
No, you are hinting that that guy left because he understood something in the offing that was anti-Tinubu, but he left because his principal left the party to form another party, and he was following his principle. Kwakwanso.
Hold on. Was
Kwakwanso left. No, Kwakwanso left the PDP to go and form a standalone party, and he was gathering his lieutenants to his party, and he went with his principal.
Hold on, one man. You're just confusing the whole thing. This guy we're talking about, he was an APC man,
right?
Okay, so if when Kwakwanso was in PDP, why didn't he go to PDP?
Well, he didn't have the. That
line of reasoning you're using doesn't.
Is this Shekarau you are trying to mention that? Because Shekarau.
No, there was this guy.
No. What I'm saying, the guy that moved, could it be in the same camp with Shekarau?
It could be.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yes.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Maybe it's in the same camp with Shekarau. And when Shekarau group decided to move out of
it could be too.
APC, you know. It won't have political base anymore.
He went with his principle. That was what happened. So I'm not quite sure.
I don't know if that is his principle. But I know
he said so. He said so.
He's a member of the APC in Kano.
Right.
And there's so many shenanigans going on in PDP. I mean APC. He saw that. Like I'm trying to say, these are what I gathered. I'm not saying for a certain that is what it is. That the Northerners they say things to themselves that we might not be privy to because they form part of that elite in their zone.
Don't speak with innuendo. Just speak in general terms because you speak in innuendo and you infer too often.
Let me land first.
Yeah.
He knew that there's something going on that Tinubu is not going to have that ticket. He knew.
What do you mean he knew? No, don't say. Well, please. Okay, rational mind. Let me invite you not to speak in innuendo. You don't know what he knows. You just.
What did he say? What did he say? He left. What was the reason?
They just described it to you. His principal went to form another party, and he went with his principal.
He went. Listen. He was a campaign manager for Tinubu.
Yes.
He organized those grand muftis, whatever they call themselves.
Right. Yes.
Who prayed for him in Kano.
Right.
And he has been also championing Tinubu's cause on many of the TV stations, talking about his boss.
Right. Yes.
So suddenly he left. Fine. We know maybe he belongs to the Shekarau's group or whatever it is, but he left. One of the things he said was,
what did Shekarau's group do?
One man, let me just don't speak
in. No, you are speaking in innuendos. Just carry on.
What innuendos am I speaking in?
Well, you are trying to infer what is not vested in anything substantial or substantive.
Well, are we all speaking here to what is really actually out there? Is it? Are we not just all?
No, we are speaking just on solid ground now. Speak on solid ground.
We call ourselves political analysts here. If that's what you refer to yourself as, I don't know what you call yourself, but that is what I refer myself to. I look at the politics, what is going on, and analyze it based on what I see. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but I'm saying to you that the northern elites, they know certain things that the southerners are not privy to sometimes. They know what is going on. So whether it is true or not, but that is just my own interpretation. That is what I'm trying to say here. That he knew something. He knew that Tinubu was not. You're going to treat.
He did not know that. You can't say he knew that now. He's a low functionary.
Hold on. Let's just go out of that space. Don't hold me down on that.
No, but don't say he knows when you don't know that he did know.
What was going on in Kano politics? You know what was going on in Kano politics? When what's his name?
Yeah, rational because of the Kano politics, the conflict between his camp, and that of Ganduje, that was what led to his the Shekarau group. That was what led to their, the campaign from APC to the other. Is not because of Tinubu's presidential.
Yeah, but Ajani Koko, what Rational Mind is trying to say is, I think what he's trying to say is that he might have envisaged that this is what is going to happen.
No,
in
it's
APC,
not because
and then he decided to leave.
don't let us
That's
paint
what
picture
rational
of
mind
what
is trying to say, anyways.
Yeah, but it's not at that level of functionality even to know anything.
Is Tinubu interest more important to him than that of Tinubu? Why would he left the party while Tinubu still remain in that party?
Well,
Why would he have? Why would he left the party? Why
But can
Tinubu
we
still remain?
just allow Rational Man to
If he's
just
so
land
much
his point, whatever he
championing
wants to say?
Tinubu
Yes,
interest.
Let Rational Man just say what he wants to say and move on.
All right, carry on, Rational Mind, but please, no innuendos. Yeah, carry on.
I mean, you do that here, one man. I mean, what are we talking about? You say, well, no innuendos. Okay, let me just go. So my point is this. We should all understand that even Tinubu himself has seen the handwriting on the wall. When in Lagos, he made a statement that you cannot call the youths lazy. So Tinubu himself knows what is going on. So let us now go to what happened in what's it called, in Abeokuta or whatever in Ogun State. Tinubu knew that the way this whole thing is going, he's not going to get it. In fact, for the fact that the president said they should allow him to choose his successor. I mean, that is something to tell him that, listen, this guy is not going to allow a free and fair or some kind of delegate voting, as should have been the case. But rather, he's going to impose somebody on them. And very likely it's not him, going by what he has been seeing, the handwriting on the wall and what is going on in that party. He has, Buhari has absolute control of that party right now, because Adamu that is there, it is his body. So what am I trying to say is this, that Tinubu has seen that. And what they're trying to do right now is to make him go through that primaries. But from what I'm looking at, what I'm saying, I don't think he's going to make any success with that primaries. They will skim him out. I mean, like they did to WIKE or whatever. So that's what I see there is going to happen. What is Tinubu right in what he said? I won't say it's right, but you can only see that this is a man who is really hungry, who is ready to fight dirty at this point, and they know that because I was even thinking maybe his name was not part of the list that was shortlisted, but then I think I found out that maybe he's one of them.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Do you think that was what triggered that outburst in Abeokuta? Because before we knew the names on the list, what we first heard was that they were going for a youthful list. And that seemed, from what was then coming off the back of that commentary, was that it set the Tinubu space in panic. So do you think that was what triggered this outburst in Abeokuta?
You see, so many events has happened, maybe before and prior to that. Prior to when he made that statement and after, or some few hours before he made that statement. We can't really put a finger to it. Maybe possibly it could be. Like on some time ago here on this platform, one man, when even Ajale Koko said it, that we also want to see the interview done on other people, but they release his own. They only release Tinubu's interview.
We saw Rotimi we saw Rochas Okorochas.
Yeah. And who again? What again did we see?
I'm not sure, but if they release Rochas, then maybe most of them were released. I don't know.
Okay, all right. I'm yet to see the other ones too, but I know of Rochas at least, but I didn't watch it. So, but I heard somebody said they released it. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: this guy, I think they are bent on destroying him. They are bent on destroying him, make him look like it's not fit for their office. And going by what John Oyegun himself said concerning when he said we want a youthful whatever. I think it's directing him to the side of Tinubu. So for me, what I just think Tinubu should just do is you know my stand up on Tinubu. Tinubu is a man who is all about himself. It's just about himself. No matter how we slice and dice this whole thing about this guy, at least we're seeing that playing out from the way he's been speaking. This is a man who is really vexed that what he wants is not being given to him. How he wants it to be given it's not how it's playing out. And it's looking like he's going to lose it at the end of the day. So for me, I think he's going to lose at the end of the day. But my permutation here is this. What I'm looking at is this, that none of the Southerners will be given this thing. That's what I see going forward. Because when Buhari had this meeting with the governors, what I expected the Southwest governors and the Southeast governors or other governors from the South to have said to him, like, okay, if you want to choose, now for us to be sure that you would not let this power go to the North, ask all the delegates from the North, all the people from the North, candidate from the North, ask them to drop, to step down. Now let it be only within the South. Then you cannot choose among us. That is what I expected them to have said to the president. If really, but he just said, allow me to choose. So this person, I'm not sure he's going to be Oshibajo. And I'll be very surprised, very surprised if Oshibajo happens to be the person.
Who else is in the field from the North that you think can carry a presidential ticket?
Well, no, none of them. I don't see any of them that is fit for any purpose among them. I mean, I can really defeat Atiku there. But the game I think they are playing is this: they want to hand Atiku that presidency. That's what I see going on. Because even Oshibajo too, Oshibajo is going to do a very good, a great job. Let me say a great job. He's going to do a lot of job to be able to, launder his image, make himself look clean, or maybe kind of exonerate himself, as the case may be, from the misgovernance of his principle. Because I don't know how he's going to present himself to the Nigerians that, okay, this is what we did well in insecurity. His classmate that is being held to ransom by those bandits or the terrorist bandits, he has not been able to do anything about it. What's he going to tell Nigerians that he's able to do? So I think it's a weak candidate.
They're going to try and sell him off the back of that cameo that he had when Buhari was in hospital, when everybody was saying, I think even you told us that the Naira bounced and the country was...
Yeah, he did well. That's about the only thing I just feel he can use in selling himself. I can, because some people say he's not. I see Oshibajo to be capable. People are just saying that he's not. He's too weak, like that. The former Shetima or whatever, former governor of Borno State, when
they called him a popcorn seller,
something like that. Just imagine because somebody call himself an excellency, an honorable person, referring to the vice president of a country like that. So anyway,
should they have disciplinary actions against him as well? Because that is even more pointed than what Tinubu said.
All the Tinubu people are just fighting dirty now. That's the only thing I think they have now, just to be able to make themselves relevant. Fight dirty. That's just it. Call names. Start using name calling just to discredit the other opponents before going forward and going into that primaries. But for me, like I said, I'll be very surprised if Oshibajo is that person. But then, like I said, the governor should have said, ask all the northern candidates to step down. Then you can choose among us. Then we'll abide by it. Maybe that will be the fair thing to say to him. But as long as they are there, I tell you, I think his preferred candidates from the north. I don't know which of them. Maybe it's Ahmad. This for Senate president. That's what I'm looking at. It could be him, because this is the same idiot who said that anything the president brings to his table, they will approve it, and he has been approving it. So let's just see how the whole thing plays out. So for me, what Tinubu did, I won't call it the faux pas, but then it was a necessary thing that he needs to do to make himself look like, I'm relevant.
Okay, so in the field from the north, the list of 13, so we have Ahmed Lawan, and then we have Yahaya Bello, and then we have the Jigawa State Governor, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar. So who strikes you as a possible counterweight to Atiku amongst those three?
Ahmad is Senate president. Ahmad is only Senate president. He's the only person I think that has more than Ahmad. Yeah, that's a good person.
Okay. I think Ayo wants to come in. Ayo.
Yeah, I just want to say something quickly. Yeah, Badu is no more in the race at all.
Yes, has he dropped out?
So he's not there. That tells you that this is working for the South. That's just the truth. Because about 9 or 10 other governors said, yes, those even from the North should leave this for the South. So Baduru is not the case. Lawan is not going to be there. That's the truth. Even there's pressure on the Abile right now to also withdraw from the race. So it's going to be the race between the South, they've said that, and it is likely to be between Tinubu himself and Oshibajo. And back to what National Mind was saying about Jubri and Munir. Jubri left APC not because of anything, because he had anything. No, he left there because of his rancor between Governor Kanduje of Kano.
Yes, that's what I was explaining to him.
Yeah, he was trying to come back to the rep, and he knows that Kanduje will not give him the slot. That is why he left there to join with Chekarau for the NNPP. So it has nothing to do with Tinubu at all. And also,
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. You said he knew that Gandhi is not going to give him what slot?
He wants to go back to the rep in Kano. That's it. And Gandhi controls the APC in Kano, being the governor, and he's not in line with that. That's why he left. So it has nothing to do with Tinubu at all.
Well, we had that too. That's part of it. But I'm just saying that's just my reading. I just want to say for a fact that is what it is out there. But going by what I've seen out there, I've heard him say, like you already said, that he left because of the rancor going on, the factions, factionalization of the party in the APC party in Kano, and with Shekarawa moving to join this guy in NNPP, whatever they call it. That could be, well, for me, I just see that he was working for Tinubu. He said it several times on many of those platforms that I'm working for my leader, Ashwaju Tinubu. He was being paid to work for him. So if he wanted to work, we want to remain the campaign manager of Tinubu's campaign in the North or whatever as he calls himself, then I don't know why he has to leave. I mean, if he has to leave, I mean, you're working. You know that if you're really sure that this guy is going to be the president, and you know that definitely being his campaign manager, he will find you a slot in his governance, in his government. Why do that? So for me, I just know that he knew something. He knew something, perhaps. I mean, coupled with the way Gandhi is treating them in Kano, that will maybe altogether too might also be one of the things that inform his decision to want to leave. But I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that for a certainty that is what is out there.
Okay. So you know that I monitor the news just as we speak. So now almost the entirety of the Nigerian media space they are now carrying this news. So let me bring you just some of the headlines that are coming through. So let me I'll share the screen for this one just so you can see. And this, by the way, I just picked a random paper, but this is what every single headline is saying. So this, contrary to what you've just asserted, rational mind. So you can see the headline. It says, breaking, finally Buhari backs Southern presidency endorses power shift. So finally, it looks as though, I'm not quite sure if there's a video clip that, if you can see that, but no, it doesn't appear. It says, the president, Muhammad Buhari, has finally endorsed a power shift to the South in 2023. He made this known at a dinner with All Progressive Congress presidential aspirants in Abuja. So that's just, you see details to come. So that just tells you that it's news as it's coming in now. But if I share another screen with you, so I'll show you then where I usually get the news from, then you can see that all of the headlines are just coming through to say that. So I'll just, let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. So this is where I usually get the news from. And if you look here, it gives you the news just on every 5-10 minutes. So it's just telling you APC ticket, Oshibando tops, and 22 others. It says Buhari endorses Southern presidential candidate. Buhari asks Lawan, Tinubu orders to agree on consensus for APC. Buhari urges APC presidential aspirants to agree to produce a consensus. If you look at another, I hope you are seeing the headlines as I'm pointing them out.
Yes, you can see. I can see.
Yes, and then if you come to this space, breaking. This is just news as they are coming in. Ben Ayade Akpabio stepped down for Tinubu. Buhari orders ruling party APC presidential aspirants to select consensus candidate amongst themselves. So he's now somewhat keeping that preferred candidates to himself because he's seen what the space looks like. For Buhari finally backs Southern presidency, endorses power shift. Buhari supports Southern presidency. So all the headlines: Buhari backs Southern candidate for president. Buhari to APC presidential aspirants, build consensus, come up with a formidable candidate. APC screening committee ranks Oshibanjo top. APC pushes Tinubu over utterances, etc. So the topmost breaking news now, the concession of that power now to the South. This will be off the back of a meeting held by Malam Buhari with the APC's power brokers. So our first reactions to that, let's take first reactions to that from Ajanle Koko. So now it looks as though the opposition, the ruling party, they are ceding that space to the south. This off the back of a meeting between Malam Buhari and the governors. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
Well, why must it take too long, for God's sake, for him to support power shift to the south? Why must it take too long? But anyway, he has given his note that, okay, the southerner should have it. But that report did not say that he's supporting anybody.
No, is what the headline is actually saying is saying it's ordered that they agree a consensus amongst themselves. So he has always hinted that he has a preferred candidate, but it looks as though the space is too talk. It says Buhari orders ruling presidential aspirants to select a consensus candidate amongst themselves. This is actually from your Parliament's news outlet, Ashore. It says Buhari orders ruling APC presidential aspirants to select consensus candidate amongst themselves before primary. President Mohamed Buhari has asked the ruling All Progressive Congress presidential aspirants to pick a consensus candidate amongst themselves ahead of the party's primary on June the 6th. Buhari stated this on Saturday evening in the meeting he had with the aspirants at Aso Rock, Abuja Villa. Correspondents earlier reported that 11 northern governors backed a southern aspirant for the ruling party. This led Jigawa Governor Badaru to withdraw from the presidential race, according to a statement from the governors on Saturday night. The governors who signed the statement include Bello Masari, Katsina, Nasir El-Rufai, Kaduna. So these are all people signing statements that the power should transit to the south. So the governors who signed the statement include Bello Masari, Katsina, Nasir El-Rufai, Kaduna, Atiku Bagadu, Kebbi, Simon Lalong Plateau, Abdullahi Ganduje Kano, Bello Matawale Zamfara, Yahaya Gombe, Babagana Zulum Borno, Sani Bello Niger, and Abdullahi Sule Nasarawa. The announcement comes as President Mohamed Buhari meets 13 aspirants cleared to contest the party's primary on June the 6th to June the 8th in Abuja. Correspondents had earlier reported that Buhari may announce his preferred candidate during a meeting with the presidential aspirants at 8:30 p.m. today at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. Buhari is calling for a dinner to meet with the APC aspirants, and there he might tell them his preferred aspirant, a top source had revealed. Buhari had met the APC governors on Tuesday ahead of the party's convention. During the meeting held at State House Abuja, Buhari had told the governors that decisions that will enable the party to retain power at the center should be taken. The meeting had come amid speculation that the president may anoint an aspirant before the convention. Apart from former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, the other aspirants are Senate President Ahmed Lawan and former Minister Rotimi Amechi, Ogbonnaya Onu, Godswill Akpabio, etc. So now the North steps back. So now who is in play? Ajanle Koko.
Okay, one man. If I can go by that report well, it looked like Buhari is putting it to them to go and sort it out among themselves to come out with a consensus candidate. He is not anointing anybody. He is not supporting anybody. That's the way the report sounds to me. And if that is what he actually did, I think he has done well. If you may recall, this is what I said on this platform, how consensus work. Consensus is not an, the leaders of the party doesn't impose their own interests on the interests of all. The way consensus work is The leaders will leave all the contestants with themselves to sort it out among themselves, to bring out a consensus candidate. And if they cannot agree, then they will go to primary contest. So if in response to that Buhari's position, if that is why Ayade and Akpabio stepped down for Buhari, for Tinubu, that is a good step in the right direction. Who are the rest, among the rest of them, who are going to step down for who? So if by tomorrow they cannot really conclude among themselves who is a consensus candidate, then the primary will hold on Monday. And if the primary hold on Monday under a free and fair process, no doubt Tinubu will carry the day. Tinubu will carry the day because it looked like.
What is democratic about consensus? Let me give an
No,
example.
no. Let's not open that space for the moment, but because that's what's in play. But let Ajahn Koko land that thought, and then I want to put a position to Charles.
Okay, so if by tomorrow, like I was saying, if by tomorrow all the contestants cannot agree on one candidate as the consensus candidate for the party, then the primary will hold on Monday. Those that are still in contest will now go and slug it out at the primary, and the delegate will now vote for whoever they believe is. They will vote. The delegate will vote for the popular aspirant among them, who will eventually be the nominee of the party. So I hope this report is right. If it is right, if Buhari have done it like that, by putting it to them, go and choose among yourself. I don't have a particular person I'm supporting. I think he has acted well as the father of the party. That is the way I have expected him to have done it all this while, instead of putting the whole party through this process of almost turning into rancor, almost how do I call it? Conflict and suspicious among each other. So I hope it's like that. And if that's what he said, as I said, I think I will commend him as a true leader and as a true respectable leader of the party who sees everybody as who sees everybody equal within the party. So let's wait and keep monitoring that space, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajahn Koko. So let me put a position to Charles. So now this breaking news, of course, the Buhari finally concedes power to the South. We've also seen a statement signed by all the northern governors to endorse that power should transit to the South. So this now narrows the field to now. So this is now the field now as it should look. Tinubu Oshibanjo, Rotimi Amechi, I think Godswill Akpabio has stepped down for Tinubu. That's just been reported by one outlet, though. So I'll wait for more outlets to report it before I bring it as a possible talking point. Obonaya Onu, Ibukunle Amosun, and then so that's the list. So I think we can. Are we saying, Charles, that essentially this is now a shootout between Oshibanjo, Tinubu, and Amechi? Is this what we're looking at, Charles?
Yes. Yeah. It's kudos to Buhari and the Northern APC. APC and also the northern group within the APC for ceding the presidency to the south, which is something PDP didn't do to Obi that made him leave. I think it's a right move for Buhari because indirectly he's first he has played his own part by keeping to his words that he should go to the south. However, he has indirectly removed his involvement in whatever decision the West takes, either Osibanjo or Tinubu. By doing so, even if Tinubu gets the primaries and eventually they go for the election and he loses, no one is going to blame Buhari as because he didn't force anyone, he didn't force any candidate to that route, and he won't take the blame. It will be a collective blame of the West for losing out of that position based on their poor choices. So regarding Amechi, I don't think Amechi is in for that running. I don't think the South, especially the Southwest, are not going to back him regarding that position. It's most likely going to just be between Tinubu and Osibanjo.
Who takes the lead now by your reckoning? Because I somewhat agree that it's a shootout now between Tinubu and Osibanjo. But Buhari somewhat withdraws his backing. So first, he has kept mute and he'll keep forever till his dying day who his preferred candidate is. This is what we can interpret from the latest development. So it now leaves an open shootout. So they don't want to take it to the primaries. They want to agree a consensus. So how do you see this panning out? Does this bring Tinubu back in play?
It does. It does. In some ways, it also gives him that it's an opportunity for a soft landing for him as well. It's more or less like because he's like indirectly blaming Buhari for being responsible for forcing Osibanjo, disrespecting him and taking him out of that limelight of the presidential slot. But now, what Buhari has done is indirectly like, you know what? Okay, let's do it your way. You can have the slots, but I'll leave it out to you and your Western colleagues or Western politicians to decide. So indirectly, he's more or less like giving Tinubu that respect that lets you and your people decide on who to be. It gives him a way. So I think it's going to be a tight one, to be honest, because if the North, without Buhari's support, Osibanjo is a bit it's not
exposed, isn't he?
He's exposed, yeah. He's not going to be, because if Tinubu, with his influence, if he can get that influence back, especially with the Southwest governors, and he might, without the northern backing and without Buhari's backing, Osibanjo might be left exposed. So he has a shot, but it depends on how he's able to swing the tide of the Western governors and Western politicians to his own side. I think it's in his court anyway. The ball is in his court right now.
All right, brilliant. So let me take it to Ayo. And Ayo, so with this latest news now, and it's so widely reported, we can take it somewhat until we get additional. In fact, there's an additional confirmation that we may well be able to bring you, because I think there's been a press release by Femi Adesina. It says Buhari asks Lawan, Tinubu, other aspirants to agree on consensus candidate for APC. So this is a statement that was signed off by Femi Adesina. So let me quickly bring it to you. President Buhari to APC presidential aspirants: consult, build consensus, and come up with a formidable candidate. President Mohamed Buhari Saturday night met with all the aspirants for president on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC at State House Abuja, urging them to hold consultations and come up with a formidable candidate before the party holds its primaries between June the 6th and 8th, 2022. The president said the meeting was a continuation of the ongoing consultative process aimed at ensuring a smooth and Actually, let me share the screen as well, just so if you guys want to read along. So let me share the screen, just really so that we are clear that this is what is going on. So this is from People's Gazette, this particular news outlet. So let me take it from the top again. So that's the headline. President Buhari to APC presidential aspirants: consult, build consensus, and come up with formidable candidates. President Mohammed Buhari Saturday night met with all the aspirants for president on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC at State House, Abuja, urging them to hold consultations and come up with a formidable candidate before the party holds its primary election between June the 6th and 8th, 2022. The president said the meeting was a continuation of the ongoing consultative process aimed at ensuring a smooth and strategic emergence of a standard bearer who will lead the APC to a resounding victory in the upcoming presidential polls. Looking at this assemblage of personalities and considering your rich pedigree of accomplishments in life, I have come to the conclusion that our party, the APC, is rich in human resources, and also that our nation is blessed with capable people that can successfully steer the shape of state into the future, President Buhari said. He added that with his first-hand knowledge of the demands of the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the expectation of the citizens, I must salute your courage and your selfless spirit in volunteering to serve in the highest office in the land. The president added, our party, the APC, has won 2 successive presidential elections in 2015. Our party, the APC, has won 2 successive presidential elections in 2015. First, when we were in the opposition, and in 2019, when I sought re-election. Both processes were achieved through unity of purpose, strategic alignment, consultation, fairness, determination, and effective leadership. In both instances, national and party interest were overriding factors in our deliberation and decision-making. The 2023 general election are fast approaching in a global, regional, and national environment that is constantly changing and challenging. This demands that our party should become more aware of the changing environment and be responsive to the yearnings of our citizens, reevaluate our strategy, and strengthen our internal mechanism so that we would sustain the electoral successes. I am pleased to note that the party, recognizing the significance of all these demands, has over time developed several democratically accepted processes and policies that promote consultation, internal cohesion, and leadership to facilitate victories at the polls. The president recalled the consultation he held with stakeholders that would help the electoral fortunes of our party, beginning with state governors. This is the second in a series, and I still look forward to meeting with party stakeholders. These steps are being taken to ensure that unity and cohesion of the party are sustained and to provide direction. Amongst other things, I reminded the APC governors of the need for the party to proceed to the 2023 presidential election with strength, unity of purpose, and to present a flag bearer who will give Nigerians a sense of hope and confidence whilst ensuring victory for our party. I extend a similar reminder to all of you distinguished aspirants, saying the APC will on Monday, June the 6th, 2022, commence its national convention, during which one candidate will be picked by delegates to fly the flag of the party for the 2023 presidential election. President Buhari said he was aware that there is anxiety amongst party members about the outcome of the process. Given these circumstances, I charge you to recognize the importance of stability and unity of the party, which cannot be overemphasized. Similarly, I wish to remind you that our choice of flag bearer must be formidable, appealing to the electorate across the board, and should command such ability to unify the country and capacity to address our critical challenges. Ahead of the convention, the party machinery has screened and found all aspirants eminently qualified. Recognizing this, the screening committee has, amongst others, recommended that consensus building through consultation be intensified. Without prejudice to your qualifications, I urge all of you to hold consultations amongst yourself and with the party with a view to building a consensus in a manner that would help the party to reduce the number of aspirants, bring up a formidable candidate, and scale down the anxiety of party members. The president assured that in the interest of the nation and the party, he will continue to provide effective leadership during the transition process and ongoing consultations until we successfully make the choice on the candidate that will fly the flag of our party for the presidential election and make the party stronger. I seek your support in all this important responsibility. Earlier, National Chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, had promised that all the stakeholders of the party will be reached in the consultation process. Responding on behalf of the aspirants, former governor of Old Abia State and immediate past Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Ogbonaya Onu, Governor Abubakar Badaru of Jigawa State and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo thanked President Buhari for his leadership and guidance, pledging that they would hold the consultations as cancelled for the unity and strength of our party, the APC. But crucially, I wanted to let you see who signed it off. So this is signed off by our Femi Adesina, Special Advisor to the President. So there it is right there, the 4th of June, 2022. So essentially, you go make up your minds. So there it is right there. So to you, Ayo.
All right, thank you, woman, and thank you for this opportunity once again. Yeah, please, let me go back quickly to what Tinubu said. I don't say anything wrong with what he said, except for some few words he used. Firstly, while he was referring to Ogun State Governor saying, Eleyi, it would have been better even if in Yoruba to say, Gomino yin to wale mi no. That would have given the respect there, but saying, Eleyi, the one. So that is just the thing there. Now, and the second thing, why he was referring to the president, Ahmed Buhari, saying, I didn't even take fura. You know, you should have said that. Well, he could say, I didn't collect any contracts. I was waiting, allowing things to go on, waiting for my time. Then saying, this, and also saying he was whipping why he didn't get the election. Those words are just three. But the fact still remains that sometimes when you're pushed to the wall, you have to say some things, which is the mere truth. It's something which is there in the public domain. It's not something hidden. The only thing is just the way he used those words there by referring to them. And if you watch what Senator Shetima was saying yesterday, I think it was yesterday on TVC Journalist Hangout, he said so many things that even Tinubu didn't say. How some northern oligarchs went to Tinubu not to support Buhari in 2014. How even some prominent people from the state casino went to meet him, Tinubu, and said, look, we know it's from our state, but we don't want him there. We want somebody else we want to support, which was probably article because of that money backs and things like that. But he stood on us and said, okay, and he was still the one that says, no, I will still be with this person. So if people are saying, Tinubu has said it, there are reasons why he said that. So it's not as if, he wasn't the only one who formed the APC truly. There were others, but his role, you cannot just rule him out because he played a formidable role in bringing APC during their first convention in Lagos and every other things. The machinery and everything that works for them, he was the brain behind it. So nobody should have said, why would he have said that? If it was anybody, he didn't say anything for 7 years. It was quiet, waiting and nothing love. So if he had said it now, it is the right time. It's just that he misused some words by referring to the governor of Ogun State as a lady thing, and also talking about Fura and things like that. So now back to what he just read to us. As I was saying, I think it is now clear that this is going to the south. Even the Senate president has nothing in this. Because if you are telling me you want to, you want to be the president of the country, you've not gone around. It's more than just going on the dailies and saying, "Oh, my delegates." You need to go around, go talk to them, lay your plans to them, beg them, let them know the reason. There's unity, there is this and that. But if you look at this, it was those that have done this well. Tinubu, the Vice President Yemi, they've gone around canvassing, talking to them. So by now, I'm not surprised if you said someone from Akpabio withdrawing from the race for Tinubu, because it is more glaring. Apart from being the national leader, he has gone around. He should have said, okay, let me just sit down and let some of my foot soldiers do the work. But he has been going around to the states, talking to them, pleading. So to sit and say, look, please, I can do this. I need your vote. I need this. Who knows, something else might be promising some things, which is normal for any of them to do. But at least we've seen him going around, touching around, and that is what the delegates want to see, not you just getting the form, buying 100 million for the form, and then you're relaxing and waiting and feeling that, oh, when it comes to this, the delegates will vote for you. No, you have to work for it. You have to work to end that thing, not just the. So now, as you said, it's a race between the South. Now, and it's likely to be a three-man horse between Tinubu himself, Oshibajo, and maybe Amechi or something. I can't really say. But the chances right now, it's between Tinubu and Oshibajo. But whoever is going to be, I can't say. I know there's going to be more meetings, but I think there was a meeting that was supposed to end for 8 p.m. at Chief Olusegun house in Oshoba. But we don't know the outcome of the meeting yet. But I know the meeting was all talking about consensus and how Southwest will come together as one bond, one unity. Because you cannot sell yourself outside. No matter what happens, you will still come back home and settle it. Be it is going to be Tinubu that will give way for Oshibajo, or if it's going to be Oshibajo that will give way for Tinubu. But one of them must be honorable to say, okay, yes, for the unity of the country. It's not even about Southwest alone, because that's the truth. Let's say the truth. It's not about the Southwest. It's about the unity of the country, because they have played their role. I know the Northern APC will not say you want to go to the West, to the North again. No. The president is doing his own, he will finish his 8 years. So you can't say because, there's nobody who has come out from Northeast and you want to zone it. No, it's in the South. It's now left for the South to decide where they are dragging it to, be it South, be it Southwest or Southeast. So, but I'm sure one of them, before Monday, there's going to be more meetings tomorrow. That is certain. By the Southwesterners, the elders will call them. They will talk to them. I think I read yesterday to Governor Fayemi saying he's not going to, he's still in the race, he will not back up, he will not withdraw from the race and things like that. But as time goes on, they will let him see the reasons why he needs to withdraw from the race and let this be between them. Well, I don't know how it's going to go well with them, but I'm sure it will be between Professor Yemi Oshibajo and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. One of them will be the one who will probably go by that consensus between the Southwest, and then probably maybe someone else might come for the Southeast, and then probably go to the convention and choose who will be the party's flag bearer for 2023.
All right, thank you, Ayo. So still staying with that space, the breaking news, let me come to Engineer. So Engineer, it matters evolving just as we're on air, just interacting. So now, Buhari now formally now says power to shift, at least in his party, to the south. And he also has not now named his anointed person. He's now asking the people remaining in the field to go and amongst themselves consult and come up with a consensus candidate. So he's left to them to make that decision and just absolve himself. He just brushed his hand off it. So now, who is in play? We have to say, if power is being ceded to the south, then there are only three names in play: Oshibanjo, Tinubu, and Rotimi Amechi. But then if you say that Rotimi Amechi is a distant third, then you want to say that this is a shootout between Oshibanjo and Tinubu. Is this now where the Yoruba elders, if they ever served any purpose, should come in now and serve a purpose? So to the Yorubas, the choice is yours, engineer.
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings, my brothers. Well, what we need to understand here, one man, the man called Buhari, I think he's very, very smart, and he is now passing the ball to the Southerners, and it's up to them now to go in between themselves, have that meeting, have that unity, and they should sit down and make sure they get the right candidate, because the way things are going on now, the man has already given them the opportunity for them to get the right person on board. But if they don't do it, well, we see what happened in PDP. The same thing, people are willing to see the Southern be on that seat. But unfortunately, there's no unity in between themselves, and there's no brotherly love there. And everything now down to Atiku, which he took it again. And it's quite, it's going to be a very, very good thing now for them to sit down and look at what happened in the PDP and for them to readjust. And also for Tinubu and Osinbajo, I must be honest to you, one man, they have to, you see, I've been saying this few months ago, if not more than 4 months ago. I said this, if I'm not mistaken. I said it's something that they are representing that culture, and it's up to them now to come to agreement. Either one person should go, or they will end up showing to the world that they are so much greedy. I think they're just gonna like disgrace themselves, and it's not gonna be good in the culture as well. And if possible, if there's something that the elders would definitely call these people and speak to them. I love that culture, because when it comes to reality, I truly believe in that culture, that they always have elders that will call people and sit them down and sort things amicable. But otherwise, the way things are going on now is down to the Southerner now. Buhari has already washed his hand, and he throw the ball and see what's gonna come out as a result. But they should be very careful before you end up bringing another Northerners to take over. That's what I see that's what's going on here now, right now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, engineer. So thank you, engineer. So let me come to Rational Mind with this breaking news still. So let's just recap to know where we stand. So what has happened is, and somebody, one of the followers of the platform, I think even Jafar, he has sent in what Rotimi Akeredolu has said. It's rather long-winded, but I'll just give you the last paragraph of it. He was essentially speaking to all the northern governors backing down, and especially pointing at Governor Badaru. So I'll give you the last paragraph. He says, "We congratulate our brother. Governor Abubakar Badaru for his exemplary conduct. Posterity will remember him for good. We thank the leaders let me take that again. We congratulate our brother. It's a tiny little sliver. That's what he sent in. We congratulate our brother Governor Abubakar Badaru for his exemplary conduct. Posterity will remember him for good. We thank the leadership of the Northern Governors Forum for the patriotic zest displayed at this crucial moment. We look forward to conducting a hitch-free convention, which will culminate in the election of a suitable candidate who will hoist the flag of the party with a sense of mission. Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SAN, Chairman, Southern Nigeria Governors Forum. So that's Akeredolu's thank you note to the Northerners. So now the fields open up, or does it? So is this an endorsement of a Tinubu candidature? Because this is how it reads. Everything that permutates for Shibanjo permutates to an endorsement from Buhari, or has it politicked enough to stand on its own 2 feet? Are we discounting Rotimi Amechi from the equation? What is the rest of the field? Is Ogbonnaya Ono still in play? So all of that are rational mind.
Yeah, woman. I won't discount, or how should I say? I won't say Rotimi Amechi is not part of what we should consider. I mean, I'm not saying we should not consider. I'm not saying I want to consider him, but I'm saying that since he's part of the southern politicians that brought this guy, and who also lives in South, is from South, he should also vie for that position. But I'm not saying it's my preferred candidate. I don't have any preferred candidate among any of them. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this, that I don't think we can just set Amechi aside. He also has, he's one of those big APC guy that you should watch out for on the day of the primary. I won't be surprised if he eventually becomes the candidate, because I know he has always pandered to this president, citing so many government, federal presence in his state and in his own local governments. So I won't be surprised if he's the preferred candidate. But what I'm trying to say here is this, that what Akeredolu said, I think that's what they should have said to him, which is already playing out, which I never even knew that this was even the latest news until you started reading it a while ago. That's what they should have told him. And if truly, because these people, there's one thing to hear them say these things, another thing, we hear another thing happening the next day. So if truly what he said is what he has decided to do, not to meddle himself in this whole thing going on, even though he said he has his own preferred candidate, he just wanted to play out itself, and then like Ajalikoko was saying, talking about the consensus. For me, consensus is not democratic. It's a form of imposition, because some cabals within the party will hijack the whole thing and say, "Oh, this is our preferred candidate." Why don't you let everybody slug it out? Let them all go to the floor and let them have their day. That way, we know if everything goes normal without even buying delegates, then we know that this is what the delegate has all. I mean, this is the voice of the delegates of the party. So for me, consensus is not something that I would consider a democratic thing. No matter how people spin it, that is no, I don't believe that. So for me, what is playing out right now, I think let's just see how it goes. For me, I just don't want to. I'm taking it with a pinch of salt.
You're taking what with a pinch of salt?
What Buhari said, that is allowing them to decide, to choose for themselves who among them should eventually emerge as the candidate. I don't believe that until I see his action. His true action.
You don't believe that he said it, or you don't believe that he means it?
I don't believe that he means it.
How can he not mean it when he said it to them?
Well, man, this is a president.
Are they going to present him a candidate and he'll say no?
Well, the thing is this is politics playing out here.
Yes,
he knows that. Hold on. You have somebody like Governor Fayose, this guy from Ekiti, who said, because I know he has disdain for this guy, for the VP. That's Kayode Fayemi.
Yes.
He has this disdain. He has this look that he has for Shibajo. He looks at him like they all do. I think most of the governors, they do, because they don't believe that how can he just a commissioner become a VP, and they see him as a shining star kind of among the in the administration, because the way he carries himself. So I can see he will never step down. If anybody should, the way this thing is playing out now, I can see an eventual emerging of even Tinubu, If
No,
they
it plays into Tinubu's hands is what
yeah.
it looks
So
like.
yeah, I see it might eventually emerge for Tinubu. Tinubu might eventually emerge as a candidate. As if there's no hanky-panky behind that. He meant it like he said it, that okay, you people come to the consensus. But then the consensus here, it will mean that if they say, okay, we are adopting Osibajo, how would Tinubu feel? How would that make
it doesn't matter because it would have been given a fair go.
Okay. So for me, like I said,
so that's I think that's the plan, that
plan,
that it is out of my hands. So anybody that you present, nobody can blame me because I have left it to you. I think that is what he's trying to do.
If that's what he's trying to do, he meant it that way, cool. But then what I'm trying to say here is this, that he knows that they will never agree. They will never
agree.
They
have to agree.
Fayemi said he's not going to step down. He said he's not going to step down. Tinubu says
no. That's just playing hardball, isn't it? What do you mean he would not step down?
Well, let's see how it plays out.
Fayemi is not a fool now. He knows what his chances are.
We shall see.
He knows he's not first pick.
That was why I said these politicians, I don't believe them until I see. I take everything with a pinch of salt. That's why I said. Until I see the true, what it eventually plays out before I can really say. But what I'm saying is this: if really what he said, he meant it that way, and he's not going to meddle, he's not going to get himself involved in anything. Just people will just come up with 3 names or whatever name they come up with. Because you can't tell me that if they come with a consensus, he's not still going to hold this primary. They're still going to hold this primary.
No, the primary will just be an endorsement now.
So
it will just be
kind of like just a public showing that okay, we eventually nominated this person as our, like what we saw play out in their convention for their chairmanship and the rest of those other offices. But what I'm not trying to say is this: that you see, APC is a party of illegalities that nothing I believe anymore about among them. I'm
forget all that. We have to go with what is in play. So
don't tell me to forget that.
The guy had a meeting with all of the aspirants, which Femi Adesina put out a public statement to confirm. He's invited them to settle on a person. What are you still reserved about?
Hold on. Some few days ago on your platform here, you said you quoted him verbatim or whatever, maybe it was exactly what he said, that allow me to choose.
Yeah, but politics is dynamic. It's dynamic now.
There you go. Thank you very much for what you just said now.
Right.
Politics is dynamic.
Yes.
So the dynamism that we're seeing is their stupid politics in APC cannot make me accept whatever I hear on a daily basis. Just here now, that he said, we people allow you people to choose. A few days ago, it was him who was saying that, let me choose for myself.
Yes, but we have to go with what obtains as the current situation.
I will analyze it based on what we're saying right now. But I'm saying for me, I will not take it. I will take it with a pinch of salt until I see what eventually plays out before I can know. Yes, this is
but rational mind. You see, you need to understand something here. You understand? At the end of the day, this man, he put everything, just like what one man said. It's down to them now to choose who they want to put there. You understand? The man, he has kind of like passed the message.
It's almost like he's washing his hands off it, isn't it?
That's it. My hands are clean. So it's up to you guys. That's what is playing there.
Engineer, a few days ago, we were all saying that he said, allow me to choose. Now, a few days
No, things are evolving. I don't think you can. Hold on. You don't seem to grasp it. He wants to. He says he wanted to. He says they should facilitate him the way he facilitated them to choose his successors, their successors. But they recoiled from that. That no, they are not going to allow it. So he then said to them, "Okay, you go and pick one person because the party is fast hemorrhaging, and they're trying."
When did he say this?
Say
this
what?
When you
is that not what you just read out?
Allow you to go and choose your successor. Go and come up with a consensus. When did he say this?
No, that was about 3-4 days ago when he had a meeting with the governors that allowed me to pick my successors. My successor, because I allowed you to pick your successor, and that is the internal mechanism of the party. So that was the first intro of that space. But the governors could not accept that, and more at the screening a lot of people were still holding on to their ambition. So it's just the party will hemorrhage if it tries to foist that person. So that was what subsisted at that space. So matters evolve now to this space that he's now saying, okay, if I don't get to pick, you go and pick a name and present it to me. And then he additionally, at that space, he had not ceded to the South, but in this instance, he has. So that's the dynamism that is in play.
You said dynamic. So if I say what I say, am I guilty or should I be placed on a prison? I mean, be more.
No. I think yes.
I'm a cynic.
It's not even cynic. It's not even.
Yeah, one man. I think I understand. I understand what rational mind and you are saying as well. You're saying, rational mind rather is saying anything could change, and which is the dynamics, right? And you're saying they would just, it's going to be the same thing, So, but again, it's politics. Anything could happen.
That's it. That's my point.
Yeah, that's what you're just saying. Yeah, basically.
It seems like one man is trying to force some views on me. I mean,
no. What do you mean? I'm not. I'm somewhat. We're having a conversation. And you always
come across sometimes.
You're always using words like force. You hold a position, I hold a position, and we're debating.
But when I hold my position, but the way you come across sometimes is like.
Yeah, because I'm trying to bring you into the reasoning. But you hold on to your reasoning. It's a conversation.
I understand your position, one man, but I'm saying that I still would take it with a pinch of salt, and I stand to be corrected. If it plays out like you're saying, fine and good. But for me, going by what I've seen evolve over time with that Buhari and his party and whatever, I would never ever take what I see exactly what it is until I see it play out that way. That's just my position on that one, man.
All right, great. All right, brilliant. Well pushed, but please don't take it as me trying to. Okay, I'm presenting a position. You are presenting a position, and we're debating it. At least that's how I see it. So if it comes across otherwise, then that's not the intention. But still within that space, let me take that space to Ajanle Koko and see what he's making of it. So Ajanle Koko, there's a line of thought that this is somewhat Tinubu back from the dead. Would you say this is Tinubu back from the dead? If Buhari, as has been reported, is saying that go and pick the candidate, just make sure it's a strong one. Do you think this is Tinubu back from the dead, Ajanle Koko?
Yes, I think Tinubu look in a better position than ever before with this position of the president. And the response to that is what we had in the report you heard earlier, that some people already stepped down for him because it is clear, it is very clear among them that Tinubu is the leading candidate. He has been able to garner more delegates to his side than every other candidate there. But what is this plan B that the president have for him if he does not really want to back him? We don't know. Because politicians can play some game in the face of the public that will look good, but behind the scene, they will go and play another game. So does the president have another game in the pipeline that he wants to use at the convention with his cabal? We don't know. But the way we have seen it now with the latest information, it looked like, yes, if Oshibajo does not step down for Tinubu, because Tinubu will never step down for Oshibajo. Oshibajo is the one that we will expect to step down for him because he does not have any structure within the party. The only person that can put structure behind him is Mr. President, because Mr. President have the CPC structure in the north. So if Mr. President want to put a structure behind him and tell him that, okay, don't step down for him, let's go to primary. Then at the primary, we can play some magic to defeat him at the primary. That's a different ballgame. But the way it is now, for what we have seen with the position of president, it look the latest development look good for Tinubu. So Tinubu is in good shape now.
And do you think this is where the Yoruba elders now have to come into play? Because we say Tinubu is in good shape, but the South they still have a good complement of candidates from the South in the APC. So is this where the Yoruba elders should now come into play? And as Buhari has tried to douse the tension in the APC, they doused the tension in Yoruba land and then just to make it an easy pick.
Yes, you know that they already had a plan to meet at Oshoba's house in Abuja. So I believe that the elders, Oshoba, Baba Bisi Akonde, and some others, Yoruba leaders within the party, will surely meet at Oshoba's house in Abuja, and they'll be able to, persuade whoever they believe should step down for the other to step down, and for them to position a consensus candidate for the primary, which I believe that that step will really help the chances of the Southwest in clicking and in clinching the ticket, and we position the Southwest as a well-coordinated region, a region that have leaders that can manage their political differences very well, and a region that is really serious in this contest. So they will meet and they will do everything, to persuade one to give in for the other. So they might even involve some traditional king, and in Yoruba land, if the king should tell you, Mofori Adebe, Isile, that's a very strong.
Woman, can I ask a question?
That carry a very strong weight. Okay.
Adele Koko. Now, in the event that they cannot come to a consensus, Tinubu will not step down for Oshibajo. Oshibajo will not step down for Tinubu. What do you think Buhari will now do? Because you were talking about you don't know his plan B. Of course, I know he must have a plan B. All this facade that is trying to this public dressing, I know that's just make us believe that, okay, I'm giving you guys to make your decision on what consensus you want to take. But then, if in the event that they don't step down for each other, what do you think their plan B is going to be at the end of the day?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that except if Oshibajo, if Buhari has a plan B, and they already discussed it with Oshibajo that never step down for him, we have a game plan. Let us end it up at the convention. We will defeat him at the convention. You understand? Yeah, that could be the plan B. And but if there is no plan B, one will surely step down for the other.
But if the plan B could also be that Amechi,
because Oshibajo does not have structure, he knows that he doesn't have any structure. The only person that can provide structure for him is Muhammadu Buhari. So
we know, but what I'm saying is Amechi.
Yeah.
Let us take.
Amechi doesn't have anything. Forget about Amechi. He doesn't have anything.
You know, the president is a super delegate in this. Their delegate in their delegate is a super
Oh,
delegate. He's only super delegate.
Okay. Amechi.
Just for the benefit of the audience, what role does a super delegate play in an election?
Well, I think he said, according to what he said he has is it constituency kind of? I mean, it's worth more than, is it 100 delegates or I don't know. It's the way they do it. They come about that permutation. But I can't be exact. Anybody on in the platform, I mean, on the chat that knows that. But I know they call him a super delegate. And
No, they don't. They don't have any. They just have only one.
So you mean like a joker in card game?
Every
Like
delegate,
a joker?
whether they it's
Like
just
a
one.
joker
It's
card?
one vote.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
It's just a
one.
status. It's just a
Okay,
status for if they have it out. I don't know if they have super delegate too, but the
But
vote
what I'm saying,
and the
I didn't even
delegate.
what I'm saying is this: in the event that Bola Tinubu and this guy could not come to a compromise,
Stalemate, eh? What is a stalemate?
would that not give him the right to say, okay, I want to pick somebody apart from both of you because he doesn't want to offend Tinubu, he doesn't want to offend Osibajo. Okay, Amechi. Don't you see that could also play out in this case? Thereby coming about this is preferred candidate because he knows that they will never come to a compromise. That's what I'm reading here. I still start to be corrected, but this is what I'm reading. He knows that the certain governors, they will never come to, I mean, certain candidate, nobody will step up for each other. Especially Tinubu and what's his name, Osibajo, and maybe a state governor. So let us see how it plays out. But for me, that's what I think.
Amechi is not in the race. No.
Why do you say that?
That's one. It's between Vice President Osibajo and Tinubu. As Adeleko said, it might be the president might be behind Osibajo. It's okay. Don't step down. Go to the conventional ground. There's nothing saying two of them cannot be there, and even Amechi, but they know that this is where we're going. But it is between those two, Tinubu or Vice President Osibajo.
Okay, but I don't know, man. It's just I see this as a revival somewhat for Tinubu because if Buhari had not done this, even if he had not come out to endorse a candidate, I think Tinubu would have been dead, but. Yeah, so interesting times. Babati joins us. So Babati, I'm sure you've been following, even as we were still permutating on the usual talking points, and then of course everything has pivoted now. About 3 significant things have happened within the last hour or so. The northern governors have come out and with all of them signing up within the APC, that is, to say that power should shift to the south. Buhari has come out in a meeting with the aspirants to say that power should shift to the south. So that narrows the field even further. But now, categorically, he's asking the aspirants to go and come up with a formidable candidate. So what are you making of all that, Babati?
So it boils down to in between Osibajo and Tinubu.
Are you discounting Amechi out of hand?
It's the APC. I'm being a realist now. That's not going to happen. Let's just be real now. So it's between Osibajo and Tinubu, and I heard that they called. There's a meeting between both of them, or there's a meeting in the Southwest coming up this weekend for them to decide in between those two. I mean, so I think they have to sit down and decide. And I know most people think Osibajo is more appealing to the north and to everybody else, but in terms of what we want to achieve as to have regional government and I think Tinubu is more in a position to do that. So they have to figure that out this weekend. I think it's between Osibajo and Tinubu. Amechi is not relevant in this scenario. Let's not waste time in this. So they have to figure out. But I think, oh man. Tinubu is not well liked. I know that. I know it's not well liked, but you just gotta give it to him, man. For the sake of the APC, For the sake
How many times have we written that guy off and he refuses to? It's like an ambiku. It's like an ambiku.
Yeah, he comes back. He comes back. He's a fighter. I read his story though.
They call people like a Teflon man. It's a Teflon man.
Yeah, but you know, if you read the story, it's always been something that people never really took serious. You know, his story came back from nothing, so he's always fought. So, but the Oshibajo angle is what I'm really interested in finding out. Like, what is the motivation for running? You know, was that a deal between him and Tinubu before he got the VP position? What changed his mindset? Who is supporting him? He needs to come out and let us know those kind of stories. But I think the elders of the Southwest will have to decide between those two. And what do you think they're going to pick? Let's say Oshibajo and Tinubu, if they had to do like the little mini vote in Yoruba land, the elders, I mean, who do you think they will pick? Oshibajo or Tinubu? So
I think they will instinctually want to pick Oshibajo, but I think just because they don't want the beating, they will just pick Tinubu.
Right. So, but you know, if Tinubu is not given this done, will the APC still hold? I doubt it. So, and you know, I like Oshibajo, but is he strong enough to beat Atiku? I don't see it. I just don't see it. The only person that can do that, even closely, will be Tinubu. So, for the sake of the party, if they care about the party being together after 2023, they will give it to Tinubu. But if they care about youth, I mean, the man is 65, for God's sake. Let me stop calling me youth.
Yes, it's only 5 years from Tinubu, and they keep saying you think it was so. It's just out of the nightclubs.
Yeah, it's an old guy too. So, but he has a youthful look and exuberance. So, but man, that's a tough call. That is a tough call. It's a very tough call. It's tough. It's tough.
It gets clearer and more confusing just by the minute.
Yeah,
you know.
Because you just said that Buhari is even hands off of it. He said Buhari.
Well, that's the indication, isn't it?
Right, because he will have said who he wants, his preferred candidate. But based on what we know, I would have thought that he would have said, okay, I want this other person. You know, this is who I want. Then go vote for him. So apparently, he's throwing it open to the South, and it's going to be Southwest. I don't see the South, you know, going for anything. So once again, it's going to be between Oshibajo and Tinubu. And my God, you remember I said that Oshibajo should give him a soft landing. Let's just forget that. Forget that.
I don't blame you because we are all revising our positions.
Yeah,
by the minute.
I'm like, forget the soft landing. This is gonna be a rough landing, man.
but Manos Tony, Oga woman, Manos me, remember?
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough landing for either person but I think the VP will still recover better if he lost than Tinubu, because nobody was really taking him that serious in terms of that political sagacity compared to Tinubu in the first place. But Tinubu will not be able to handle that loss. That defeat will be too. I don't think his ego is too. I mean, the way he was sounding in the other day, his ego is too. I mean, now he said that he helped who again? He helped
everybody. At least everybody.
Everybody owes him something. So and those people they've yet
do
to.
Do you think that statement, that outburst, do you think it played a part in what has evolved today?
I think a lot, because I think I spoke to my younger brother. He lives in Kano. He's a doctor in Kano. I had a conference call with like a lot of people from Nigeria today, like 3-4 hours. We were just chopping it off, and it reminded me that I should focus on the power brokers of Nigeria, that they are the ones that actually decide who runs for what, who moves around, that we should look at the power brokers. So I asked, who do you think the power brokers are? And a few names came up. The Obasanjos, the former military guys, the class of 66 came up, the class of 96 came up. And you guys remember that when Saraki was running for office, if you remember, who was this Igbo billionaire that actually got him in? Remember when Saraki was running for Senate president? It was one of these power brokers. Otto, what's his name? That billionaire. Otto.
Zeribe.
Yeah, those guys are the power brokers of Nigeria. So you have the class of 66. You have the business cabals. They decide who runs for anything. So I think the issue is that those guys don't trust Tinubu. It cannot be controlled compared to like an Osibaju or a Fayemi or an Amechi. So I think he has to play. He has to make a deal. Tinubu has to make a deal, and I think he's going to make a deal with them. Like, guys, I know I'm powerful. I control Lagos, but I can make some concessions if I get there. That would be his best bet. He has to make a deal because he's also a power broker too, right? He's a power broker too in the Nigerian political space. So he has to make a deal with the class of 66, the Obasanjos, the IBBs. He has to make a deal with them. That would be his best bet. But it's looking good for him. I won't count him out, even though I did before. But he still has a chance. He has a chance. And, man, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough one. But, oh, man, it's tough. It's tough.
But what does it speak of the Nigerian political landscape if you have Atiku on one ticket and Tinubu on another? What's all this youth narrative that we keep on hearing?
Well, man, I think in a way it's good. For a long term, it's good. Because the youth can, if they have any brain, they can actually put somebody up and that person will obviously lose. But at least they have a taste. I think we cannot have this thing overnight. We need somebody to come up first, win some few states first, taste those small victories first, then build from there. This waiting for one man to come overnight and just win overnight will not happen. So I think it's good in a way where we can see these old people battling it, but we need somebody youthful, somebody in his 30s and his 40s that will come in, shake up the space. He might lose, but it gives us like a starting point. Like, man, we have a chance. If you have somebody come in and win a few states, like maybe he wins Ebonyi and he wins Ondo State or something like that. So you can build on that. But it's good in a way. But if we have a vibrant youth that we can channel our energy towards, not Peter Obi, I'm sorry, but a youthful person in his 40s that we can support. But it's good in a way that we get to see this, but also shows the political reality of Nigeria that we are not ready yet. The people are so far from being ready. They are so far from being ready. We've complained about these parties for years, and yet people are still gonna line behind them. So it's a political reality, which in my own opinion is good. That way we know what we're dealing with, and we need to find somebody or a group of people that we can believe in and we can support. Get them in first, get their feet wet. I was hoping that somebody would do that in the last election. Get his feet wet first, then come back this year and just knock it out of the park. But he failed to do that. So we need a very youthful person to come in and just help the situation out.
Will the political space see this development as an abandonment of Oshibanjo and somewhat Amechi as well? Will politics read this as an abandonment of Oshibanjo and Amechi?
Remember when we were talking about the first week of Oshibanjo when he had that boost and he kind of fizzled out the 2 weeks after? Nobody would care about him after this is done. People just forget about it. Trust me. Once if Tinubu wins, nobody will remember Oshibanjo. It will be like an ambody kind of person, just wandering around the place and nobody cares. Amechi may be in a way, but I don't see Oshibanjo losing anything. And he won't mind stepping aside in the first place. So I don't see him as being a problem to anybody or people who are feeling bad for him in any way, shape, or form. Maybe the so-called intellectuals, they might be the one feeling bad, but the regular individual on the street wouldn't care that much.
And how will a Tinubu ticket play with the Peter Obi narrative? Is it who gets? Oh, okay. Now we know that shall we conclude that it's a shootout between Tinubu and Oshibanjo? Shall we conclude that?
Right. That
or even just for the purposes of conversation, let's say it's a shootout between Tinubu and Oshibanjo.
Right.
So how would either candidate calibrate with the political space? So how would an Oshibanjo ticket? How would it calibrate? How would it be digested by the PDP? and more so Peter Obi. So if Osibanjo gets that ticket, will Atiku Abubakar be quaking in his boots or ordering a bottle of champagne if Osibanjo gets the ticket?
If Osibanjo gets the ticket, I think Atiku will be smiling his way to Aso Rock, because I still don't believe Peter Obi will come back to the PDP, because if he comes back, it will be a baggage if APC plays their politics right, because they just call him out and make him look bad and stupid for even making that person in the first place. But if they pick Osibanjo right now, with the way APC is right now, I think Atiku will have to pick somebody like an Ngozi to counter that intellectual space, those the so-called elite, smart individuals. He has to pick somebody that can, counter that. And it also depends on who the VP picks as well from the north. That has to counter. But the problem that the person that the VP has to pick for his VP will be a very powerful individual from the north. It cannot just be a regular governor or anybody. It has to be a powerful individual that can also counter Atiku. So Atiku has to find an intellectual to back him up. The VP has to find a very strong political figure in the north to back him up too. And this is where I think that for the first time in Nigeria's history, the debate will actually count this time around. Those TV debates will count this time around if they go that way.
And how would the Peter Obi movement digest an Osibanjo ticket? Is that a death knell for them, or they don't care?
It's already been over, but for the sake of argument, that is assuming that he goes and becomes the VP of Atiku, right? You're saying that would be what you?
No. If his movement as it stands with the Labour's narrative, because we are working on the basis that he controls this youthful demography, which everybody tells us he controls. So if that is the case, then how would an Osibanjo ticket factor into their thinking?
Nigerians love winners. Nigerians at the end of the day are realists. They're not going to vote for Peter Obi in the Labour Party. I'm sure he's won the battle on Twitter and online radio, talk radio, but it does not have. It has to spend money. This is not about looting funds. Just the way the program is framed in Nigeria, you have to spend money to even have that spread. Labour does not have that spread. So it's not going to do that much to affect. It might take away some votes, but not enough to affect anything significant, in my opinion. It's not going to do that much. Even what if Atiku picks somebody from the southeast? Then what would be the excuse of Peter Obi supporters then? So I don't think he's going to have enough votes to make any significant roles into affecting the election on a bigger scale. So to me, it's not relevant in this equation.
And conversely, how would Atiku digest a Tinubu ticket?
They've known each other for a long time. So I think they're going to play dirty. I think it's also going to be tough for Atiku because he cannot play that religious card. Tinubu is a Muslim. So he can't play that religious card. The tribal card will be very difficult because Tinubu is going to have to pick from the north. So it counters that. And like I said before, for the first time in Nigeria's history, those political debates will count. It will matter because at this point, people want to hear about policy. And when it comes to policy, Tinubu will destroy the guy on national TV. That would be so easy.
Sorry, debate will not count.
No. I'm saying if you have those equal heavyweights,
you know why? I don't mean to tell you. You see, Nigeria is not yet right for that. Simply because most of those core voters that are dedicated, they start illiterate. They don't even have light when you're saying debate. They don't. So what they want is, they tell us go and vote for APC, the broom. Go and vote for PDP, the umbrella Agbeju. That's what they want to hear.
So is that
if you want a debate? It will not sell. That's why you cannot win an election in Nigeria over social media.
So no, who's speaking?
It will not go down. That is the truth.
So no, who's speaking? Sorry, who's speaking? I'm sorry.
Is Ayo?
Okay, go. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so those that will do it, you see, that's why it's easy. You see, don't worry. Let's see. By next year, when it comes to election, in Lagos and those states, you will see the youths that are shouting at Obi. They will be playing football on the street. That's the truth. That's
Let
what
me
they'll be doing.
let me
But
reply you. Let
those,
me reply you. Let me reply you.
I'm telling you, yeah, I'm just so. But those women, the market women, those are in the nook and crannies, they will be there, come rain, come sunshine, waiting to vote. So if you go debate, it won't win anything. So yeah, go on.
No, this is my reply. Atiku has a so-called 11 million people, right? Tinubu has his own minions too. I'm discussing about people in the middle now. Those first-time voters.
The 11 million for Atiku is not solely for Atiku. No.
Yeah, I know, but
between himself and Obi. So that
okay. 11
million is not going to be 11 million again. No,
but stay with me. Yeah, stay with me. I'm saying that they already have their numbers on both sides. I'm referring to the middle, the people in the middle now, because you have a new, like a huge number of new voters coming in right now. And based on the numbers I'm looking at, they are mostly young, educated, middle class voters. They are the new those people. They watch TV, they study policy. So between those, forget the fringes right now, not the extremes. Focus on the people in the middle because they will make the difference in these elections. Trust me. And they focus on policies and growth. They focus on those kind of things. And those people, those kind of debates we count. I know it's Nigeria. We dismiss it. That's not very valuable. But for the first time in Nigeria, you see those kind of debates we count for those new voters. Those first-time voters, we really want to listen to Atiku and Tinubu on stage.
Baba,
Trust me. Yes, sir.
All right. You talk about Tinubu has the best manifesto for what he has in plan for Nigerians. My question to you is this: can he even articulate that in a debate?
Okay, that's a very good question. Let me reply.
You're talking about debates now. You're talking about the youth.
Yeah, let me reply.
Can you talk about these things in the debate?
No, not that. I think you can. I think you can do that. I've watched him speak. Forget the recent gaps, because remember, in a debate you are prepped. Rational man, you are prepped for a debate. So if he has something to say, he will be prepped for those debates. So in terms of having that, but the reason I think we should go look at him is it's not because he's a very smart individual necessarily. He has one gift that we have to give to him as Tinubu. He may not be the best person for something, but he knows how to find the best individual to put in the best position. He can spot talent. You see my point? He can spot talent to put in positions to do things, to get things done.
Yeah, but I think that's it. Same thing goes to Atiku as well.
But compared to Tinubu, come on. Compared to Tinubu, come on. This is
no,
policy.
I don't think there is any. Atiku does the same thing.
But no. In public service. Not
you might want to argue that, but Atiku does the same thing.
It's not arguable. It's a fact. You just look at the people.
They are giving the attribution for Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to Atiku that he headhunted her.
But compare the numbers. Compare who Tinubu has put in public office compared to. But maybe in business, I'm arguing. But once again, to Mind's question, we are talking about debates. You are prepped for debates. So you're prepared to answer. There's no gaps. You are well prepared for debate. So I think it will flood Atiku in the debate. So and let me repeat, those first-time voters, look at the numbers. If you have time, go look at the new voters. They are youthful, young, middle-class people that are going to be the first-time voters, and they will be watching those debates. Trust me, for the first time in that country's history, those debates will count.
Do you think the debate will take place, or do you think Tinubu will do the Buhari strategy?
But for the sake of Nigeria, we should be having 3 to 4 debates in a sane society. We should be having those debates. People should listen to, because there will if we had this kind of policies about debates, we won't have a Buhari. You see my point? We won't have a Buhari in office. We need to make that a mandatory, a very important part of our democracy. You must have a debate in Nigeria.
We won't only have not only Buhari, even Tinubu will not have him there. The current Tinubu that we have right now.
But this is what I
don't think Tinubu can debate. He cannot.
You can't prep a Buhari.
We'll see. We shall see.
You can prep a Tinubu. You can't prep a Buhari for a debate. Buhari just not. You can prep him more. They can't cope. Tinubu, you can.
But I thought the debate is going to be like Atiku, Tinubu, and then what's his name, Obi.
Peter Obi, yes.
It won't be on stage.
It can't be a one-on-one now because that would be too partisan. The media have to give.
Don't they have like a cutoff number? You must have some kind of regulation that for you to have enough. They must have some kind of cutoff to you for you to make it on stage. You can't have a show warrior on stage, for instance, right?
Because he's just.
You see what I'm saying? You can't be free for all. Everybody welcome. So I still maintain you are prepped for a debate, guys. You are prepped because I was privy to the John McCain debate in the
but if they bring 3 of them on stage, who do you think is gonna take the stage?
Peter Obi for sure.
No, if Peter Obi comes, of course, that will give him a boost. That will help
him a big boost, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so that's my point. Those debates is going to be very important this time around.
We know they prep people, debaters.
Right.
Right? So that's not a new thing.
Right.
But what I'm trying to tell you is this. The Tinubu that I know right now, that I'm seeing right now, I doubt if he can debate Atiku.
Well, to the contrary, I think he can.
We shall see. Let's just all keep our fingers crossed.
Okay, but I think But
I think we need to insist that there should be a debate.
Yeah, but also not that as well. I think that the VP debates will also count as well.
Because that's true.
Because people are looking beyond. They've seen the power and influence of the VP in the Nigerian thing, so they want to hear from the VP too. Because if you have people in their 70s or in their 80s running, you will care about the VP if anything happens to the president. So you want to hear from in case something happens to these old guys, how would you handle the economy? So people, I'm telling you, you might be. I know it's never happened in Nigeria that we care about the VP thing before, but I'm telling you guys, people are going to pay attention to it. It's going to be online and viral, and people will pay attention.
But you don't forget me. Say you want to. You're asking the question. You haven't reached me yet, sir.
Yeah. So to you, Tony.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So I think that is, it's like like this our like is really taking this our message far and wide, like wildfire, because just under 1 hour ago we were debating this where I praised the guy and then I urged him to push further.
No. Sorry, Tony. Let's go to the.
To the point now. To the point. Not this one that they are talking. I'm talking about the round robin question you asked now regarding the recent development, the breaking news that these people have retracted their that they see it as suicidal. So they want to avoid suicide, suicidal, that the president or this guy there, this group of Kaba have not agreed to zone into the south. That's what I'm talking about, sir. That it's like they had us, you know what I'm saying? That or me, especially, and some other few people probably, and then that that it's gonna be like a political suicide for them if they don't do that. So they have done it now. It's okay. This group of this people you refer to as Kaba, led by Mr. Gabari and Aisha Buhari, you know what I'm saying? So that decision they took, that the Northerners should withdraw, and then let us have our way, slug it out amongst ourselves, and then also, also yesterday we were talking about people were saying that the South will not support Tinubu. I'll be, recently, a Tinubu supporter. That I say whether good or bad guy, that he ought to be out there to slug it out for us, So and then you see that Ayade stepping down, and Akpabio, you said Akpabio also,
That's yet to be confirmed. Only one publication has carried that so far. And you know what usually happens within an hour or so, until it's widespread news, but it's just from one source so far.
Yeah, very encouraging speculation, though.
Yeah, Tony,
know what I'm saying?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, are you Magui?
You just said something like either good or bad you're going to support. What does that mean?
No, that a woman doesn't want us to be going to that way so that we don't go tribal. You know,
No,
yesterday.
you can speak, but just don't attack people on the basis.
Okay.
You don't need me to tell you that.
Okay, sir. So you know, like yesterday, if you look at the comment section, I was so brutalized yesterday that you know for bringing out Tinubu or say that. So to the question that you just asked me now, Tinubu is the only guy that can set up a state police that can one way or the other he must look for a way by fire by force to decentralize the system in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So. And there is the only guy that can, like yesterday, as I pointed out, I said that Osibajo, this guy, Peter Obi, and then, this purported, speculation about Jonathan, those will be like, as I said yesterday, that Nnamdi Kanu pointed out as the stooges, as the slaves that will not be men of their own, of themselves. So we said that only Tinubu, that is the only guy now that can be able to keep this country together if they want us to be together. So they have got the vibe now. They got the vibe. Now they got the vibe. It's good for them. On the long run, it's very good for them if they want us to stay together, as one nation. So that's it.
Woman, doesn't that also put PDP in a very precarious situation? Because if the APC plays the fairness card and says, guys, we've ruled for 8 years, it should go down south, and PDP is already picked from the north, doesn't that put them in a bind?
I think it does. I think they've somewhat sideswiped them because there's a lot of clamor for power to transit in there. We saw so many, we covered it on this platform, endless meetings, and all these southern governors standing line astride to communicate after communicate that they want the power back. And there were PDP governors even in that space that stood along that assertion, but PDP ignored all that to bring back Atiku again. Do you know how old Atiku is officially? I'm saying 77.
Wow.
77.
Oh no, it will be 76. I remember, but it's
76. We'll say let's check this. You'll be celebrating his 80th birthday in Aso Rock if he becomes president.
That's crazy.
When is enough?
So that forces him to pick from the south. He has to pick from the southeast. Then he has no choice.
No, hold on, my friend, my brother. You got ask a question. I allowed one man to come in, and then I'm coming back now. So, do you know Kazim Afegboa from Edo State? He said that the best, the guy now is like it's a very powerful guy, like Fulani. He says that as he was an Atiku supporter. So long Akuti, that Atiku now decided to run. He has disowned Atiku and said that it is better that none of the Southerners should even come to present themselves as the vice president. That the Northerners should just have it. That you know what I'm saying? That's recent today. I would recorded the voice something from the video. So it's not that easy for us. So we don't have to be. We need to wake up. We need to wake up for these people. Because this Northerners think that we are saying. What the hell? Why should they be factored in anything at all?
No, but they are Nigerians too, so why would they not be factored in?
I know that, but they cannot have a federal capital territory and the central bank and all the army installation, which will make them to be feeling, superior to the others.
The federal capital territory is in the middle belt.
I know, but it is not in, you see how this the Northerners are telling our Southerners.
Just to be clear, it's not in the north, though. It's as far as the Nigerian geography is concerned. The federal capital, and that is essentially the purpose for it to be in the center of the country.
Yes.
And
then where we're not, where we have not, we have never have I'm using German. Why have we not have a certain, administrator apart from Akinjide, who was just a vice? Federal capital territory minister. Why is no Southerner has ever been, has occupied that place? Tell me, sir.
From something else. That's a ministerial.
Don't say different now. That's how I play the game. We know that we have some friends here. Jaffa is there as our brother. So we don't have to be politically correct all the time. Why is it that ever since the inception of federal territory, and there is no Southern that has been the federal capital minister.
Nobody cares about that. That's a
We don't care about everything. Nobody cares about it. That's why our roads are not looking for war.
All right. So that is why our road is, and that is why the port is, and that is why
just let that go. That's not a relevant topic to even.
I've even forgotten the question I wanted to put to you, Babati. But Babati, so thank you for that, Tony. So, but Babati, the Atiku Abubakar's birthday is the 25th of November, and he's 75 now. So by the 25th of November, which is in a few months' time, he'll be 76. So if he does become the president, starting to celebrate both his 88th and his 84th birthday in Aso Rock. And he's doing breakdancing now too.
Aren't we tired of sending people to London hospitals again? Because that would be, maybe not the first time in office, but definitely in his second term. By the time he's 80, 81, 82 years old, he's going to be going to the UK, and it's going to be.
No matter how good your genetics are, you cannot fight time.
Yeah, and the job itself is stressful. It kind of ages you far quicker. So
look at Obama now. He came in a fresh voice.
Yeah, he just came out. So why would you even want to vote? So he has that against him. He's from the north when everybody knows he should be from the south. Is in a band to who's going to pay for VP, and APC is a very tough opponent. So he's in a very.
By the way, anybody can join in this conversation. It's not exclusive to Babati. So if you want to,
you can. I'm not trying
to. Because I'm not hearing other voices. So don't feel as though it's restricted to Babati.
Right.
I will carry on Babati. Yeah.
They can chime in, but I'm saying that PDP is not looking good right now. Even though I think that if APC present like a Osinbajo, you might have a chance. But based on what you just told me right now about the governors from the north saying that they wanted to come down south, then I think that makes it tougher for Atiku to win. But that is if they get Tinubu, because I think he can work that magic somehow and navigate that space. And if he does, PDP will be buried. But I'm not going to.
Do you think that's going to be the mantra for APC? That power should shift, because that will be their campaign slogan, isn't
right?
It? They will for equity and balance, for fair play and whatnot, power to shift to the south. But that would be
but they also have a problem too. Tinubu also has a little problem. It's Muslim. Is Nigeria going to allow a Muslim ticket to Fedham as well? So
do you really think people are fixated? I'm not convinced that people are fixated.
One man, they are. Trust me, they are.
Well, yeah, I don't. People are still. You won't pick a Muslim ticket. It won't. No. Nigeria.
One man. That's a big ish, very big ish, man.
So
huge.
He would likely pick a Christian from the north. That's the truth. That would never happen. Muslim, never. It will be a Christian.
That would be a failure straight away, man. There is no how you win an election.
If you do Muslim, it's over. It's gone. There's nothing you want to say.
Ayo, do you think that the people from the north, they will allow somebody that is Christian to represent them in the system? Would they be comfortable
at this stage, they would.
Okay.
At least if we have Christians in the corner, so maybe not so that no, it could be Nasarawa State. From there, it could be, there are a lot of them. Dogara is there and others like there who are Christians too, who are strong Muslims in that domain too. So it will surely come to that. But a Muslim, I know they know that most of the Northerners are Muslims, but we still have minority Christians. And based on what is going on right now about this blasphemy and the rest and things like that, so coming up bringing a Muslim ticket is dead on arrival. That's the truth. It will never sell anywhere.
One man. Have you guys seen a video of SAR reporters about another person that was being burnt in Abuja today?
Yeah, I read too about the vigilante guy that was killed, stoned, and burned. And that happened by the same vigilante groups. I think they said they caught some people, and those people were begging him of Allah. And he said, "Why are you begging like that? Why would you say no?" And he said some things, and those some members, the other vigilante groups, and they did that, stoned him to death and burned him.
That should be a hate crime. That should be an
It is,
crime.
yes.
But why? I mean, if you burn anybody based on religion, that should be life imprisonment or something severe. I don't know.
Hello, Baba T. One man, everybody. I wanted to chime in on Baba T's analysis over the last, 25 minutes ago.
Oh, all right, let's hear from you.
Okay, so the last time that I was here, I said that once the APC picks their candidate, if they pick a northerner, then we know what that means. It looks like they're going in the right direction. If they picked a northerner, then it would have meant actually like a serious issue. But Baba T, we are in a totally different climate. Everybody's waiting for these parties to pick their candidates, and then we're gonna be looking at it. The polity is unsettled. The dynamics, like somebody said earlier, it's kind of fluid and dynamic. That's sure, but it's nothing like what we used to have before. If the PDP has picked a geriatric candidate, and if APC picks another old guy over there, Tinubu, then the third force, there are a few things that would trigger that third force. It's not about Obi. So, we need a third force if they want to keep us the way we've been. The country is in a total mess. All right? People are starving. There's no food. So, Showore talks about revolution. You have the kids who fought at the bridge the other day. At some point, it's all going to come together. So I'm not one of those people that say, you know what, you're not a Nigeria, don't use the American standard. Those people who are anti-education, they're always gonna talk nonsense. We're all from Nigeria. It doesn't matter if you are Queen Elizabeth in England, but you went through the Nigerian system and you care about Nigeria. You're not gonna go lowest common denominator and say, we're not gonna talk about it that way because we're in England or we're in America. We're Nigerians and we care about that country. We love our people back home. So we're going to have to bring what we know about politics once everything's settled down. So to wait, debates matter. All right? Somebody's not prepared. You say that if somebody's prepared for a debate, they're not going to goof. Even the best debater, if you go cramming something and you're prepared to, your opponent will have to poke holes in what you say. That's the time the opponent has to ask you a question in a debate. You can't be prepared for that. You don't know what he's going to ask you. That's if you even remember the ones you're prepared for. So that's nonsense. They have to have what it takes. Now, the third force is what I'm looking at myself. That's what I don't care how they bring it together. The third force is going to make a difference this time. So don't look at. Just picking APC candidate.
What makes this time different from any other time? Because what subsists now were also obtained in previous times. Nigerians were suffering and hemorrhaging in 2019. Nigerians were suffering and hemorrhaging in 2015. Nigerians have always been suffering and hemorrhaging, and they've always been looking for change. So what changes now to change, to have that change?
It's a fantastic question, and the answer is everything. Obviously, everything has changed.
Like what?
Number one, life. And life in Nigeria is cheap now.
When was it not? When was it not?
But not as bad. We're talking about, you can't even go from Kaduna to, I don't know, Lagos or whatever. You can.
Was that not why they chased Goodluck Jonathan out of office? Because of insecurity, because life was cheap?
Right, but it was nothing like this, and those people came in with the hope that they're gonna do better, but everybody's lost. They are lost. It's like just clinching APC candidature. Tinubu is having to sweat it out. That his lost is gone. He can't believe it. The world has changed for him.
Yeah. Let me sit on
the world would have changed for him only if he doesn't get the ticket. If he gets it, then nothing changes.
I know, but he's sweating it. He's not.
Well, so what? You know what he's
easy.
after now? He's after the keys to the 25th largest economy in the world.
I know, but
it's not going to be a cakewalk.
That's true. But remember, this is where he he can have control right here at the delegate level, just like Atiku. After this delegate level, there's gonna come to the people. All right. Once we get to the people, which is what we are trying to have some of these people stay there until it gets to the people. Those delegates really have no more control about what happens. It's now making sure that the votes count, because that's where the problem is. To me, where the problem is in that vote counting, making sure that the vote is defended, because Nigerians are ready to solve this problem once and for all, because it's at the bottom.
Pastor, do you know why I don't agree with you? Because there's one very key indicator for if that was true. If that were true, you will see a spike in the number of PVCs being applied for from the youth. You will see a huge spike in that.
We've seen that, though. We've seen that,
but not to those numbers, not to the point where they will defeat those two parties. It's high, but it's not high enough. You should be seeing 25 to 30 million new voters in Nigeria. That would just say we're tired of the APC, we're tired of the PVC. New voters should be coming up right now. You should be sensing that right now, but I don't see that right now.
Right. That's a metric. That is a metric that that makes a lot of sense.
I'm watching.
However,
that. I'm watching that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that kind of what do you call it? They're taking their time, but I'm telling you,
spike. When this guy was running for office, Barack Obama was running, there was this huge on brand new 18-year-old from nowhere, just in millions, brand new. So everybody knew something was coming up. So I need to see that in Nigeria for me to believe what you say.
Okay, but like I said last time when I was here, I said we're not going to have a northern president. I'm going to tell you right now, not only are we not going to have a northern president, we're not going to have like a Tinubu or any of these old hacks that's been ruining this country. Okay, for the fact that he admitted that he brought Buhari almost single-handedly to office.
What do you mean? It was it a secret?
It was kind of. A lot of people, including
nobody knew he brought Buhari in.
Amechi. That's another thing. The southern minorities. The one thing Amechi is going to find out, which I think WIKE has already found out, is that once they're carved out from the mother tribe, Igbos, okay, they are nothing. They're going to be played with. They're going to be toyed with. No, seriously. There it is, because you watch it. He's not being considered in what you're talking about. You know why? Because he's carved out. Same thing with WIKE, right? You get carved out, and you could make all, like WIKE is a noisemaker. He makes all the noise in the world. Okay, you cannot do anything if they go after him. Where's his army to fight?
Okay, so deal with I agree with you, but deal with the current political reality. I know that's a different debate for another day, the carving out, but deal with the current political reality of who they are now. Do they have a chance?
Who did you say?
You said Amechi, right? So right. It was carved out from the Igbo space, which they would disagree with, but it's a different issue for another day.
Right.
But I'm saying that based on what we have right now, what are the odds? What are the chances they have?
They don't have any chance. They are in the APC, all right? And the APC, it's a project that they made a deal some time ago, but they're trying to now. I have new respect for Tinubu. I really don't know him very well, but I like his fighting spirit. That's the way to do it. He has that fighting spirit. They want to fuck him, and he doesn't want it. He's saying, "Hey, look, it's my turn." Right? He made a deal. You're gonna stick with the deal.
Right.
True. That's what we want. A southerner who has that kind of spirit to make the country better.
But you know the power brokers, like I was saying earlier, which has the military of 66, has the business class also. They don't want him because of what you just said. He's a very powerful person that can stand on his own without being, he can make his own mind. So they don't want that kind of person in office that they cannot control. You see my point?
I see your point, but let me say, here's why we have to remember what he did when our youths were doing NSAS and they were getting shot at, okay? He said nothing. They were killing people. Hold on.
He did.
When they were killing people in Eganga, or whatever the name is over there, and he came out and he said, "Where are the cows?"
Yeah, right? when they killed the daughter of
right. I mean, at some point, I have to be shown that this guy is actually going to be protecting the interest of anybody. I haven't seen that. He has been quiet for 7 years as this administration, starting from killing of Shiites in southern Kaduna. How could even any human being watch what happened there, said nothing?
That's the
Anybody who watched that episode and said nothing is not qualified to be a Nigerian president.
Okay, I agree with you because it also, let me ask that, it also bothers me too. That if you notice, if they have any fire in the market in the north, it's always there to give them 50 million.
Exactly.
But
sorry, Land, yeah, go on.
When they have any market burning in the north, it's always there to give them 50 million. But if they have anything in the southwest, it's always quiet. Like, say something, give us something, that's because I think it's kind of time to appear as a one Nigerian. But I'm like, you can actually be very critical, very, very opinionated about the government without, leaving your own people behind. So that one, I give you that one. But I think it was just more a political move, which was wrong in my eyes.
What obliges Tinubu to speak up about the killings of the Shiites? What is his business in that?
It's what I was
in Kaduna.
Yesterday, I said the Ubuntu is what we're gonna need in the next president of Nigeria. You cannot say you are one Nigerian and you care about the country and you watch Nigerian soldiers massacre our fellow citizens, right? In that quantity.
How does it serve Tinubu's, how does it serve Tinubu's interest to be critical of the government of the day when it's his own party, when he brought them into being?
Right. If they're driving and they get a ticket, sure, you don't have to be critical of your party if it's an infraction, even a misdemeanor. But a felonious act of massacring over 300 people, according to government records. Now, others say over 1,000. The victim.
So Tinubu should have come out to criticize them.
Exactly.
Really?
He should have. He should have
Did
done
Peter
that.
Obi come out to criticize them?
He should also be looked at on that. Now, Peter Obi has to answer some questions. I'm not one of those that believe he doesn't have to answer. Yeah, he goes, he recites what he did. Okay. But
did Peter Obi come out to criticize the killing of Fashona's daughter?
He's supposed to be asked about that.
Okay. And the Gogon incidents that you are referencing.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying
has he come out to be critical of anything that the Buhari administration has done?
He has to be asked. I don't think that he has answered all the questions, but in the case of Tinubu, the things that we're talking about is that he says he's the leader of the APC. The leader. I don't know what he means by that because you have the chairman of the APC. But in his case, he's not the leader.
How does Peter Obi present as a third force if he has not held the feet of the current administration to the coal, and very easily done with this sort of basket case regime we have?
Exactly. He needs to answer some questions, but it's not about him. It's about us. We want that country taken back this time. We have to take it back. It doesn't matter as far as somebody hasn't done anything wrong. In his case, we don't know what he's done fully. We know certain things he's done very well. And everybody, we have
to ask. Has Peter Obi come out to criticize what happened to that prelate in that had to pay 100 million naira for his life? Did he come out to speak on that?
No, because when he spoke about the young lady that was I forgot what state that was.
Sokoto.
Okay. When his criticism of that covers him on those type of things.
No.
What I'm saying, his criticism, the way he framed it.
Look at that.
The way he framed it.
No, guy, come on. I was with you on the wheel.
I'm with you. You're not with me. I'm with you. You don't understand that this is our country and we have to take it back. This is not going to be one of those. Ajale, please.
No, don't pick back. Leave him alone.
Come back to your candidates.
No, just focus on the question.
Woman, I've got some question for this guy because you say we can chime in, but I want to ask permission.
Yeah, but we have to be consistent with the conversation. Yes, that's the only rule.
Very correct, sir, with the conversation. First of all, my friend, not my brother now because you already said that we are useless because I'm the only South voice here tonight. You can't just come. Hold on. I'm the number one promoter of Nnamdi Kanu's Nnamdi Kanu's ideas on this platform, even though I'll be, blasted many times and then insulted by the comment, you see by the, in the comment section or whatever. I still stand my ground that guy, I even one day I said that that they should just release him and let him come and lead us.
Tony, what's your question now?
No, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to the question now. So you can't just say that the South people were useless. Why are the Yorubas not pressing on having the people back from the South? People like that, like all the whole South states, we have got something in common with the Yorubas more than with the Igbos, because our names are, you can hear, and Yoruba man will be saying Tokubo, then you hear Dokubo. Like Asarina, you are claiming to be an Igbo man. First of all, then you have Adenuga, then you have Adesua. Hold on. Then you have almost a day.
Where
Then
we
you have
going, man? Where we going?
Amonjola. So I'm just saying. But in the case of Igbo, you can see that those Igbo that are bearing Igbo names in our place are people who migrated from the eastern quarters, to our place. That's why they are having.
Tony, Tony, you did promise me that it was consistent.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's what
Pansat was talking about was the possibility of a Tinubu. It was permitting Tinubu and what he brings or does not to the table.
Okay.
So that was the conversation.
Okay. I go there now. Then I go there now. The other one was just by the wayside. I'm sorry for that, Pastor. You are my friend.
Tony, man, please help me out now.
Okay. So Tinubu might be a bad guy or whatever, but the situation we find ourselves right now in this country, it is always Tinubu that can deliver us from this evil that is coming to swallow us all up. So let us forget about Peter Obi, who is making like this. Yeah, or Osibajo or Jonathan, this boy. Yeah, I bring Indian contractors. I go to people. They say they go to China. But Tinubu is coming with with the heaviest team, heavy duty team that is coming to regulate all the system for us without consulting those power that be. Pardon.
Let me handle it.
So do you want me to take you from your space back to where you were?
I like to handle. I'll take just a couple of minutes to handle what he's saying, because
it's going to open up a portal that we might not be able to come back from.
I'll try to cap it off where he's not going to disagree. Tony, you powerful voice. What I was saying is that if you take a look at the governors in, for example, in River State or Bayelsa, those are all South, okay? And a lot of them, if you just look at the last 3 or 4, they will be like a WIKE kind of name, all right? But if you are aligned the way in the olden days, where you are aligned with an area, Yoruba, you can be aligned with them. But if they're not going to even consider you, okay, just like Amechi is over there right now. He's a very powerful guy in this administration. Before he resigned, he's probably Buhari's favorite, but he's not going to get it. It's just the way it is. Now, if you look at, like, I came here on mine, let me just make this fast. You had a whole Chief Justice of Nigeria, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Onagin. Falana wrote a piece saying that he should be removed from office because he was accused of some kind of fraud, and they didn't go through the Senate. Where
pronounce his name well first. It's Onoren.
All right. No. Please, I want to get back to the conversation. Okay. I don't want to go to this.
I was going to reel it off.
No. Please.
Okay,
let's just get back to. Sure. It's just going to take us some dark alley. I don't want to go down a dark alley this late into the session. So sorry, Babati, take it up from there, Babati.
But the Pastor was making excellent points, but we have to. I think also Pastor, it's also the failure of the media as well. They've not been very vibrant to put those questions through to those politicians. They should be grilling them right now, like in a Senate climate they will have been doing that. So I think it's a failure of the media, but also Peter Obi also has to come out too. Like compared to Tinubu already has the exposure in terms of that round is well rounded, but I think Obi has to do more media. We need to see. It's not that you get visible enough for me.
No, but it's
Mhm.
not time for it. What it is
No,
that
what do you mean it's not time? You don't have
no,
that much time.
no. What I'm saying is that the process has to play itself out. It's like the Labour has pretty much chosen who's going to be their candidate.
Yeah.
OB, and then PDP chose theirs. Everybody was waiting for what APC does here because it's extraordinary that they North decided to pull out those 11 governors.
Sorry, do you know why I said that? I'm sorry to cut it short. Do you know why?
Right.
Labour is a smaller fish. So you cannot pace yourself based on what PDP and APC are doing.
No. You misunderstood you misunderstood what I'm saying. Just it's like this. Let's say in the United States, the night that Republicans are going to have their debate, their primary, well, the Democrats have to relax, go fishing, and give them a chance to do their convention. Okay, it's just the same thing. These northern governors, these 11 governors, pardon.
Labour is not Democrat or Republican. So that's my point.
No, but you're not. You still have to understand what I'm saying. The polity is going to charge up. We are going to have to be that structure. It's not just Labour Party the way you know as before. This Labour Party is nothing but a vehicle for the aggrieved, for those who feel that they were betrayed, for the youth. So it's going to charge up, but it has to be methodical. What are you responding to? You have to. 11 governors from the north pulled out today. Nobody knew they were going to do that 2 days ago.
Right.
So when the candidate emerges, right now there's still an unknown, which is between Tinubu, Amechi, and Osinbajo. What is the deal? So in the next 48 hours, we're gonna know that. Once all that comes into play, then what you're talking about comes into play. Obviously,
okay. The reason I asked you, the reason I asked you was because you said the third force might not even be the Labour Party. You remember you said that the third force might not even be Labour.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
That's the reason why I said Labour has to start moving quicker than everybody else because they have a lot to cover.
Right. But
so what is the third force?
A third force.
No, not what is a third force. What is the third force in terms of Nigerian politics? Because it seems to be this phantom, unquantified, unidentifiable concept. So there's no substance that I can see, and because that third force narrative is trying to wrap around the Labour Party Peter Obi movement, but it's not sufficient enough of an entity to be any force at all. So what is the third force?
I am telling you, I'm willing to bet what's about to hit these two political parties, they've never seen it before.
No, what is the third
force?
The
third force is bringing together a coalition of the willing, trying to take back this country.
What does that mean?
It's a coalition of all sorts of Nigerians, patriotic Nigerians. Some of them are young.
What does that mean?
Under what umbrella?
Right now, it looks like the third force is under the Labour Peter Obi phenomenon.
You can say it now. Say if that's what you think, say it now.
You know what? It's so funny. Somebody like me, okay, Peter Obi is not my kind of candidate.
Of course he is.
No, it's not. For me, I would have rather the country divide. Okay, that's what I want. I don't. If they don't want to be together, I want it over with. I want it divided. Everybody go their separate ways. But Peter Obi is not my kind of candidate. However, it looks like we're saying, let's give one more shot. Let's try it again. If you go thinking Peter Obi is an Igbo guy, you're just kidding yourself because there's nothing he talks.
It's from Oyalafi.
No, he is from Oyalafi. He is from every nook and cranny of this country.
He's every man. He's every man.
He is. Yes,
because
you said everybody.
You said a third force. One man then asked you to be specific about it, and you said that it might not even be Labour. So I'm trying to look at the fourth force. Like, who is the other?
What is your understanding of that concept, Babati? So sorry, have a go. And this wasn't me having a pop at you, Pansat, but we've been hearing that narrative of just to clear it up, we've been hearing that narrative of third force. But if you want to boil it down to something that you can identify and isolate, we know what PDP is, we know what APC is, we know what AAC is.
Right.
But we're still hearing this third force 9 months from the election. It only takes a moment and all that. But what is this thought force? What is your understanding of this? Is it just a concept, Babati?
You know why, Pastor? The reason that we're questioning you is that because if the reason why Peter Obi went to Labour was because of corruption and stuff like that, you cannot then say that people that they were not happy in PDP or APC would then join him over there, because that would go against his own so-called principles, right? His so-called values. So there's no way they're going to let them into that political party. So I'm trying to define what the coalition is. What would bring them together? I know you said to solve Nigeria's problem. I get all that, but there has to be something that would bring them together. Like you say, like okay, we're not happy in APC. PDP did me wrong, so I'm going to form a new party, or more like a labor union coming together with the workers and the youth, like you said. So define what the third force means. Like what would that coalition be like? What I'm trying to understand.
You know, that's what's the guy's name that's been coming? He was here yesterday. Tara something. Woman, do you remember the guy's name? He said he's from Middle Belt. It's not from Igbo. I think his
No,
name
he said it's from Edo. Is it
Edo, exactly.
What's his name over there?
What's his name?
Right.
Okay.
Bala.
Yeah. Right. He makes the case more eloquently than I can. Okay.
No, go ahead.
But I could take let me take a bite out of it.
Go ahead, man.
Look, we have a country that is supposed to be like London. Supposed to be a beautiful country with all the resources we have.
Mm-hmm.
Our people are starving. A lot of people are getting killed. Okay, we have a problem in that country, and it's not supposed to be that way. It's about there's a lot of people who's had it. They don't want this nonsense to continue. All right, you can't protest. You deny your human rights. So we see a flicker of hope. We see that, okay, people at Labour has created a room for Obi to come on that side. Even the gentleman that's given him that space can equally lead this country and lead it very well. This guy's been all over. He went and studied over 50 countries.
Oh, Mr. Tree Platinum, that guy.
Who's that? What did you say?
Utomi. Yeah.
Utomi. Pat Utomi is a very brilliant guy.
I don't think so.
No, because we're very hard on our own. Our people don't mean anything. Somebody like Peter, Osibanjo can rule this country and do very, very well.
Okay.
There's so many of our people who, because we're competing with, like the Phantom actually comes in.
So sorry, hold on, gentlemen. Yeah. Sorry, engineer, do you want me to take your closing moments now so I can let you go? I can see you're ready for bed.
Yes, woman, thank you. Yeah, my closing remark is our president, he rolled a ball in APC, and it's up to the South now to get to discuss things in between themselves and figure out who is going to be championing APC. And if you can see, the ball is still in your platform, and you can see that we're talking, and a little bit of disagreement is taking place right now. But hopefully, something we need to realize is we just want that country to be fixed. Nigeria needs to be fixed. So let's just endeavor to keep that positivity, and we should stop, please, we should stop biasing. Let's keep feelings aside. Let's keep that emotion aside. Let's find solution how that country will be fixed. Because if the country is fixed, it's going to benefit everyone. You understand? So it's just something that we all need to sit down and discuss it properly. And let's just focus, please and please. We shouldn't just be putting feelings and emotion into things. If we start doing this, because it's something that's going to help the country and it's going to help any other people as well. And something, again, we need to realize this platform is going faster. It's going faster. It's just we that are here, we contribute. Let's just give that positivity to the people out there, because there are thousands of people they want to come to this platform, but due to lack of electricity and lack of internet, they find it hard. So please and please, let's just do our best. Let's find solution. Whether it's Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba, we just need a good candidate that will come and fix that country. Let's just keep the positivity, please and please. And God will help us all. And have a happy good weekend to you all. And God bless you guys.
Same to you,
All right.
man.
All
God bless
right.
you too, brother. God
Brilliant.
bless you.
Thank you, engineer. So let me let you go, engineer, so I can bring. I want to bring Sonny Uta in.
Can I add to what Pansat said before he takes over again?
Yeah, carry on.
The reason why, I mean, you're in America, right, Pansat, right? You're in America. So I'm sure you share my values of capitalist, Republican ideas, like for businesses to run the society as opposed to the government.
Yes.
If you look at the Labour manifesto run by your so-called Patotomi, he's a socialist guy. I don't believe in socialism. I don't believe in any form of it. So I don't even know why Peter Obi would align himself with a socialist. I've listened to Peter Obi; he's a capitalist. So if you look at the Labour manifesto, it's socialism all over. Nigeria needs a capitalist.
So it's not even ideologically aligned to the party that is championing.
It's not aligned with them.
No, but the thing is this: we don't even have time for those kind of nitpicking. All right, in America,
nitpicking. You are not ideologically aligned to the party.
America is not like a pure capitalist system. We do have
it is not.
No, we have social security here. We have it's a hybrid actually.
No.
The time is passé when you use socialism, communism to scare people away. Now, there's nothing. If you look at the manifesto of the Communist Manifesto of what's his name, the most ardent of
Bernie Sanders.
The true German communist.
Karl Marx.
Right. Karl's manifesto, and look at the way he described capitalism. Okay, it's the most glowing terms that you can see anybody. If you read the manifesto, he describes a capitalist in its true form. So now to come and say that Pat Utoma, who I've listened to many times, is some kind of boogeyman that we cannot deal with. This is somebody who's articulating the things that Nigeria needs to do to solve its problems. We're not going to be.
Really?
No. Take a look at his
planting trees for 1 million youth.
We ridiculed him here just the other day.
No, but there's no need to ridicule him because he is a very brilliant person. And
well, not in his pronouncement. Not in his pronouncement.
Come on. And listen to me, man. You cannot have, because I actually went through that thing. If I have to, I could put it up again. You cannot have government-run manufacturing plants in 2022. That is just ridiculous. You can't have all that.
I know, but Baba T, look at your country. Okay, you can't go and picking. We need whatever. Hold on. If we have a Nigeria run something, fine, run it. In the ideal world, it's better that
individuals
entrepreneurs
run it. Exactly
efficiency. But we don't even have that kind of choice right now. We have to have factories, whether it's by government or by anybody. Let's have some things manifest on the ground. We can't go being ideological when we have nothing.
All right, gentlemen, let's bring Nsibidi into the conversation. So Nsibidi, you joined us and you've remained curiously quiet, unlike you. You've been following the conversation. So what then are your thoughts, Nsibidi?
Yes, I'm trying to be very gentle because I don't know the time that. Okay, so but I think so far what I've been hearing before Tony directed us to another side, but at least we're back on track. But I've also just been on the background. There's a brother I've been having a very interesting conversation with there.
Don't worry, he's joined you on the screen. He's joined you on the screen.
Okay. So for Tinubu, to be honest with you, I don't have anything against Tinubu running. In fact, I feel like if we can only know, if we can be clear of his tendencies and some of the things he can do, I think even the Igbos that feel like feel kind of aggrieved with him because of the past or whatever, I think people can support him for the greater good. But the problem is that the man has not shown a lot of people that people that is capable of championing the cause of the entire South, or even let's say entire nation, for the sake of the presidency that is going for, but especially defending the interests of the entire South. And some of the statements he has made recently is kind of putting him. I don't think it was a wise decision, because when someone start talking about I made, you shouldn't even at this point, because of what we have seen in this administration and the way people feel aggrieved with so many things that has happened in this administration. I don't think it's wise for him to just come out and start claiming that he made Buhari president. He should even be trying
But
to
events
remove
have
himself.
since superseded that statement. That statement seems to have served its purpose.
Okay, yeah, but also he shouldn't. And also, he made another comment. It's good for people to be, proud of their tribe and all that, but you don't want to make yourself look like an ethnic
What drum beat have
champion.
we been hearing? What drum beat have we been hearing for the past 6 months? Whose turn have we been hearing the drum beat for the last 6 months?
Yeah, but no one is looking at it that direction, because
Nobody is
it's
looking
not
at it.
like
All we ever heard was is the
because
Igbo's turn, is the Igbo's turn, and
of course
nobody objects to that. So why are you objecting to him saying it is his own tribe's turn?
no, he's
That
not saying it is
suddenly
tribe's turn.
is not a nationalistic.
Unfortunately, he's not even saying it's his tribe's turn. I think if nobody would have felt that
He
much,
said
but
it's his
because
tribe's turn and he wants to arrowhead it.
he
His
didn't say that.
ambition
All right.
is that not what did he say?
What
by the
he
way,
said, just a minute. What he
yeah.
said was that what he told Buhari, that he should not neglect the Yoruba interest or something like that. But that's different from saying that. But what I'm trying to say at the end of the day is that even right now I'm not judging him, to be honest, because I feel like he's
You are not
playing all
judging
this.
him. What look
No,
at this
no,
guy?
right now I'm not, because I understand that this phase of primaries, because of the Nigerian system, the way they do primaries, it's kind of insane. So these people do look at what PDP did, money politics, sharing dollars and everything. So maybe APC's own will be tribal. They have to go deep, and So I believe that, unfortunately, that is the way the political space is functioning as regards to primaries. But let's wait, when maybe if he gets that ticket, and if he now decides to go into the broader southern space, or the whole nation, then uh, But what I'm saying is that, as it is looking right now, he did not. The is it the aesthetics? It's not looking pleasant for a lot of people. You understand? Because I don't also believe so much in. If you ask me, they should remove this thing of is the turn of the southwest, is the turn of the southeast in the south, is the turn of the
Wow.
south. Yeah, yeah.
Is
If you ask me,
that a new position you've just evolved within the last 24 hours?
no, not one man. Wait, let me tell you. It's not. They should not. It shouldn't be there in the first place. But since these guys have decided to play this thing like that, and they've grouped the entire South, that is a combination of so many ethnicities, they also have their grievances there. And that's the truth. I'm partly from the South.
Would you not
I don't.
say
I think I said
would
that
you
in
not say that it's the Southeast that really ethnicized this election cycle? Is it not the
no, but
Southeast that has
They
ethnicized it?
should. They
did
should
they
be. Hold on.
ethnicize it
Let me answer.
are they the
Let me
ones
answer.
that ethnicized it in 1999?
Let me
No,
answer
Because
this.
I'm talking about
it's not.
this electoral
Let me
cycle.
answer this one. Yes, they should be the one to ethnicize it. The Southeast. All right. So the Southwest after the North.
No. We
Hold on.
know
The
the history,
Southwest.
so don't take us from
So,
Obasanjo.
so
But
that's the point. The
yeah.
Southeast has been cheated out of that office.
Yeah.
through a cabal of the Southwest and the North.
I'm speaking to CBD's somewhat acerbic remark that it was in poor form for Tinubu to have said that.
Yes.
If that is in poor form, then is it in poor form? All this mantra that we've been hearing from the Southeast.
I'm gonna take a 5-minute break after the remark. I'll be gone for like about 5 minutes, and I come back to the forum. But I'm saying that we should be above all these small things right now. Right now, like I said before, the Southwest has been doing an evil politics for the entire country. It's about time somebody told them
above. What should they be above?
They should, for example, when Tinubu made the statements he made.
Sorry. You said we should be above all these. What should we be above?
We should be above evil politics, regional, tribal, myopic politics.
So we should be above tribal politics.
Yes.
We should be above that. So that's your baseline that you're starting from. Okay,
right
carry on.
So,
sorry, can I add something?
I might not continue. Okay, let him finish.
I'll be gone for like 5 minutes and then I'll be back. As a matter of fact, I could do that now, but let me just say that once the Southwest does that, okay, just stop the myopic, personality-driven politics, then we don't have any problem in that country. That's the whole problem we have is right there.
The Southwest is the one responsible for ethnic politics.
Yes.
So the Southwest and the Northern.
Yesterday, that man said that he went to Buhari and made a deal and said, "Hey, look, all I want is for you to take care of the Yoruba for me. I'm gonna support you."
That's what I'm saying. That the aesthetic doesn't look right. I don't know who advised him.
That's not a gaffe. That's not a gaffe, but
it wasn't a gaffe. But what is how is that a bad thing to say?
He should have come out and said for someone. Okay.
One man, are you serious?
No, I'm asking you.
Answer just a minute. If he was going to say something like that, even if he said something like that, one man, Tinubu, someone that has been in politics, you know that you're contesting, you have intention of, you're aspiring to be the president. You shouldn't, say that in public, because, and at the end of the day, you're not contesting for Southwest Premier or something like that. You're contesting for the
president.
All right.
Again, she's not even supposed to use Yoruba to make this presentation to the delegates.
Yeah, that you promise me you will not play with the Yoruba.
Yeah, because I schooled in Ondo State. My bachelor's degree was in Ondo State. So I don't know why he would want to use Yoruba, because it doesn't make sense to some extent. Like this APC and PDP is just like the presidential election in the United States. Like APC and PDP, they're representing the two major parties, and this thing is being watched worldwide. Currently, I am in Poland, and there are a lot of people following these stuffs. Even the South African presidential position is at stake now, but the Nigerian one is even, like, the news about the Nigerian politics is even ahead of that of South Africa. So using this Yoruba to talk to delegates, people are watching these stuffs, he has just tribalized everything, and I don't think it's the right thing to do. And apart from that, I don't think we should settle with someone like Tinubu that was not born during the computer age. I'm not saying that he's not a good candidate. I've been to Lagos, but I was not in Lagos when he was the governor of Lagos, so I can't say what he has done. But those people of 65, 60, if, for example, Tinubu rules now, for example, let's say he says he will be 71, and then he rules for 8 years, he will be 79. Osibanjo by then would be older, and then the old age keep on rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. And there is this thing that always happens to older people, like when they get older, their sense of reasoning.
So where are you bracketing the age for the president? Where would you like to bracket it?
The bracket of the age for the presidential position in Nigeria should be between 53 to 63. I think that 10 years.
Okay, so just to look Peter Obi in, Abi.
No, not I am not actually supporting Peter Obi. I'm supporting good governance. I won't go for the northern candidate, which is the governor of Kogi State. I wouldn't go for him because before I traveled, I was in Kogi State. This man hasn't done anything, so I won't settle for him. If I want to settle for a candidate, I will never settle for WIKE as well. 8 years in office, and he hasn't paid a single retiree gratuity. But then he gives. I learned he gave Kano about 200 million during the Salah celebration. So these are not the type of people we want. The house WIKE has built. Let me just make this clear so everyone will know. The house WIKE built in River State. He has built 3 houses since he became governor. One of the houses is very close to the house I stay, and that house is over 60 plots of land. And it's not just a fresh land. He buys people's houses. He even buys schools that have about 4-story building. He demolished the school to build his house. Like the house is very big. He keeps on buying land, expanding, destroying houses to build his own house. And he has a place where helicopter lands, like a helipad in his compound. This is what he has been
But
using.
is that not the story of all of them, though? Is that not the story of?
No.
Have you seen Oshomole's house that cascades with an
Yes,
infinity
I
pool
know
on the
Oshomole.
roof?
These are not the type of people we want. But Rotimi Amechi is not like this. I want to make something clear about Rotimi Amechi. He would find his way to the top. When he gets to the top, he makes everything free and fair. We had similar positions.
Rotimi Amechi.
Yes, that man is just so super. I'm telling you this. He's super. He created 30,000 job employment.
Why is the Supreme Court after him for 95 billion naira, which will be like
yes,
about
okay,
$1 trillion
fine.
now?
This is what WIKE does. This is just
political
WIKE.
witch hunt.
It's just WIKE. Honestly, I tell you, if WIKE can,
is WIKE making it up? He didn't do it.
He's making it up. WIKE is making it up.
He didn't do it.
Serious.
Something that in front of the Supreme Court.
He did not do it.
He did not do it.
He did not do it.
Oh God.
See,
one man, let me ask you. Sorry,
if you want to follow WIKE up right from 1998, you will see the real WIKE. Even the expansion of courtism in River State, and then to the
no. We're talking about Rotimi Amechi.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's WIKE.
Okay, just a minute. Sorry.
Can hear you.
Let me say this, one man. This Rotimi Amechi, which other politician in Nigeria has ever come out in public space to expose their their evil deeds to us the way Rotimi Amechi has done? And apart from that, the man himself is not, what I think WIKE is doing most of the time is just trying to make sure that he secures, himself from all this looting that the man has done in River State, to be honest with you. So for someone like Amechi, I told you that look at the day.
For 8 years, not even one retiree has been paid gratuity for 8 years. 8 good years.
At least you cannot accuse him of not building infrastructure because he is noted as Mr. Construction.
God forbid, he hasn't done anything. Those things he's doing
he
is
has
just
not.
like a bridge. I am serious.
Those things are, compared to the resources River State has, those things are nothing, woman.
It's done better than Peter Obi.
No, I say compared to the resources River State has.
He has managed the resources of his state better than Peter Obi. Who Aizon came to tell us just the other day that he did not build any infrastructure at all. He was just repainting old schools and saying he was doing education.
Who is that?
Peter Obi.
No, why are you changing the topic to Peter Obi? We are talking on WIKE.
I don't know about Peter Obi, but I hear a lot of Anambra people talk good about Peter Obi. But I don't know. I can't.
Well, man, I have a question for this guy from Port Harcourt because I have a family there.
No, I don't want to do that bit. We've done that bit already now, Tony. But please now.
Okay.
Woman, can I address Lucky?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Lucky, I heard you when you were saying something about the address of Tinubu in Yoruba language. Do you have a problem with that?
Now I don't have problem with this because I understand Yoruba. Because I said I had engineering degree in Yoruba land, so I had spent 6 years there before I left. So I don't have problem with this. But what I'm trying to say, the Nigerian politics is not just for Nigerians. And then if you talk to the delegates in Yoruba, for example, there are other Nigerians too that needs to watch this broadcast. So we can't just go and get a Yoruba man to interpret this stuff for us. So I don't think it's a good idea to make to tribalize your vision for the country. I don't think it's a good idea because Nigeria has diverse tribes.
Are you saying Tinubu has not been articulating his vision in English?
No, Tinubu might have been, but I'm talking about.
What do you mean he might have been? Have you not been hearing him?
I am telling you about this or your state in particular because I
Hold on.
No, the Abeokuta delegate in interaction, yes.
Lucky. Have you
Yes,
seen the
I'm
Northerners
telling
when they have their delegates, when they talk to their, either some of their governors, when they talk to their delegates? Have you seen the language they spoke?
Yes. I
watched
Bala Mohammed. It was English. It wasn't Hausa.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't Hausa. I watched Bala Mohammed.
What are we
I
talking
followed him
about?
up.
You need to understand that Nigeria is a space whereby there's a nation. It's not a nation. It's a nation of nations. So if you must address your own people,
even the Attorney General Malami, he addresses press conferences in Hausa
Exactly.
language now.
Exactly.
Global,
Lucky, I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't know what is
wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that because he's in a Yoruba land. In fact, what Rochas was saying on Arise the other day is that when he will be campaigning in the north, he'll be speaking Hausa because he's a, the man he has spent more than 30-something years in Hausa.
Okay, sorry. Can I say something, please?
The only thing that I don't agree with is when he made that statement that he went and made Buhari and tell him not to joke with Yoruba. What he would have said if he wanted to put himself forward as someone that is standing for the South, he would have said, don't treat the South fairly. But even if he said Yoruba, it's not also a bad thing to say, but he shouldn't have made it public. It's not a wise political calculation, if you ask me, to just say that I went.
But if I should make a presentation, for example, in Pidgin English, for example, will you see it as wise or unwise? Because Pidgin English is even seen as a Nigerian language outside Nigeria. If you talk to other Africans,
can I explain to Lucky why briefly?
This is what just I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's totally wrong, but I say this. I don't think it's the best idea.
Okay.
So this is where I'm coming from.
Lucky, listen. Lucky, the guy that is against him right now is Osibajo, that is from Ogun State. You got to remember that. So he has to connect with those delegates from Ogun State that might vote for Osibajo. So he has to speak that local dialect. They have to hear him speak. It matters. It's not a tribalist issue. If the guy that you're running against is from the same area, and he has delegates in that area, of course, you cannot go there and be speaking English. It will not work. You got to speak that local dialect. You got to talk to them, connect with them. So that's why he did that. It's not because he was.
If Peter Obi was in Abakaliki, fleshing out his position to the locals there, and he uses the dialect or the language that he feels is most impactful, would that be objectionable?
I think the most recognized lingua franca for Nigeria is English.
Right.
And when it comes to political issues, which is like a major issue of any nation, English should be should be the language of conversing with the people. This is just my view. I'm not saying that
delegates, not
speaking Yoruba, trying to convince delegates. Like it's a bad thing, but I think.
And by the way, he wasn't speaking to the national space. He was speaking specifically to delegates in Abeokuta.
And I also I didn't even watch this one for Abeokuta. The one I watched was the one for your state. I didn't watch the one for Abeokuta.
Well, the same thing, same principles apply.
Yeah, and it was just 12. It was a 12 minutes video I watched, and everything was in Yoruba. I wasn't impressed. I was disappointed, honestly.
Let me
from my own perspective.
On that,
but you need to understand that Tinubu has been.
Hold on, Bansat. Yeah, land that point in CBD. Yeah.
You need to understand that Tinubu, to be honest with you, I don't know if anybody will get angry, but that's just what I observe. Tinubu, one of his strongest strategy in this political thing is to hit on the sense, everybody love their tribe and ethnicity. So he uses that space to gain ground in Yoruba land. So that is one of his strategies. He always try to pander to their sensitivities about tribe. So he always uses that. He used that in 2015 to get support for Buhari. And he's using that the same thing now. I don't think the man genuinely have some kind of agenda that will favor Yoruba people, to be honest with you. That's just I think he's just using it to further his political career, because
Okay, who does he have an agenda to favor? And don't just say himself, but who does he? Or you
no,
can say that
everybody,
if that's what you think. But
I'm telling you the truth. All these politicians, most of them, like 90 or 95% of these politicians, especially whether from the south or from the north, these guys, many of them are they just use tribe. They don't see themselves as like us. We are the ones that are doing north and south
well,
and all that.
no,
These people are just the one.
what do you think propels the ambition of somebody like Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, etc.? What do you think propels their ambition? Is it just the luster for power?
They have ambition. You said some time ago that there's nothing wrong with having, and it's true. They have ambition. They are not really champions of their ethnicity. They are not like
No, what do you think? What do you think? No, forget the ethnicities for the moment. But what do you think drives the ambition of somebody that aspires to be the president?
Well, for many of them, it's just to have control and power. But I wouldn't put Peter Obi in that.
To what end? Put Peter Obi in that bracket? To what end?
Well,
hold on. Let Ntibidi run that space. To what end?
Influence around the world, and not only because of money. Money is part of it, and owning properties and owning all of this and having control. But they want to sit in the table of power that transcends even outside the country. They want to just
to what end though? To what end?
Just
is that just for the sole purpose of it?
For the personal gratification, and to just be like someone in the history books that this was once just a personal gratification agenda, if you ask me.
Do you know why I'm pushing you on that space in CBD? Because I believe that it is ego-led, a lot of these things, and personal aggrandizement and all of that, what that you said. But what I also believe is that all of these elements, Atiku, Peter Obi, Tinubu, Showore, Oshibanjo, all of these elements, they believe fundamentally that they can effect change for good for the Nigerian space. I think they believe that. That is what I think.
I don't think so.
I don't think so too.
I don't think so. The only person I'm convinced, this is me. Everybody can choose not to believe. Me personally, I'm convinced that Peter Obi does not think like that. I believe that
he doesn't think it can affect good.
No, I mean he thinks that he can. He doesn't think like it's just for personal aggrandizement. But I think that he also, at the back of his mind, everybody will.
So the aggrandizement of the position is lost on him.
No, everybody will want to maybe have some kind of, to be like a renowned person in the world. But I think that's what
only Obi you see in that respect.
It's just a funny.
This
is where the issue is now.
Wait now.
Only Obi.
Wait, Ajani Koko. I'm talking about. I'm not going, across the whole list. I'm just limiting it to Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. So, and if I'm to compare these three people, and even Osibanjo, if I'm to compare all these people, I will say that I believe that Peter Obi is not like that. I'm not going to the broader list of Showore and Mogalo. I know that there are people that are thinking the same way like Obi. You get? So, but I'm not convinced that these other people are genuinely, looking for change that will positively affect the life of Nigerians, to be honest. These other guys, I don't believe so.
All right, let me put that position to Ajale Koko because I'm curious to see what he makes of it, and Babati subsequently, and then Pansat, and then after that we start to round off. But what we might even make it a round-robin question. What I am suggesting is that the people that are all the field for the presidency, at least the serious ones, are outside of personal enrichment, greed, and avarice, and all of these things that we throw at them. I'm saying that I believe that fundamentally in the core of their being, they feel that they are that man that can effect change for the Nigeria that people want to see. So they see that they have it within them to take the country to where it should be. So yes, we know they're all greedy, we all know they're all corrupt, but I'm saying that that is what I believe is what really fundamentally drives them in their core. Do you think I'm being too optimistic or being too wishful in that thought, Janle Koko?
I don't think what you're saying is correct, because I think what they feel is that being a politician is a career. Like they see it as a career. This is why they want to attain the seat of the presidency and remain in the political space for a very long time. This is what I think, and I think that is what is driving them to try to attain this position. They feel like is the top position in the country, and it's a career, and that is the only position where you make a lot of money as a Nigerian.
So you think it's just money that is driving them?
It's
Tinubu wants to be rich. That's why he wants. Atiku wants to be rich. That's why they want to be president.
Yes.
Only because of,
so they want to add another $10 billion on top of the $10 billion they already have.
Yes, they would even add more.
Age 80.
They would even add more.
At the age of 80, Atiku that has $10 billion is after another 10.
People are greedy. People are very greedy.
I don't think I'm convinced.
It's just ambition and personal satisfaction that they have attained something that is like the highest position in the country. I don't think it's just only about money. I think they've already stolen up to this point. It's not money anymore alone for these guys. It's just ego, pride, self-centeredness.
Forget that. So I'm not going to describe that as pedestrian because that's your thought, but I don't agree. But let Ajanle Koko tackle that. I'm saying there's something in the core of these frontline people that they feel that they have the answer to Nigeria's problems. And outside of all of the greed and the luster for power, that might well be what drives them. Am I being too wishful in that thought, Ajanle Koko?
I think you are right, one man. Yes, every one of them have it at the back of their mind that yes, if I get this position, if I'm given this opportunity, should be able to do better for the people of that country. But the people of that country is what we have to define. And the agenda they are bringing on board is another thing we have to define. Are they bringing an agenda that will better the life of majority of the people in the country, particularly the commoners? Or are they bringing an agenda that will better the life of their political associate cohort and the few richest in the society? So the antecedent is what will help we the people to determine who can better our life among all of them. So what is their antecedent? How have they governed? Where have they served before? How did they govern? Did they govern well that make a positive impact in the life of the people of the little space that they governed before? So, but to some extent, one man is right. So, but we just have to look at them and see who are these people, what is their character, what have they done, how well have they bettered the life of their people, how well have they protect the interests of their people, how well can they do better things for Nigerians, Nigerian people in general. So that is what we, the people, have to define, have to really determine on our own. So all of them, they want to do one thing or the other for for Nigerian people, and that's why I believe they are jumping into the race. That yes, they can do better than each other. So that's the way I see it, woman.
Oh, yeah, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So, Babati, so there's a footballer called, and I'm talking about proper football, not your American stuff, but there's a footballer called Paul Pogba, who is one of the most gifted footballers in the world. But he frustrates so much because every club, except in one instance when he was in Italy and when he plays for his national team, France, that highlights the level of his talent. But in most clubs, he just meanders through and he never really puts in a shift. So his contract has now run out, and all the clubs now are looking at him. So there was this debate I was hearing on the radio, and they were saying who would take him on because it's just too toxic and too lazy. But one of the contributors to that debate, he was saying that every senior manager like Klopp, like all this sort of the one in Man City, you know, that all the top managers, they will feel that they have what it takes to bring the best out of this guy, Paul Pogba. So Paul Pogba is Nigeria now. And I'm saying that all these presidential candidates, outside of the greed and everything that we throw at them, most of them, like the top managers, feel that they are that person to bring the best out of this country. And that is what fundamentally drives them. Am I erring in that thought, Babati?
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm with you. That's an excellent analogy to quote. True, but because post Goodluck Jonathan, the new Nigeria, if you have enough money to run for office in this new Nigeria, you're not there for money. Atiku is not running for money. Tinubu is not running for money. They're running for legacy. They believe they can change Nigeria to the way they think it should be. Now we might disagree about their own version of Nigeria or the new Nigeria that they want, but at this point, it's not about money. It's not about maybe about position of pride or I think it's more like a legacy thing for them, but it's not about corruption. But they believe that they can change Nigeria into something else. That very thing that they want Nigeria change into is what we might not agree with necessarily, or their version of change is what we might not agree with. But we cannot say that they're not there to change Nigeria. They are there because they believe that they can do better than the previous administration, or they can change it to the way they think Nigeria should be. So that's my position on that. But it's more like a legacy thing. But at this point, Amechi, Atiku, Tinubu, they're not there for money. Let's look beyond that. They already made enough money to worry about making more money. So it's more like changing Nigeria to what they wanted it to be.
Do you remember Tinubu? Hold on, I want to take that question round, Lucky. But do you remember Tinubu once saying that he's richer than one state? Yeah, was it Ogun State? Was it your state?
Osun State. He said Osun State. It was during his cousin's campaign.
Yes. Oyetola, yes. Yeah. So let me take that question to Pansat. So you've heard me describe it. So what are your thoughts? That what propels these people is just higher than all these things that we throw at them?
Well, I believe that there are two categories. People like Tinubu, and it's just your normal greed and lust for power. That's all it is for him. And all that.
Yeah, but to what end, though? Power for power's sake.
That's right. Power for power's sake and money.
And that is the end. He just wants power and money.
Power, money, and legacy for him and his family. In his case, I was actually gonna say to anybody, especially people from the Igbo, the East, should just stay away from Tinubu. Don't mention him. Don't talk about him. Let the Yorubas deal with him, because the more we talk about him, the more it looks like we care about that. The Yorubas will take care of people like that. We're taking care of our people. Like we have people like Tinubu. Don't forget that in the East, and we've been taking care of them. Like I said yesterday, some of them wouldn't let them come over here to the United States. We'll fire them. People like Equiremado, we'll beat them up in Germany and send them back home. We want to evolve. The East has been evolving out of those kind of politicians. Somebody like Tinubu, what else do you think he wants? I mean, this guy owns a lot of things over there. We don't want to mention it. It looks like the Yorubas are waking up to get away from. How can that guy can never be the president of Nigeria? Atiku can never be the president of Nigeria. Tinubu cannot be the president of Nigeria, no matter what. That's just on our side. They just put that aside. It's time to take back our country. So you guys deal with him. He doesn't. Who cares what he wants? He's a useless guy.
All right, thank you, Bansat. Let me take that question round and take it to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you heard the question. I'm suggesting, yeah.
Sorry. Let me. Can I just make just one small comment?
Right,
something similar to what you usually refer to our brothers in the north. Bansat, do you think that we should teach the Yorubas how to deal with this kind of
to civilize them? Do you think we should civilize the Yorubas?
Do you think we can teach them how to stop this Dobale politics and deal with these greedy politicians in their place?
we are making progress because the young Yoruba, young Igbo, you can't tell the difference between those two right now. The youngsters, educated youngsters are the same. Yoruba, Igbo, South, and even Middle Belt, and a lot of sensible Hausa. All these people, they are ashamed of what's been handed over to them, and they're gonna solve it. There is absolutely no difference between a young Igbo and a young Yoruba.
We are these Hausas. We are the Hausas. I'm not saying
they're all over the place now. They're in Jaffa. They're in Black League. They're in Mangui. And that other chap that came there, we see them all the time. They're all over the place.
And a lot of them, it takes quite a gall, an unmitigated gall for somebody like Jafar, or not Jafar, but the other guy, to come in here and say, look, if somebody seeing what their kinsmen are doing, to come up here to talk. I mean, you have to be dangerous. Because to come here...
Sorry, why is that? Why does it take anything for him to have an opinion about his own country?
Yeah, because what their people are doing, either you're going to approve it and say, okay, yeah, I like this herdsmen coming and killing people trying to take their land, or he's going to come here to deny they're not doing that. Which one is he going to choose? You have to come in here and take it on the chin that your people are doing
no. You know, I don't like that tonality. That's just to sweep in a statement. We've already isolated to the fact that it is criminality, essentially. You know?
No.
All right, let me just move on with it.
But hold on, before you move on, I want you to know something. There is nothing wrong with bringing in sunlight. Okay, it's a very big disinfectant. You can't go minimizing that.
Minimizing
that is a big
what?
Deal.
Minimizing what? What
the
are you talking about?
idea that a tribe of people, okay, try to have an agenda to go into another people's lands and then kill a lot of them. I'm talking. Have you seen the victim of one of these? Look, I am one of the biggest.
I've seen a lot of the victims in the north.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're not. They're in the north, but they are not. They are either Christians or
they are not. They are not.
No.
They're countlessly burning down mosques.
No.
You don't know that.
They burn down a mosque. Is this a Shia mosque or is it a what is the other? Is it a
Pansat? Muslims are killed more in the north than the Christians.
I would say even to the 80. I would say to the 80% of the people that are suffering this thing are Northerners.
I know, yes. Understand that the north is not a monolith.
All right, no. We don't want to do that, man. You're just going to take us down some.
If you're going to talk about it, it's one of the most important things to talk about.
Don't worry. We know the importance of it, but we don't want these inflections that wants to just to champion on some ethnic hatred. We are too sophisticated for that tonality.
I know, but
do you think they are pedestrian people here? We're not pedestrians. We're not illiterate. We're not idiots.
We're not illiterates here. But what I'm saying though is that you have to base everything on true or false. If you go,
what do you mean true? Nothing in life is. Everything in life is in the gray area.
No.
You don't know anything, man.
No.
Let me take the question right. No, enough of that, please.
No.
Can you please? When I say please, can you please?
Give me 1 minute.
Don't make me have to just.
No, but give me 1 minute.
No. I am not, because we know your tonality and we know your direction. But let me go to rational. I am going to rational mind if you don't mind. If you don't mind, though, Let me go
Okay,
to
I
Rational
want you to
Mind.
come back to me, and I'll be.
Well, and I'm not going to open that space anymore because it's going to reach a ridiculousness, and I don't want to have a shouting session so late into the session. But Rational Mind, I was just saying that what underpins, the ambition of the politician that aspires to be president, is it just greed and avarice, as a lot of people want to reduce it to? Or do you think that they are propelled, that they have within them to paradigm the country? Rational Mind, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. I think it's greed and the lust for power, relevance, and all of that. If not, I don't know what people like Atiku has to offer that we don't have in the young people who are even more capable and more better to serve the people than what they can offer. So I just feel for these people. I mean, they have the wealth. Are they looking for more? I won't put it past them. These people, they want more wealth.
So you think 80-year-old Atiku is after that $1 billion?
Well, you see, Yoruba people say "owo on to lowo," you know. So Yoruba people say that money. I mean, wealth is not enough for wealth. I mean, they want to. I mean, even some of you who are Christians here, who read the Bible, you talk about the Lazarus and the rich man, who despite he has more, he was still thinking of expanding his silos or whatever. So people always, there's a greed, there's this avarice for lust for power and all of that. So for me, I don't know what Tinubu has to offer that we can't see in people like Obi and the rest of them. But when we always often come here, we talk about who can win the election. That is all what we talk about. Who has the capacity? And like Tinubu, we use the word capacity. Ever since you start using that word has never been lacking from the mouth of every Nigerian politician. I have the capacity. I mean, capacity, how? I mean, is it not just the money? And maybe the spread by virtue of maybe you've been in the political scene for so many years and people know you. And that's just it. But what else do they have to offer?
Nothing.
So we have to think about that these people, it's not just about wanting to serve the people. I mean, look at Tinubu, just listen to what Tinubu said, the way he said it. I mean, people say it's from what people say, that is how you know what they are really thinking. It's not just what he said. Those things were not coincidental. They were things that he has been bottling up within himself, that he just had to utter them out the way they are. So for me, and then we've seen it in the person of Atiku too, who could not defend a girl who was unjustly killed, who was being a coward. So are the kind of people that want us to come and lead us? It's just for the name, the recognition. You have them written in the history book. That's
all right. All right, thank you. So DOG, if you're still there, the question, your answer. All right. To Ayo, if you're still there, the question, your answer. Okay. So to
Yes.
Tony. All right. Sorry. Ayo, I thought you left. Yeah.
No. I'm still here.
Did you hear where the conversation is?
Yes, I did. Actually.
All right. Your
I got
thoughts.
it from the last topic where I know. So yeah, it's of two things. But I quite agree with you. Let me just say that 7%, even if they are coming for power and they are coming for more wealth, they still want to make an impact. They still want to do something. They might not do it like any other person, but that does not mean they're just coming there to just get the wealth. They want something that will be there. Say, oh, when I was the president of Nigeria, I fixed power, or I fixed these roads, or I did this. So they will always have one agenda or one thing they want to do to make a name for themselves positively in the society. But because they know that even if you want to embezzle the money, you still have to show some things. You have to do things. So be it Atiku, be it Tinubu, even if it's Obi, nobody's just coming there I'm just coming to make a change. Or I just say I'm coming. You want to make a change possible. At the same time, you can't be everywhere. Just like Buhari, look at what is going on. You can't be everywhere. You have to pick some people to be your cabinet. And if you don't monitor things well, they will steal money. So you cannot tell me even when Obi was the governor of this state, he was a saint, or even if he happens to be a saint. What of the commissioners and things like that? So, but I don't want to go to that. But the truth is that nobody is coming to the race just for power and what without not making an impact. So, be it Tinubu is going to make an impact, be Oshibaji or even Atiku, whoever comes there will definitely show one impact positively. He might not be able to do what most people will be expecting for the person to do, but at least there will be some positive changes when they come in.
All right, thank you, Ayo. So, thank you, Ayo. Before I come to Tony to sample his opinion, let me acknowledge the super chat from Sonny Uta, which was a moment ago, but still relevant to the conversation that is ongoing. It says, stop all the grammar. Nigeria is a scam surrounded by people called the owners, and no one can save the zoo. Break it up and save lives, please. So that is what he thinks. They hold the totality of everything a farrago of nonsense. This is what Sonny Uta thinks. Stop all this grammar. Nigeria is a scam surrounded by people called the owners, and no one can save the zoo. Break it up and save lives, please. So thank you for the super chat, Sonny, as I take Tony's comments on the subsisting topic. So Tony, you know what we're talking about. So what are your thoughts?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, I'll be slowing down.
The question though is, what do you think?
I know already, sir. You know, I'm very fast in my brain. No problem.
Yeah. All right.
I will contribute very quickly too.
All right.
So first of all, when they said that when you are hearing about what the chart of security, this and that, it's a sort of destruction of Nigeria because before the white men came to bring Islam and Christianity, our communities were in love with with one another. That's why that I'm a very complicated contributor here. Because anytime I speak, they only try to tell me that you are like this, you are like this. So the problem is that the white people, all the white people, they come and destroy us with these their religions. Now you are talking about before you can become a president, you want to be Muslim or Christian. What is that? That is totally foreign. It's very foreign, and it need to be. It's a cancer that need to be cut off from our body. Look at Nigeria. So anybody that is coming to be a president is not going to think about that. To help the people. It is about the military guards, the police that are ought to be guarding citizens, but just having them to him or herself and her family. What kind of life is that? The pastors are using the police to guard themselves. So the black race cannot move forward because of with this idea. Before, our forefathers, they used to help you community wise. They will help you to build your house. They will contribute also. They will do your farm. Everything was okay until this Christianity and Islam came into the country. So with that now, so there's no love again. We are not fighting a neighboring country, but we are fighting each other. And then meanwhile, one man, I want to please, I beg you, for apology to say this, that the people that are being killed in the north are not being killed by the southerners. It is they themselves that are killing them. And then I used to say that this boy is part of their life. They believe in their own God, or whether they are Muslim or Christian. There, all the northerners are the same. So it is their culture. But it's very, very strange to us that people come to our places where we want to be planting corn, where we want to be playing in the bush, then we can no longer play. So that is the problem of the northerners.
Tony, what was the question that I asked you?
Yeah, about the gladiators when they where they are coming, what is their their aim and objective? They are not to help anybody anyway. Just to have the police. But in the white people race, politicians are there to help the people. They will feel your pain. They will say that, okay, I'm coming to be your president or your councillor or whatever. You can approach them day and night. They have 24-hour service telephone number that you can call the police, you can call the politicians. But our politicians don't do that, sir. So they're just there to just to just do exactly what black people are made of: greediness and then a lack of love for fellow citizens. That's it, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, gentlemen. I want to seek to start to round off here, as ever, of course, to land on Ajale Koko. I'll start from Rational Mind, and if you gentlemen can, please, we want to try and wrap it through it just as much as we can. So we kick it off with Rational Mind to land on Ajale Koko. Rational Mind to you.
All right. Thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody. Those who are there in the comment section. Thank you all. It's been quite a discussion today. Well, in conclusion, for me, it's just we just need to know where we're going from here and going forward. These people have not even Tinubu, not any of them. It's up to everybody to decide what they want to vote for. But for me, I will always analyze them based on how I know them. These people don't have our best interest at heart. You can even really tell, just look at what they've been saying, what they've been doing currently right now, or what they've done in the past. That can give you an idea of who they will be when they become president or when they will lead that country. For me, it's up to Nigerians to decide, but I don't see these people. I don't see leaders in these two major contenders, two major parties, PDP and APC. Whatever Nigeria will have to make the decision. But by this time next week, we should know where we are. As far as the different parties and their different presidential candidates, and then Nigerians will be able to make their own decision based on that. But we'll continue, of course, making our permutations and our analysis based on whatever we see. Thank you, Waldman. Thank you, everybody. Hope to see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. A real pleasure. So from Rational Mind to Lucky Elechi. So thank you, Lucky, for joining us. Your first time on the session. I hope it's not been too much of a traumatic experience. We're taking closing remarks, just a short little window, just to, in very few words, make a final statement. Lucky to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've always been looking forward to talk to people about the presidential situation in Nigeria. I was really very happy when I found out that Governor WIKE did not win the primary for PDP, because that man he's not the best candidate based on what he has done and the way he has treated people. And why I stood on the fact that these people, they're just after money and greed, and they're just being greedy, because WIKE is a very rich man. He's been there, he's been eating reverse money for a very long time, and yet he's not tired. He wants to get to the topmost position. I'm not saying they shouldn't steal money, but if you want to steal money, at least do something for the people. And we should look at the achievements of every of these political aspirants based on the previous positions they've had and the positions they're still holding. So I would stick to Rotimi Amechi, one seaport, railways, and then as a transportation minister, one seaport, railways, and then the Bonny seaport will start soon too. So it's for me, he has achieved a lot compared to other ministers of transportation. So this is all I have to say, and thank you. And I would like to know when next you would have this show so I can join, because it's 3:51 a.m. here in Poland now. And
sorry, where are you based?
In Poland.
Poland. Oh, okay. So we go on 9:35 UK time every single day. 9:35 UK time. We do two sessions. One in the afternoons, which is around about 1:20 UK time. And then that's just a short little session. But then the longer session, as you can see, it's been a long session, is 9:35 UK time. So make sure you are subscribed and the bell notification on. And then, of course, schedule that. So you can either come and participate or listen to it just to hear what your fellow countrymen are making of the journey of their country. So thank you, Lucky. Good to meet you, Lucky.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Lucky, a new voice now to conjure with on the platform. So from Lucky, we go to Tony. Tony, one of the regular staples. Tony, final words.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All the committee, everybody, and the people that like Dr. Today, I thank you now. But we should get some little bit number to, to meet the Ajani Koko's target. So, Lucky, welcome. So now 10:30 p.m. our time, Central European time. Okay, every evening, 22:30 hours. Anyway, I don't have someone to say again, woman. So I just thank you that you allowed me to speak my mind a bit today without using abusive words on these northerners that try to head us back. So we should support Tinubu just to rescue the power first. Then we will know what to do with the power later. All right, sir. Thank you, everybody. Good night, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. Always a delight. So that's Tony. Of course, you all know him. He speaks just as he wills. You know, he doesn't really care about your, noise making. He's telling you that there's fire on the mountain. There's fire on the mountain. Tony says, run, run, run. Should we? Ayo, we're taking closing remarks. Hopefully you're still there. Ayo, your words.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's nice to be here today. So, well, everybody has said one or two things about what we feel about those trying to move the mantle of our nation. It's just that I just hope they will do the better things. They will make life better for the citizens, give them good roads, power, and other things, good health. So, be it anybody from the APC or the PDP, but just close towards the third force. For the third force to take power if they really mean business, I mean, they all have to come together as one. When I mean they all, I'm talking about Christy Mogalu from ADC or whatever it is, the Peter Obi, Shakara from NNPP, and the rest of that. But if they feel, I just want to be on my own, Shoria wants to be there, I tell you, in the next 10, 12 years, it's still going to be PDP or APC. So that's all where I'm going to end it tonight. Thank you once again. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
All right, thank you, Ayo. So a real delight. So Ayo, now I think that is somewhat his second or third introduction to the session. So good to hear from you again, Ayo. As we go to Pansat, we're taking short closing remarks as we start to round off. Pansat, your words.
Thank you very much for your platform and all the participants. So basically, I would like to urge all Nigerians, both young and old, to secure their PVC. Apparently, there's 20 million or so that hasn't been picked up, according to INEC. So it's important to get your PVC because this is when that revolution that we're talking about is going to take place. Showore was being prosecuted because he said he wants a revolution, and this is the time to do so. Now, this closing remarks, it's a very brief period, so let me just say that all the bodies, the election management bodies, the police and judiciary is already in the hands of people who are anachronistic in their way of thinking. So as this week winds down and the coming week and the political parties settle with their candidates, then we're going to move over to civil society and international election observant missions. We should try in the diaspora. That has to be our work. We have to make sure that area is put together well. So we'll talk about media, domestic and international, academics and scholars, and then down to the individual voters. There'll be a time for all that. Babati, I had a question for you that I was gonna pose. I guess maybe you could address it when you talk, which is imagine where Obama was caught, even on a hot mic, saying to people, "Hey, look, I made somebody to be president so they could take care of black people." Okay, just a gaffe like that, so they could take care of black people for me. So I make that reference to the gaffe that Tinubu made a couple of days ago, where he said he brought in Buhari and said, "I want you to take care of my Yoruba people."
He did not say that, though, did he?
Yeah, he did say that. I heard it. I mean, with my ear.
Not. Are you a Yoruba speaker?
No. I heard it, and he said that I did not.
Are you a Yoruba speaker? Do you understand Yoruba?
Not really. But
okay.
I understand.
So what are you doing now? This guy, man.
Don't forget.
I want Babati to answer that, and also
no, Babati don't answer anything. But
I didn't get any.
You said you heard it with your own ears, but you spoke in Yoruba, and you said you don't understand Yoruba. So what does that mean?
I do understand Yoruba. I do.
You don't. You just said you don't now. What is it?
What I'm
do
saying,
you understand it or you don't?
No,
you said you don't now you do.
Okay, but anyway, hold on. One man, that's another thing. I've heard you on this show say that the Buhari and his people has an agenda. I've heard you say what that agenda is. Okay. Now, when somebody comes up here trying to deal with that issue, you take a position like you're against it.
No, I'm not against it, but I'm not. If you say you follow this program, then you know that I get very fussy about facts and embellishment and obfuscation.
I can never embellish. That's another thing. Everything that I've said here that you accuse me of embellishing, we could go back. Let's just do something on that. Every time it comes to pass that you are wrong.
When you came here, you told us that Buhari was a hologram. Was that not your introduction to this space? You think we forgot it?
No, I said that it's not.
This is
beyond,
what you
I
said.
It's not.
You said
beyond
Buhari is a hologram.
No, I did not say that.
That has been your trajectory all the way through.
No, it's not true.
And then the next time you came, you told us that you told us that the whole of America is solar panel, and all of the regions that you were listing, the people were debunking it. They were all in every state that you listed, every community you listed.
It's not
you
true.
just make up stuff now.
It's not true. You want to paint me to be like that, but if you knew who I am, you won't be talking to me the way you do.
Did you not come here to tell us that Buhari was a hologram?
I did not come here to tell you. I said it's not beyond the realm of possibility. I was trying to tell you.
And when I asked you how he's able to shake hands as a hologram, you said when it comes to shaking hands, he will go and put on this. Somebody will put on the silicone mask, and then when it's just the most ludicrous. That was your introduction to the space. You think I've forgotten? I don't forget anything.
You're trying to make me look bad.
Did I lie? Am I telling a lie?
Yes, you are lying. Through your teeth. I don't talk like that.
You did not say Buhari was a hologram.
I did not say that.
What did you say?
I said that it's not beyond the realm of possibility. I said that when you see those
No, that's not what you said. That's what I said. I remember verbatim what you said. Verbatim.
Well,
not in vague memory, but in captured picture memory.
I don't talk.
I did not misunderstand you because I was aghast and I pushed you. I pushed you on that space. You said there's such a thing as a hologram. I'm saying is Buhari a hologram? You said there's a possibility, right. And then I then pointed out to you that hologram is just a light feature, a light effect. And then I'm saying that he meets functionaries, which he shakes hands with, and then you doubled down on the ludicrousness to then say that that when he was to meet people, somebody will put on a hologram or a clone. This is how you came in. You think I've forgotten? I've not forgotten.
Hold on. How long you talk doesn't make you wrong or right.
No. I'm giving you a picture recap of what you said.
No, but it's like somebody who's running around with a chicken always smells like shit. How am I? If somebody asks you, hey, when's the last time you stopped?
Which part of what I said is not factually true?
Because I have postulated on many things since I've been here. Do I sound like somebody? Do I sound like somebody who's going to come in here?
Did you tell us that there were 7 communities? Hold on. Did you tell us there were 7 communities in the United States that were powered solely by solar energy? And I asked you to mention the communities, and as you were mentioning it, person after person that were living in that community were telling us it's a lie.
Okay, so if somebody
you make up stuff.
Hold on. Can I talk?
This is what you do.
Let me talk. All right, we're not quarreling. You
present
your facts, then you have to hear me out. Let me talk. Don't rely on your button to kick somebody out. Or
well, I'm pressed for time, and I do whatever it is. Don't worry, I will do as I feel right.
I have already postulated on so many things since I've been here. How could you be disrespectful to me? Do I look like somebody who's going to say something?
No, you embellish stuff. You are embellishing today again.
I am not. If somebody
you just told us now that you heard with your own ears what Tinubu said.
Let me ask you
and
something.
Then
I did.
Not even pausing for a
You want to bet money on it? You want to bet money on it?
You don't understand Yoruba.
Let's
bet money on what? Did you not say you heard with your own ears?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and then when I asked you that, do you understand Yoruba? You said you don't.
No, but let me.
So how can you hear? This is the thing.
Hold on, let me address something.
This is where you always falls apart. Just obfuscation, embellishment, and storytelling, fairy tales.
Relax? To you, is the standard for me being wrong is somebody in your audience saying that I'm wrong? That makes me wrong?
Well, if you are stating something as fact and somebody that lives in the community tells us it's not, then we have to take that.
Well,
because you came in telling us Buhari is a hologram. So we already know your CV.
That's a silly standard. Besides, if I say that certain cities in America,
If I'm saying it's
hold on,
raining in
could
Lagos and
you,
somebody in Lagos is telling us that it is not, whose words would you take?
I would take the truth. It doesn't matter where somebody's
all
living.
right.
You
Look
can't
at
say I'm
the
wrong
way.
because somebody.
All right.
But
Just
let me say,
go back.
if I say,
Go back to your closing remarks because we'll just be here forever. Back to
okay,
your closing remarks. Yeah.
let me take my, like I was saying. Number one, if I say that certain community rely on
look at that. Look
natural,
at this guy was here when you said it. So here it is.
That's exactly. That's exactly
you said
that's
is
the
a
same guy
hologram.
that said I was wrong about the solar. This Alexander Kashe, to you, is the arbiter of truth.
Okay, don't worry.
He doesn't
It's
know.
another affirmation.
He doesn't
of
know
what
his ass from his mouth. That
right.
particular.
No. You're not going to allow that language. Don't say that about people because
like I said, if I say that certain communities rely on conservative energy, renewable energy. Okay, that's the word.
You said
renewable
solar.
energy.
No, you said solar power. Don't say renewable. You said solar power, and you mentioned the community, and you were immediately, instantaneously debunked.
Okay, could you, because this is so important to you, could you
it's
Google
not important to me.
Google it while I'm here now?
Why would I make the effort?
Because you want
just make closing
you
remarks.
Want to use your Alexander Kashe to prove me wrong.
Don't label
that is somebody I can teach. I can be his
of course,
teacher.
and you're old enough to be his father and all that.
Exactly.
So just go to let's have closing remarks. I don't want to have to be pushing you off all the time.
We come here trying to make this platform where we can really banter and share ideas. It's not a place for you to.
No, don't embellish and make up tales.
I will not do that. That I can promise you. I will not do that. Every time I embellish, I'll give you $500. If you could prove anything that I say that's not true, I'll pay for it. Okay.
Well, you just said you you've invited me to do something, and everybody you deny it now, but everybody heard you. You said you heard with your own ears Tinubu say XYZ.
Yes.
Tinubu spoke in Yoruba, and you said you don't understand with the language.
I say I do understand Yoruba, but like I said,
you don't. Okay. Carry on in Yoruba. Carry on in Yoruba.
No, hold on. What you have to do
carry on in Yoruba now. So is that another lie? You do understand Yoruba?
Hold on.
Don't make.
You have to show that he didn't say that. Okay. Are you trying to run away from the fact that he said that?
He said what?
That's what he said.
What did he say?
He said that he went to Buhari and say, hey, look. First, he said, I haven't gotten any contracts from Buhari. I haven't gotten one other thing. But he went to and said, look, all I want you to do is to take care of the Yoruba.
That wasn't what he said.
That's what he said.
No, that wasn't what he said.
I heard him say that.
You heard him say it. He said it in Yoruba. What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about that.
No. Why can it not matter? How can you hear him say something in a language you don't understand?
Let me tell you.
No. Hold that space because you said you don't obfuscate. Is that not obfuscation right there? You said you heard him say it, but you don't understand the language.
Okay, let me tell you something. If maybe you don't have it where you are.
What do you do, man?
Listen to this. Maybe you don't have it where you are, but if you could be speaking any language, I turn on my software and I can understand. And it's going to translate.
We're back to hologram. Are we back to hologram?
We're back to hologram.
We're back to hologram.
You don't have it where you are.
You're a funny man.
Maybe you don't have it where you are.
Go to closing remarks. I'm giving you a 2 minute window. So your closing remarks, however you want to use the 2 minutes.
My 2 minutes, I want to use a couple of those minutes to plead to Nigerians, no matter what you hear, that it's not possible. It is possible. Go and get your PVC. Get ready. It's going to be an exciting election year, whereby if it's revolutionary language, no matter what it is, we're going to take back the country and try to make it a better place for everybody. Okay? We're going to have jobs. If you want a progressive candidate, I think that Peter Obi is going to be the one for everybody. We're all going to focus on that, no matter what they say. And Northerner is not going to be president. It's a turn of a Southerner to be president this time around. I think that's coming to fruition. Tinubu, the older groups that are being used to control us in the South, they're all going to be out. Okorocha, all those people, they're out. So this is your moment, Nigerian youth. Go and get your PVC. They say you're lazy, you're this. Of course, that's not true. So this is your time to legally take back your country. Thank you, everybody. Don't mind one man and his abuse and insulting me. Still vote up the platform subscribe, and do what else you have to do. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So that's Pansat. That's but it's not going to change for anybody. So you just have to accept him as he is. So that was Pansat. But then in CBD, a gentler tone, but perhaps is it the same politics? But in CBD, the routine.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry. Before you sorry, Inzibidi, I'll come back to you in a moment. But let's go to Alexander Kache, who's coming quickly. So Alexander, you came into.
Can anybody hear me?
We all can.
Okay. With all due respect, Pansat, I'm not personally against you or anything you're saying. I'm somebody who have been in this platform for a long time and I observe everything. You said something with hologram. I remember vividly clear. And for you to use such a statement that I cannot even something about ass, it's really wrong.
No, that's the
and
way
I
it
don't.
is.
One man, can I finish, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
And I don't take anything from anybody. I don't come to the platform to look for trouble. I'm here for support, to support the show and to create a certain atmosphere. I'm a very friendly person. I joke a lot, but I don't take anybody making fun of my character, and I will not tolerate it. And let it be the last time I'm talked upon like that. Thank you, one man. Have a nice night.
All right. So sorry about that, Alexander. But that's just Pansat. What can we do? Is it that we don't have him on at all, or we had have him on in surrender? So that's where we are trying to make the decision. Do we just surrender to it or not? But but that is that's just Pansat, isn't it? In CBD to you.
I sent you a link. I don't know if you see it on your thing. Maybe you take a look at it later on. The gentleman that just came, I don't know what he came on to tell me, I guess how to talk.
No, you were disparaging his character as you often do to everybody. You did it to World Peace the last time. His voice was quivering. You've done it to Alexander Akache now, who he never comes on the screen, but he wouldn't accept it. But this is what
Ajanleko always thanks
leave
him.
Ajanleko alone. Don't hide behind
thanks
Ajanleko.
him for a good job he's doing. But if he's going to be the arbiter of telling what I said is true or not,
he has recall of what you said.
Okay,
and he said he has recall of it.
I sent you 10 cities that are 100% renewable energy. Some of them are purely 100%. So you look at it yourself. However, if hold on up, he come on here. We could have had a dialogue. He came over here.
You'll only disparage him some more because that's what you do. You always double down on the insulting people.
No, I'm not insulting him. I'm telling him. I'm saying that he cannot be, because you're relying on him to.
I'm not relying on him for anything. I have total recall of what you said. With most people, I pay attention when people speak.
And you do, and trust me, I happen to. I give you the credit. You're a very smart guy. Some of this stuff you and I should hash out on the phone or something. I don't want us to do that on this show. I don't want you showboating with me or do. I'm not that kind of. I'm not that kind of character.
You're the one showboating.
Okay,
are you not the one showboating, preening and peacocking? You want to preen and peacock, but you don't. There's nothing wrong with arrogance if you can back it up with substance. So you have to back it up with substance if you want to be arrogant.
If you want me to respond to those kind of talk, let's take it offline, right? We don't have to do that on
point.
This show.
This not the conversation.
You cannot tarnish my.
Tarnish what? Have you denied anything I said? Did you not say that Buhari was a hologram? Everybody heard you say it.
I wanted to correct him on that. I wasn't the one that said.
Pansat. Can you just let it go?
I will let it go after I say what I'm about to say. I'll let it go.
Of course, have the final word. Okay, have the final word, and then we'll go to
I'm saying that there was a discussion during Nnamdi Kanu's stuff where he's saying Buhari is dead, and I was just one of the people who was putting my 2 cents in. I'm saying, look, one man, it's possible that they are, when they want to show Buhari with the hologram, they'll cut him with that. But if he has to shake somebody's hand, then they will use a body double. That was what we're talking about. It's a dichotomy. I was trying to say to you that you just can't dismiss it and say, okay, hey.
Yeah, so you did say. Do
you remember that?
So what was the last 20-15 minutes all about? Is that not what I said? That you came in saying Buhari was a hologram?
No, because I didn't come in saying that. You guys were already having a discussion about that.
Right.
I'm a scientist, so I go by what is true or false. I don't discuss even good or bad or wrong or right. I go with true or false. So as a scientist, that is my way of operating. But in the conversation you guys were having, I was trying to say to you that it doesn't preclude that there's some use of hologram, and then some. Now you're talking about a guy who's gone over 100 days.
And then when I pushed you from your hologram narrative, because I said a hologram is just a light effect, and it doesn't take physical form, and it's meeting emissaries. You then doubled down still, and I was expecting you to reverse because it was somewhat a ludicrous pace that the conversation was taking place. That Buhari is a hologram, but then you then doubled down that when he wants to shake emissaries, they bring the clone.
Right.
This was how you came into this platform, and that is how I remember you.
Yeah. Well, since then I've talked about a lot of other things. A whole
within that sphere of
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. People watch you and I. Fortunately for you, you redeem yourself because you make sense. In those days,
I redeem myself.
You take your vitamin and you talk, and everybody knows that you really do know what you're doing.
That. Is this not what what Alexander just came to rebuke you on? This guy, I redeem myself. I redeem myself, but Pansat, you are irredeemable, Pansat. But we have to leave it there.
Vitamin D3 or which
one? It's true because everybody knows that one man knows his stuff. In all the topics that we're talking about, when I'm not here, then he's making the points, and then when I come on, he will take the kind of stuff. So people just thinking that you're trying to fraud people along.
It's not particularly about you. I push people if I feel. Was I not pushing Rational Mind just earlier on when he was trying to wiggle through an obfuscation to land at what I thought was a prejudiced thought? So it's not. Ajale Koko, do I not do that to everybody?
Yeah. Yes.
So we just want facts. That's all.
I sent you a link. I don't know if you see that link. That's 10 cities that are committed to 100% renewable energy.
All right, committed to or actually doing it?
They're actually doing it. They're actually doing it.
Committed to is anyway. Let's leave it there. Otherwise, we'll never leave here. All right.
Thank you, Pansat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. That was Pansat. I cannot say anything other than that was Pansat. So that was Pansat, and this is in CBD to you.
Yes. Thank you. What a very wonderful session. But I think the only thing I can say, let me not keep it long because I think we have spent. So for the third force, we must understand that is the only way out if there is a way, because they will try to, the problem, like what Pansan mentioned earlier on, the problem might be rigging the general election, but there's a way it works. If I've seen it in several countries, including some of the countries I've lived in, if an election is rigged, or maybe there's a dissatisfaction among the general public about that election, it is usually very clear that there was a foul play. And when it happens like that, there's always, even the international community cannot back the government at that point. Even if there is an uprising, or if there is a civil disobedience, whatever, then it is justified because these people will keep us telling us to go and vote. So now that let us use this as the only chance. Not that we don't know that they can play games at any time. We know that, but so that it will be on record that everybody came out and decided and tried to change, this corrupt, sick, and inhumane system. So we have to do that, and everybody should just forget. In the South, now especially, in fact, in the whole country, but for the sake of this North and South divide that we have in that country, let me just say in the South, everybody should put away a little bit of tribal whatever sentiments and come together and unite under a third force. If everybody decide to champion if you feel like you want to then let the momentum build. But since the momentum is not building from inside, let us go to the person that the momentum is building and many youths are identifying with. I even saw the video that some of these so-called celebrities and some of these other guys are coming out now and saying that tomorrow is now. They are the third force. So we need to ride on that so that nobody will use that as an excuse that you people did not push. So no, there's no soldier that will come and bring gun now that they want to face people that are supporting a politician. So we have to do something. I believe in the third force. That's what we have to push on. It's not like we don't know that they can play funny games, but at the end of the day, it will go on record. So that from there, anything that happens. So that's what I just have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Nsibidi. So thank you, Nsibidi. So that was Nsibidi. So gentlemen, I want to try and condense this in 10 minutes or so. I think Pansat just I pushed him as well, so I can't really blame him. I should have just but Babati, to you.
All right, guys. Oh, interesting interesting session, briefly. But I would just say, I did enjoy going back and forth with Pastor a little bit. So, let's just mind the language. So, but in regards to the Yoruba language interpretation, Yoruba language is very unique. One word can mean 20 things. So if you don't really speak it, you got to be careful with interpretations. It's very important. So what he said is, I'm going to make you president. After you're done being president, it's going to be Yoruba's turn. And that Yoruba person will be me. He didn't say anything about taking care of. I think that was just more like a translation problem with Pansat. But back to addressing the topic for today, the third force movement. For me to take the third force serious, I have to say spike in PVC applications and collection. And I have to see it between the demographic of 18 and 35. There has to be a spike of 5 to 10 million or 15 million that if within the next 3 months. If I don't see that, I cannot take the third force seriously. Once again, there has to be a spike in PVC collections and application between the ages of 18 and 35, key demographic, for the third force to make any impact, any inroads into the next elections. If not for that, it's just a waste of time. But also, I did pick up, I did go against Obi going to the Labour Party because they're largely a socialist party and is a capitalist, so it does not align with them. The ideologies are very different, so I don't understand that. Their manifesto does not align with what he believes in. And also to Tinubu's chances in the Southwest, they're having their meeting, and for the sake of the party, I hope he gets it. Osinbajo has no chance against Atiku. I'm sorry. I want him. Because this thing is very fluid. One day it's just very fluid as we get facts coming in. So it's very fluid. Don't hold me to that. But with the current landscape, I don't see him winning. But also the governors from the north zoning this thing to the south also puts PDP in a bind, especially Atiku. So he has to play that politics of choosing somebody from the east. Not Peter Obi. He cannot go back to PDP. It's already done. So he has to fight for his third force or whatever. But I have to say spike in PVC collection as well. It's been a good, interesting debate. I was in the background for the most part of the day. It was good to listen to guys share their opinions. Sundays session will be electric, but Mondays evenings, I think in the UK, so that would be Nigerian time. But Monday's evening session will be fire because at that point we should know where we are headed. So I'm really looking forward to the Monday session to time in and discuss the article versus whoever, and that's what I'm really looking forward to. But overall, good session. God bless everybody. Thumbs up, subscribe, share. God bless everybody. Good job, one man. I know it got a little bit rocky towards the end. But it happens. Different personalities and online. It is what it is. All right. Good night, everybody. God bless.
All right. Thank you, Babachi. Babachi, I'm going to pop my Instagram in the comment section. If you contact me so I can know how to reach you, and you know how to reach me. So that's Babati. So thank you, Babati, the eloquent erudite Babati. So eloquence and erudite, the middle names of Ajanle Koko, the final word. Ajanle Koko. It's been another wild one.
Yes. But let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was quite meaningful. And I believe that you have educated a lot of people and informed a lot of people around the world with your thoughts on the political situation in Nigeria. And I hope that tomorrow, God's willing, we'll be here again tomorrow. It's going to be interesting tomorrow. The coast will surely look clearer with regards to APC consensus candidates. So maybe by this time tomorrow, we'll consensus candidate will be in place for us. If not, then we'll be ready to see how the primary will play out between Tinubu and the rest of them that still remain in contest. So other than that, let me thank our listeners around the world that has been with us since the beginning to this to the end of this session. You are all great people. I don't know how many thumbs up we have today. If you haven't thumbs up, please do that right now, because your thumbs up will help the YouTube algorithm of this platform, and share and subscribe as well if you have not. And let me give thanks to the people in the commentary section. Our brother Alexandra Gomez, the chairman of Board of Trustee, One Man Went to Mo, and brother Alexandra Akashi, Jaja, Flash Mankind. I don't know if my sister is there today, Bunksma. But if you are not there, I believe you are listening to us somewhere. Maybe you are at a party somewhere. So we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. So Irene and the other guys that ask Google, I thank you all. You are all the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow so we can do it again. You know what you do the best in the commentary section. So, and One Man, I want to thank you so much on behalf of everybody, everybody listening to you around the world. We thank you for your consistent. I wish we have leaders in Nigeria who are very consistent like you. That country would have been turned around and be one of the greatest countries in the world. So we thank you for your consistency. And we hope that tomorrow, by the God's grace, you will land. Eagle will land again tomorrow. And we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, the Eagle. It's One Man. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Have a good night. So that was Ajanle Koko, who usually runs off the program, and today no difference. So that has been the session. Apologies that it's dragged on. I was trying to move away, and I had been successfully from the very, very long sessions, but sometimes it just goes that way, and today it's gone that way. We're coming up to really deep hours, so let me just round it off here. So I'll leave you here. carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.